Chapter 221 Thoughts. Chen Ming took Cheng Xinghai and floated in hyperspace for a while. After the civilian passenger ship had completely disappeared from sight, Chen Ming's own spaceship slowly flew to Chen Ming's side. The first time after entering the spacecraft, Chen Ming directly tried to unlock her special terminal that she got from Cheng Xinghai. But Chen Ming soon discovered that he couldn't unlock this thing. It wasn't that there was a code that couldn't be cracked. It simply couldn't be opened. And even his psychic energy couldn't act on it. It seems that they can only take it away and restrict Cheng Xinghai from using it, but cannot steal the information in it. Chen Ming thought about it. After all, this thing itself is something outside the normal setting. If you can let him see some important information posted by the opponent in the channel, then the opponent basically doesn't need to fight. Chen Ming simply put away the terminal, then found an empty independent small room on the spaceship and threw Cheng Xinghai into it. After turning Cheng Xinghai's protective clothing into liquid again, Chen Ming replaced her with a pair of lighter handcuffs. At the same time, the structure of the entire room was changed. There are no longer any exposed sharp objects and metal walls to prevent Cheng Xinghai from taking the opportunity to commit suicide. The living are definitely more useful than the dead. During this process, although Cheng Xinghai had been quietly observing, there was no big movement. Even though Chen Ming was arranged to be in this room, he just sat quietly in the corner of the room. He lowered his head and hugged his knees without saying a word, looking like he was autistic. Only her body seemed to be twitching slightly. Chen Ming glanced at her. The armor on his body gradually liquefied and disappeared, turned around and left the room. However, Chen Ming did not go far. He passed through the door through a one-way transparent window structure similar to the two-story door of the previous civilian ship corridor, and continued to observe whether there was any movement in Cheng Xinghai in the room. After waiting for a while, Cheng Xinghai was still sitting in the corner, but the trembling of her right leg gradually became more and more obvious. Chen Ming thought for a moment and took out the slender steel needle that he had taken from Cheng Xinghai before, in order to prevent there might be toxins on it. Chen Ming dismantled the steel needle and threw the disassembled materials into the warehouse. He made a new identical steel needle in his hand and pricked it gently on his fingertip. The sharp sting on his fingertips reminded Chen Ming that there was no difference between the pain in the simulation and reality. Just like when you smoke, you still get the same burning sensation in your lungs. No wonder a bunch of detection equipment has to be installed where you lie down when your deep consciousness dives in. It would be so embarrassing if it hurt to death. Chen Ming glanced at Cheng Xinghai in the room, whose right leg and ankle were unnaturally crooked, and he looked like he was enduring pain. Then opened the warehouse on the spacecraft panel. He built this spaceship by stealing other spaceships, and he also moved the contents of some spaceships into the warehouse. Chen Ming searched for a while and found several medicines and 2 splints, and placed them in front of Cheng Xinghai. Then they arranged tables, chairs, and a bed for resting in Cheng Xinghai's room. By the way, they also dug out a set of unpacked pillows and bedding from the warehouse that Chen Ming didn't know where they came from. After thinking about what else a person would need in life, Chen Ming built a TV projection screen on the wall next to him. Then, he directly connected to the local public signal. When a certain pink piggy appeared on the screen, Chen Ming quickly cut off the screen. Why is there such an ancient program in the simulation? Chen Ming noticed that Cheng Xinghai's arm around his knees was slightly raised, covering his face. He didn't know whether he was laughing or doing something. Chen Ming shook his head. In fact, he did this because he was not very clear about the arrangements for prisoners of war in this era. He doesn't understand anything, so he can only follow the standards in prison that he understands. At least put a TV out so that people won't have to stay in a small room like this for the next month. If Chen Ming was held captive for a month and couldn't do anything, it would be no different from torture. After arranging these things for Cheng Xinghai, Chen Ming took out his special terminal and asked on the communication channel, "Will injuries such as fractures in the simulation be fatal?" Song Pu immediately asked on the channel, "Are you injured? Get it treated and come back to the doctor as soon as possible. Even an injury like a fracture will worsen if it is delayed for too long, and you won't know how you died by then." "No." Chen Ming put down the terminal and looked at Cheng Xinghai next to him, who didn't want to move or treat him at all. He suddenly had a headache. If Cheng Xinghai had been successfully assassinated by him from the beginning, there would not have been so many things if he died. But since Chen Ming had successfully captured her alive, it was definitely impossible to kill Cheng Xinghai directly just to save trouble. But when Cheng Xinghai was about to be captured, he had already made it clear that he wanted to commit suicide to avoid causing trouble to his teammates. It should be impossible for Cheng Xinghai to treat him. So Chen Ming picked up the terminal again and wrote in the input box, Is Bai Quan here? Chen Ming did not send it directly, but waited. Bai Quan, who was serving as the referee at the moment, couldn't help but smile. He can see the situation of everyone present at any time, and naturally he can also see Chen Ming's movements. But it was certainly impossible for him to take the initiative to destroy the scene that he was very happy to see. So Bai Quan just said in the communication channel of his psyker friend, who also had referee authority, "Not here. Choose to keep having fun." Chen Ming waited for a long time for Bai Quan's response and sighed slightly. It seemed that he had to deal with this problem by himself. Chen Ming walked up to Cheng Xinghai, squatted on the ground, picked up the untouched splints, bandages and the spray for treating bruises, waved them in front of Cheng Xinghai and asked, "Can you heal it yourself?" Cheng Xinghai raised his head slightly, and Chen Ming's eyes, which were obscured by his hair, stared at Chen Ming's face for a while, then shook the handcuffs. Chen Ming thought for a moment and unlocked the handcuffs on her wrists. Cheng Xinghai immediately jumped up. Even if only one leg could move normally, it hardly affected the speed of her movements. In an instant, she punched Chen Ming's temple. Then, there was another sound of flesh and metal colliding, and a slight sound of bone cracking. Cheng Xinghai's eyes were red. His right hand twitched unconsciously, and he sat back in the corner where he was squatting. Chen Ming was not a fool. He must have been ready to put on another suit of power armor when he took off Cheng Xinghai's handcuffs. But he really didn't expect Cheng Xinghai to be so stubborn, knowing that he must be on guard and still dare to play like this. What he saw was that Cheng Xinghai's right hand was stiff and unable to move, and the knuckles on the back of his hand were covered with large bruises. Having just personally tested how realistic the pain in the simulation was, Chen Ming sighed and grabbed Cheng Xinghai's hand. Chen Ming only learned some simple medical skills by using a doctor's terminal when he was on Ruimu planet. Although he has learned blueprints and can build medical robots, he cannot get the chip that inputs the necessary medical data now. So he could only roughly reset the broken bones in Cheng Xinghai's hand, and then found something from the warehouse that could be used as a splint. It's just that when doing the last bit of fine work, the hand structure of the power armor is a bit too thick. Chen Ming glanced at Cheng Xinghai's lowered head, considered it, and removed the power armor from his body again. This time Cheng Xinghai didn't hit Chen Ming, but honestly let Chen Ming splint her. However, just when Chen Ming finally fixed the splint with straps, Cheng Xinghai's left hand swung towards Chen Ming's temple again. Finally, he still punched the helmet of the power armor. Apart from leaving some bruises on her fists and making her eyes gradually moisten, it had no effect. Are you really not afraid of pain? Do you want to bet that my reaction speed can't keep up with yours? Chen Ming was also a little helpless at this time. After all, he was a prisoner, so it was impossible for him to really let Cheng Xinghai kill him. Chen Ming tightened the bandage that had just been loosened, fixed the splint on the injured hand, and sprayed some medicine on it. Then he grabbed Cheng Xinghai's other hand and continued the steps of applying medicine and splinting. After Cheng Xinghai's hand was taken care of, Chen Ming looked at the right leg she had just kicked on his neck and said, "The injury on your foot?" Cheng Xinghai raised his two injured hands. Obviously, it was impossible to apply medicine or splints to himself. Chen Ming breathed out. "I'm sorry." He reached out and pulled up the legs of Cheng Xinghai's sweatpants, and took off her sneakers and socks, revealing the white and tender skin on her calves. It didn't look like she had experienced too much wind and sun at all. Moreover, with these thin arms and legs, it didn't look like he could directly kick Chen Ming to death just now. But Chen Ming will not be fooled by superficial things. He only believed in Cheng Xinghai's explosive power and speed that he had just personally experienced. And what he saw with his own eyes now was the fractures, bruises and swelling on the lower part of Cheng Xinghai's slender calves, insteps and ankles caused by the kick she just kicked, as well as the abnormal deflection of the limbs at an angle of about 30 degrees. The force that caused this injury is the strongest strength that Cheng Xinghai's seemingly weak body can exert. And it is obvious that if this injury is not treated, and it continues to be serious, the person will definitely not survive. So Chen Ming built an ice machine on the spaceship, and found ice cubes to temporarily ice Cheng Xinghai's ankle. At the same time, he used an X-ray machine, and took a rough picture of her injuries. Then Chen Ming started directly using the methods he learned on the doctor's terminal, breaking the broken bones back first. When Chen Ming held Cheng Xinghai's ankle, Cheng Xinghai's body trembled subconsciously, and his eyes stayed on Chen Ming's face. There are other reasons besides the reaction of pain. Cheng Xinghai was recalling the past in his mind at this time. After she heard about Chen Ming, she took the initiative to mention to Bai Quan that she wanted to have a simulated battle with Chen Ming. Bai Quan's attitude was completely different from the attitude Bai Quan had when she found any other men close to Cheng Xinghai's age coming into contact with her. Maybe at that time, all she could think about was defeating Chen Ming, the man who defeated Cheng Xinghe. Fortunately, she turned back to mock Cheng Xinghe and didn't notice the difference. But later, when Bai Quan took the initiative to send Chen Ming's contact information for her to contact instead of Bai Quan directly helping to arrange a battle, she completely discovered the problem. The difference is too obvious. Cheng Xinghai is 19 years old after all, and her spiritual power directly improves her intelligence. Many things can be understood with just a little thought. Bai Quan's obvious thoughts can be seen at a glance. Combined with her Cheng Xinghai, Chen Ming and Bai Quan's own identity and background, the direction of what Bai Quan wants to see most can be easily analyzed. Knowing all this is not too surprising to Cheng Xinghai. She is half apprentice and half daughter of Lieutenant General Bai Quan of the 14th Legion. She is also a psyker, and is still under the rules of the 14th Legion. Her living environment determines that she will not be able to decide her future at will like many people who grow up in a normal environment. Her future path is almost certain. If all goes well, she will either rely on her psychic powers to rise to a high position in the military and die alone, or just stay at the same level as now, and find an opportunity to marry a young officer in the 14th Army who is the same as Bai Quan or slightly worse. There were only two paths she could take. But what's better about her than others is that her spirituality prevents her from becoming a victim of politics. She at least still has the ability to make her own choices within a limited path, although she didn't want to choose either of these options. But if she had to choose one, she would rather choose the latter. As for the former, Cheng Xinghai had heard of a record of a lieutenant general being captured in a certain war zone, and Bai Quan's old boss was right in front of him. As he grew older and gradually lost power, he had to ask Bai Quan to find a way to find him. A backroad situation. This feeling of losing power in her old age made Cheng Xinghai uncomfortable, and therefore, she did not attach too much importance to military position and power. As for the candidate, Cheng Xinghai has never been determined. Therefore, Chen Ming's appearance was a normal thing for Cheng Xinghai. But at this time, she was a little unclear about her attitude. Although she was relatively resistant to political marriage, she knew that she had no ability to change this phenomenon, and could only accept it. And Bai Quan has not disrespected Cheng Xinghai's opinions for so many years. He has not let Cheng Xinghai do things that she didn't want to do very early, and even took the initiative to help her block many people. It gave her plenty of opportunities to choose a suitable marriage partner. It's just that Cheng Xinghai has never been able to find a suitable person who can convince her in terms of personal qualities and abilities for so many years. Only Chen Ming was Bai Quan, her adoptive father, the only one who took the initiative to build relationships. So Cheng Xinghai actually doesn't mind having more contact with Chen Ming. I just don't know why. When facing Chen Ming, although Cheng Xinghai had no emotions at all and was purely considering it from the perspective of political interests, she just couldn't be sure of her own thoughts. Obviously, Cheng Xinghai can quickly give the answer to many things just by thinking about it. Whether it is suitable or not is just a matter of her words. Even if she really made her objection clear, Bai Quan would never force her. But the current situation prevented her from answering this question immediately. She has also been struggling. However, her competitive spirit allowed her to temporarily suppress those issues that were extremely complicated for her in the past few days, and chose to do the original thing first, inviting Chen Ming to participate in the battle. The battle is over. Maybe there will be an answer. Unexpectedly, this simulated battle had only started a few hours ago, at a point when it was almost impossible to suffer any battle damage. She was directly rushed to the door by Chen Ming and captured, and there was no possibility of escape. Let her have time to think about these issues again. Just thinking about this kind of problem gave her a headache. Moreover, the feeling Chen Ming gave her at the beginning was still acceptable to her, because Chen Ming was the person she took the initiative to contact after hearing about him, and was not a person forced by others. So Cheng Xinghai at least doesn't hate Chen Ming. But there seems to be no more, and she is still not sure about Chen Ming's attitude. No, it's not a matter of Chen Ming's attitude. It's that Chen Ming doesn't seem to have an attitude at all. Cheng Xinghai finally realized something was wrong. She has made some preparations herself. Bai Quan is obviously here for this. But what about Chen Ming? Chen Ming seemed to have no idea about this at all. Cheng Xinghai glanced at Chen Ming in front of him again, and struggled in his heart for a long time. It was almost over until Chen Ming. Cheng Xinghai didn't think of a suitable answer. Forget it. Just let nature take its course. Cheng Xinghai discovered that although her IQ had improved after her spiritual awakening, There were many things that she could not come up with an idea that made her feel comfortable without a high IQ. At this time, Chen Ming, who had just finished splinting Chung Xinghai, had no idea that Chung Xinghai would think about a lot of messy things for him. He was just temporarily treating Chung Xinghai's injury to prevent it from getting worse and disappearing halfway. For real treatment, he had to go back and find a serious doctor. There is another problem after returning. Chen Ming can control Chung Xinghai, but the doctor obviously cannot. So we have to find a way to keep an eye on it when the time comes. After taking care of the injury on Chung Xinghai's right leg, Chen Ming stood up and prepared to take out the terminal and contact others. He had everything done. However, Chung Xinghai suddenly raised his head at this moment and said to Chen Ming, "Thank you." Chen Ming was stunned for a moment. And after confirming that this was not a trap by Chung Xinghai, he nodded and said, "You're welcome." After saying that, he turned around and left the room and said directly on the terminal, "It's done." This time Chung Xinghai spoke even faster than Song Pu. "Okay. Are you dead?" "No. I caught him alive, and I'm on my way back." Pity. Chen Ming didn't know what Chung Xinghai was feeling sorry for. But before he complained, Song Pu quickly followed up and said, "You handle your prisoner. My suggestion is to put a TV on her and close the small dark room. After all, this is just a simulated battle, not a real fight to the death. We can't really interrogate the war. By the way, the fracture you mentioned before should be Chung Xinghai's fracture, not yours. Right? Don't leave all the treatment to the NPC. Otherwise she is very likely to run away. I know this." Chen Ming still listened to Song Pu's explanation. After all, he had much more experience in this kind of matter than he did. And he happened to have done this before and had such thoughts. But Chen Ming still has a question to ask. Is Chung Xinghai a prisoner of any use? Although Chen Ming thought, when he captured Chung Xinghai, that the living were more useful than the dead, he really didn't expect the specific uses. Song Pu's answer also surprised Chen Ming. As far as I know, prisoners should be useless in most cases. As I said just now, this is just a simulation after all. And death is just a common occurrence. Everyone knows each other. So we can't really torture and interrogate. Really, the only purpose of the captive is to distract her teammates. We are a team of 5. When anyone in the team dies, our teammates will get a prompt from the terminal. If you take away Chung Xinghai's terminal, her teammates will be completely unable to contact her now, and they will not be able to learn about her situation. They will only know that she is still alive. The specific effect of this approach should be limited to that. As for using prisoners to threaten teammates, Chen Ming helped Song Pu add the last sentence. It doesn't seem to make any sense. It's just a simulation after all. Chen Ming looked back at the room where Chung Xinghai was imprisoned. Chung Xinghai was already lying on the bed he had arranged. He covered his eyes with his arms and didn't know what he was thinking. Then let's take care of it first. Anyway, there are no physiological needs such as eating and sleeping in the simulation. Well, we can officially start this battle after you come back. Having such a big advantage at the beginning, we can let go and do things." Song Pu then said to Chen Ming, "As the supreme leader of the rebels, I can arrange your current status at will. It must be arranged in the most suitable place. So what do you think?" Chen Ming still couldn't think of what he should do. After thinking about it, he could only say, "Let me get in touch with the rebels' warehouse. I remember this. When you come back, I will arrange for you to visit the logistics center system and several industrial colonies. Even if you pass by, don't go there by yourself. The garrison may not know you." "I see." Chen Ming finished speaking, but Song Pu was still thinking. Although Chen Ming seemed to have answered Song Pu's question just now, Song Pu could clearly see that Chen Ming was actually blind now. He had no idea what he should do in the team during this large-scale battle between government forces and rebels. Obviously, he has no experience and is used to doing things alone. So Song Pu simply started to help make arrangements. Putting the right people in the right positions is what people like him should do. As long as this kind of thing is done right, then the rest is just a matter of watching other people's performance. Even a completely inexperienced person in the right position will be more effective than an experienced person in the wrong position. And this is even more true for a person who has absolutely no experience but is extremely capable. Chen Ming's arrangement requires him to think carefully. Chapter 222 Chen Ming's Request. Song Pu did not make a decision quickly on how to arrange Chen Ming, but after spending some time with Hong Guanghong and Dong Miao to learn more about the details of logistics and engineering, I found Chen Ming in the terminal again. "I've seen you rub the destroyer with your hands before. If I give you the materials in time, You should be able to rub the cruiser with your hands. Right? No problem. Chen Ming had not neglected his research on cruiser technology during this period, even before he had developed the fake body technology before. Chen Ming still had to squeeze out time every day to learn other things besides command technology. Now that he has taken on the task of learning command techniques under his disguise, Chen Ming can devote even more energy to other aspects. With the increase in thinking speed provided by psychic energy and the hive mind network, his learning efficiency has allowed him to now manufacture some mass-produced cruisers, such as the Defender-class cruiser developed by Sindar Company that Chen Ming has in hand. Song Pu nodded secretly and continued to confirm. What about the large industrial equipment? What about the entire factory? Let's put it this way. A spaceship of the same size is more difficult to control than industrial equipment. It is also more difficult for my psychic energy to act on the spacecraft than on most industrial facilities. Besides, before I learn how to build a spaceship, I have to figure out the uses of the tools and so on. And then I can build a spaceship. Chen Ming's meaning is very clear. His mastery of industrial facilities is deeper than his mastery of spaceships. A glint suddenly flashed in Song Pu's eyes, and he said, "We currently control 11 industrial colonies, and more than half of them are industrial colonies related to war and spaceships that were snatched during the battle with the government forces. There are 5 heavy industry colonies related to spaceships, including production industrial facilities for hulls, spacecraft components, spacecraft armor, shipboard weapons, etc. The highest number can currently produce cruisers. At the same time, we also have 2 heavy industry colonies for spacecraft fuel production, and 3 light industrial colonies that mass-produce daily necessities and various daily necessities. These 3 colonies control the people's livelihood in the entire Gallo 4-star region. One of them was originally a light industrial colony that was fully controlled by the government and used to adjust the prices of civilian supplies. Later, you will know after looking at the background story. The remaining 2 light industrial colonies are joint ventures built by some companies related to this area. The last industrial colony is the Integrated Industrial Park and has a quarter-built track industrial facility where many companies have their factories. Other army equipment and industrial production facilities are basically located in other comprehensive colonies. Chen Ming thought about the connection between the string of information Song Pu just said and the question he originally asked. And asked, "Do you want me to build a new colony?" No. Expansion is the top priority. Building a new colony is 100 times more difficult than expanding the original colony. Maybe you didn't look at the terminal just now, but the engineer and I have almost talked about it. Our main direction next is to try to expand these industrial colonies that have our war potential. These are what the engineer is busy with now. Chen Ming asked again. He needs to come to more than a dozen industrial colonies? Is 1 month enough? Are you doubting the speed of the engineers or the speed of construction? Chen Ming said bluntly. A little bit of both. Song Pu immediately explained for Hong Guanghong. You can rest assured about the efficiency of the engineer's work. Under the premise that everything has a template, he can plan very quickly with his ability. What we have to do is not to innovate, but to rewalk the path taken by our predecessors. And there are actually only 7 industrial colonies that we need to expand. In the simulation, he is not the only one who can do things. There are so many rebel engineers. As for the speed of construction, nowadays, all industrial equipment is being modularized and simplified. As long as there is space and enough materials. At most half a month will be enough for us to double the size of those war industrial colonies. Of course, the premise is that we need to invest all our production capacity. Although Song Pu limited the conditions, Chen Ming still asked with some uncertainty. Is it so exaggerated? Of course there is. Because this is a simulation, and we are not thinking about the future. Under the premise of directly abandoning the original rebels to protect people's livelihood, completely turning the Gallo 4-star area we occupy to wartime industrialization can definitely ensure that the expansion efficiency and production efficiency are both improved. For us, the time limit for this simulation is only more than 1 month. We have to find ways to survive in just 1 month, and even fight back against the government forces. No matter what means we use, winning is the most important thing, and within a month, the negative effects of the comprehensive industrial transformation will not be apparent so quickly. There may even be a short-term rise in the overall economic level of the entire sector within a certain period of time. So that's the opportunity we have to take and what we have to do. And what's more important is your existence. It's your exact words that controlling a spaceship is more difficult than controlling industrial equipment. Everything I just said is based purely on normal planning. If you help me, the expansion efficiency will be even higher. Your presence allows us not only to resist attacks by government forces, but also serves as our trump card to fight back against government forces. Qinming didn't expect Song Pu to say that, and asked, "Do you really believe in my ability?" Dong Miao suddenly interjected at this time and said, "I remember a few hours ago, you seemed to have just told us to believe you. We believed you. And you did what you said. We don't believe you anymore." Question. Well, that's what you said. Can I make some requests to the engineer? When Qinming just asked this question, Han Guanghong said in the terminal, "I'm watching. When planning the expansion of a colony, try to plan the direction of expansion continuously rather than creating new expansions independently." What's the meaning? Qinming explained. For example, if a spacecraft's armor plate manufacturing factory needs to be expanded, then there are two options. You can choose to build a new, identical factory, or you can choose to install a new production line based on the original factory. I know that under normal circumstances, we must choose to install additional production lines. But when different industrial facilities are expanded, it is certainly impossible to completely expand new production lines. And different industrial facilities also require different supporting facilities. And these supporting facilities should also have this problem. I hope that when you plan the expansion blueprint, you will try to expand on the original colonial industrial facilities instead of building new factories. Han Guanghong considered Qinming's request for a while and said, "It can be done, but it will increase the workload and cause the final blueprint to be released later. But it's good for when I use my powers on industrial equipment." Qinming did not explain the specific advantages of it. After all, it was a hidden effect that was relatively invisible to his psychic powers. That is, when he currently uses transformation and manufacturing to achieve similar effects. The mental power consumed in manufacturing is more than 3 times that of transformation. It used to be 5 times. With Qinming's proficient use of psychic energy, the consumption of mental power is gradually decreasing. But in general, the 3 times the consumption is still exaggerated. So when it is obvious that psychic energy needs to be used on a large scale, it is good to save a little mental energy. This time no one in the communication channel questioned Qinming, and Han Guanghong quickly agreed after Qinming said this. "Okay, no problem. Sorry to bother you." After Qinming thanked him, he did not continue to ask about the planning of industrial facilities. He turned to Song Pu and said, "Speaking of which, since we have survived the siege by the government troops for a month, we have survived in the face of a higher level siege. Additional targets. Are there similar conditions for the government forces? Zhang Xinghai seems to have not told you a lot of things. And the fact that you raised this question is probably because you thought of what I just said. Right. As you might imagine, government forces also have similar restrictions. Even if they destroy us, they must ensure that most of the galaxies in the 1/3 of the star field that is the battlefield have sufficient stability. Otherwise, the next rebellion will break out again soon. And this time, the government forces will not have the ability to suppress the situation. Government forces will follow in our footsteps. In the end, it will be the same as when we were completely wiped out during the encirclement and suppression. We can only judge a draw." Qinming said subconsciously. "It feels like they are more relaxed." Song Pu immediately denied Qinming's idea and said, "Actually, the difficulty is about the same, but the conditions and restrictions are different. Which gives you this illusion. Is it really easy for a government that has already led to rebellion due to internal corruption and local policies to oppress civilians to bring stability to these areas? Can ordinary civilians live in peace?" Qinming thought for a moment and said, "Yes. So logistics and engineers are very important when choosing teammates in such a large-scale battle. Whether it's the reconstruction planning of industrial facilities or post-war reconstruction and other things. It requires dedicated people to do it. And no one can avoid it. If we were assigned to the government forces side, we would have had these headaches. Simulation is not very friendly and provides a group of engineers who have our best interests at heart. After all, our possibility of winning conflicts with the thoughts of the NPC in the simulation to a certain extent." Qinming suddenly lost track of Song Pu's thinking and asked, "What is this statement? For example, the goal of the rebels is definitely to liberate the local people from the oppression of the government forces and give them a future. But look at what we are doing. Transforming industrial facilities to exploit the river, exploiting important mineral deposits without restrictions, and increasing the labor tasks of those engaged in industrial production institutions. Does it seem to be consistent with the rebels' goal of liberating civilians?" Chen Ming carefully thought about what Song Pu said and the various ideas he mentioned before, and said, "It's true. Then if you look at the government forces, the goal of the government forces in the background is definitely to wipe out the rebels as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter if they use up all the resources. They themselves are the most important, even if they are fully aware of the consequences if they continue like this. But for the 5 people on the opposite side, they must not be able to catch everything. Otherwise, if the living environment of ordinary civilians does not get better, but gets worse after wiping out the rebels, the next rebellion will end their possibility of victory." Song Pu finally concluded, "This is actually a problem that both sides cannot avoid. A problem that puts all the pressure on the rear. This is why large-scale battles require the cooperation of multiple people and special logistics. We need to have enough industrial power to support multiple consecutive large-scale battles. And the other side needs to have enough logistics to support post-war reconstruction and the construction of a new rule that can calm the anger of the people. What we need to do is find a balance, or break the balance completely, which is more difficult. We can ask NPCs to assist and guide them in doing things, but it is absolutely impossible to let them do things on their own. That could backfire on us." Chen Ming suddenly had another question at this time. "Then the engineer is not doing the engineering tasks he is doing alone." "Right. There should also be assistance from those rebel engineers. Isn't this going to cause problems? It all depends on my arrangement. Controlling the overall situation and making the overall situation favor us is what I have to do. Make it seem like there's a legitimate reason for what we're doing, and then you just have to do it." At this time, Chen Ming finally realized that the background of this simulation and the identity relationship between them participating in it were really complicated. But it's still understandable. There is one more thing he wants to know about the background. Just before the start of this simulation, Bai Quan told him that this simulation would probably involve the battleship. "Is there currently a giant shipyard in the Gallo Star region that produces capital ships?" Song Pu replied, "Yes. It is over the 14th Legion branch where you are now. It was the original military station of the Gallo 2-star region. The location there is good, so the only giant shipyard in the Gallo Star region was built there. Over there, the government forces in the background are quite corrupt. So the giant shipyard must be in an abandoned state, and the other side must be repairing it." Chen Ming immediately asked a question in his mind. "Even if the giant shipyard is repaired, something the size of a battleship shouldn't be built within a month." "Right. New ones will definitely not be built. But if I remember correctly, there should be a capital ship parked in the giant shipyard. As long as the giant shipyard is repaired and the battleship is overhauled, it won't take long to go directly to the battlefield. I'm sure it's impossible for them to bring out the battleship. Don't worry." Chen Ming actually wanted to ask if it was possible for him to sneak over and control the giant shipyard. But after thinking about the premise that the opponent must know the existence of his psychic ability, and the risks of doing so, Chen Ming feels that it is better not to do this kind of thing. At least when the situation is favorable. He must not take the initiative to give opportunities. "Then what's next for us? Are we going to take advantage of the situation or take the initiative to attack?" Song Pu already had an idea in mind and quickly said, "The pressure to attack is on the other side. We don't need to attack. What we have to do is develop and try to expand our military strength before the 1-month deadline. During this process, do a good job of defense to prevent the opponent from using decapitation tactics. And then consider destroying the opponent's action plan. That's all." "I see." After Chen Ming learned about Song Pu's master plan, he stopped talking in the terminal. At this moment, his spaceship was very close to the location of the rebel headquarters during the jump in hyperspace. After this time's jump, he can reach his destination directly. Song Pu had already received the information that Chen Ming was about to arrive, and arranged a green channel for Chen Ming in advance, waiting for Chen Ming's arrival. However, just when Chen Ming's spacecraft entered the normal cosmic environment from hyperspace, Song Pu suddenly heard the sound of the intrusion alarm being sounded. Song Pu frowned and contacted Chen Ming immediately, letting Chen Ming stay where he was for the time being. At the same time, he quickly found the relevant person in charge through the rebels' internal network. As soon as the communication was connected, Song Pu heard an obviously anxious movement on the other end. The person in charge also immediately apologized to Song Pu. "I'm very sorry, Chief. Someone within us activated the alarm on their own initiative, which resulted in several civilian spacecraft being accidentally damaged." "Spy?" "Yes. It's normal to have spies. And he also has spies on the government army side. But what does it mean that the spy was exposed so obviously and without any effect? Song Pu couldn't understand, but he still told the person in charge in the communication. Compensate the civilians as soon as possible. Obtain the understanding of their families. And don't be caught in this kind of thing. Yes. After ending the communication, Song Puyo contacted Chen Ming and said, there is a small problem. Please continue landing. Chen Ming, who had been waiting for a while, asked curiously, what's the problem? Just a spy. All right. After receiving this answer, Chen Ming lost interest in asking further questions and said, I'll come find you later. Before disembarking, Chen Ming once again came to the room where Cheng Xinghai was detained and said to Cheng Xinghai, who was lying on the bed doing nothing, we're here. It's time to go. As he spoke, he made a wheelchair beside him and motioned for Cheng Xinghai to sit on it. Cheng Xinghai slowly moved to the wheelchair, raised his head and asked Chen Ming, where are you going? Go to the hospital first. Then meet people. Cheng Xinghai suddenly seemed a little nervous and asked again, Cheng Xinghai? He's not here. Cheng Xinghai looked relieved. Soon after, Chen Ming pushed Cheng Xinghai to the hospital attached to the rebel headquarters. The doctor had several scars on his head and looked like he had been through a lot. He didn't ask what the injury was at all. After a brief look at it, he sent a medical robot over to deal with it. The robot removed the splint made by Chen Ming, took new x-rays, and treated the injury with more professional techniques. Finally, he gave me a suggestion to rest in the hospital and disappeared into the hospital corridor. Chen Ming immediately chose to take out the terminal and asked on the communication channel, is there a hospital specifically for prisoners? Song Pu was still the first to say to Chen Ming, yes, but with Cheng Xinghai's situation, I don't think she can be left alone. It is recommended that you take Cheng Xinghai with you. Your psychic power can monitor her very well. If you are worried about Cheng Xinghai dying from his injuries on the road, I can send you a doctor or a medical robot to take care of your injuries. And I also prepared a cruiser for you. You should be able to modify it yourself and take one person with you. Chen Ming frowned and thought for a moment, then replied on the terminal, it's not impossible. Well, remember to hide Cheng Xinghai's existence as much as possible, and don't let too many people know her location. Why? Because I have an idea. I will arrange for a substitute of Cheng Xinghai to go to the front line and arrange it to be beside the general, and put this news out and take the initiative to use it as bait to lure the other party into the trap. Given the general's character and his relationship with Cheng Xinghai, I think it's normal for him to do something like this. I just want to see if he doesn't get fooled. Dong Miao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted. You just said that prisoners are useless. Song Pu said bluntly, because I didn't think of it just now. It will be useful if I think of it. This reason was so legitimate that Chen Ming didn't know how to put it properly. That's when Cheng Xinghai, who was sitting in a wheelchair next to Chen Ming, suddenly asked Chen Ming, are you going to kill me once and for all? Chen Ming's frown just now seemed a little obvious. However, Chen Ming had no such idea. If Cheng Xinghai died now, Song Pu's arrangement would be wasted. So Chen Ming replied, that's not the case. You can still distract your teammates while you are alive. You won't gain anything by killing him. Then what do you want to do? I can't tell you this. Chen Ming was not stupid enough to tell Cheng Xinghai the whole plan, even though Cheng Xinghai was now completely restricted by him. But in Chen Ming's impression, there are still many villains in movies and TV series who like to reveal their plans in advance before the matter is completely over, leading to a comeback. So he will never make such a mistake. By the way, I'll give you something. Chen Ming's hand came close to Cheng Xinghai's wrist, and the metallic liquid flowing from the palm gradually formed a light wrist guard on her wrist. Cheng Xinghai raised his hand and took a closer look. It seemed to be just a wrist guard. Chapter 223 Action Line. Cheng Xinghai looked at the wristband on his wrist, and at the same time noticed a similar thing on Chen Ming's wrist, and asked, what is the use of this thing? The extension of my spiritual power should have all the effects you can think of. Are you using this to limit me? Chen Ming nodded, reached out to the handle of the wheelchair and said, okay, it's time to go. Cheng Xinghai waved his right wrist slightly and said, didn't you put restrictions on me? If you don't throw me into prison or find a place to lock me up, where else can I go? Even with this thing, I don't think it's safe. After all, you are a psychic. It would be too dangerous to let you out alone. I have to keep an eye on you. Cheng Xinghai asked curiously. I'm just a brain-enhanced psyker. Why do you think I can run away with my hands and feet broken? An image of Cheng Xinghai almost kicking him to death on a civilian passenger ship flashed through Chen Ming's mind. And he said casually, "Then I'm just a psyker who can make the spacecraft autopilot and have some maintenance skills." And I heard a saying. What words? When you understand that auxiliary psychers are not without combat effectiveness. You are just getting started with psychers. Your physical fitness shouldn't just be achieved through exercise. Right. The enhanced brain controls the body to make some breakthroughs. And it's normal to have extraordinary movements. Chung Xinghai blinked, looked at Chen Ming's face, and then at the wristband on his hand, but said nothing. Chen Ming didn't notice Chung Xinghai's expression. He just pushed Chung Xinghai off the spaceship, went to the rebel headquarters to meet Song Pu. After all, you could only enter text in the terminal, so I can only talk about it roughly. If conditions allow, it would be better to meet in person and then say yes. When Chen Ming pushed open the door of Song Pu's office, Song Pu glanced at Chung Xinghai in the wheelchair and then at Chen Ming. Without saying a word, he continued to operate on the computer in front of him. Soon a three-dimensional projection appeared in front of his desk. What is displayed is the star map of the Gallo 4-star area. The area actually controlled by the rebels. On this star map, the coordinates of about 20 galaxies in total are specially marked. And there is a line on the star map starting from the rebel headquarters, where Chen Ming is now, connecting all the more than 20 galaxies. Song Pu walked out from behind his desk and motioned for Chen Ming to take a closer look at the star map. At the same time, he said, "I have already planned a specific course of action for you. These connecting points are the locations of our industrial colonies and important logistics centers. As long as you follow this line, you can almost touch these places. Everything you need in the colony will be in your hands along the way." Chen Ming stood next to the three-dimensional imaging and had a panoramic view of the entire Gallo 4-star field. And then said to Sogu, "Actually, with a little trick, I can go to these places without even having to go there myself. But it's okay to go there. I feel that rather than using other things to help, it's really not as efficient as going there myself." Song Pu knew Chen Ming, and naturally knew what the little trick Chen Ming mentioned was. So he really thought about it before he proposed to Chen Ming the plan to have Chen Ming go there in person. "I have prepared a cruiser for you at the port." Chen Ming recalled that when he landed, there seemed to be a ruler parked at the port. A ship like the ruler is acceptable to Chen Ming, but he still wants to try and ask, "Is there any Stardust?" The Stardust class has not been developed at this point in the simulation, and it will be another year. "Okay, then let's be the ruler." Song Pu nodded slightly and continued, "If you pass by the general later, you can go to him. It is best for all our fleets to pass through your hands." "No problem." Although the number of spaceships Chen Ming can currently control is only 7 cruisers. But these 7 cruisers are the upper limit for him to have full control over the spacecraft and control it in real time. If only spiritual energy was used to maintain contact, the number would be much greater. It was the upper limit of the number of spacecraft controls that could actually be maintained. He really didn't know yet. So Chen Ming is not worried that he will not have enough mental strength to control those spaceships when the time comes. But Chen Ming still has a question. "Where is the fleet here?" Chen Ming did not see that Song Pu had any intention of letting him control the fleet at the headquarters. Song Pu explained, "The headquarters fleet is not in a hurry for the time being, because the headquarters fleet itself will only be mobilized when the situation on the front line is critical. It is better for you to control the ones here than to control the ones elsewhere first. And controlling an entire fleet should consume a lot of your mental energy." "Right. It's best to use your mental energy on industrial facilities now." "I see," Chen Ming said calmly. "For me, the mental energy consumption is actually not bad. But it's okay. I have no objection. I will follow your plan." Song Pu was very happy to see that Chen Ming had made a decision that was more in line with the interests of the current team. He said with a smile, "Okay. How many other boats do you need? As your escort fleet, there is no need for a small boat. It would be more suitable for me to have only one big boat." For Chen Ming, small boats can only be used as cannon fodder. If he really goes up against someone, the main output will definitely be a cruiser. But in a game that can be won with small boats as cannon fodder, Chen Ming might have an easier time without these small boats. Song Pu had no objection to this. As a psyker, Chen Ming naturally knew what kind of fleet size was more suitable for him. After Chen Ming finished speaking, he received the star map file sent by Song Pu on his personal terminal, calculated the distance and the efficiency of the jump, and asked Song Pu, "When can we start?" "You can do it at any time. The sooner the better." Chen Ming thought for a while and said, "Then I can leave within today. If I go quickly, I can visit all these places in one day." When Song Pu heard this exaggerated time, He immediately dissuaded him. This is a bit too fast. Engineers don't have the time to prepare blueprints as efficiently as you did in the past. Take your time and just follow the normal hyperspace navigation time. This is the route planned by the engineer. It must be at a speed that can match his working speed. If it is too fast, you will have nothing to do but stay there. Chen-Ning felt that Song Pu's understanding of his psychic powers was not accurate, but he did not say much about his psychic powers. Anyway, these things that can be seen with the naked, I will definitely be adjusted slowly in the future. But there was one thing he still had to say. Does it take 5 days to complete the journey? Is it a bit slow? Isn't the time for the industrial building to be put into practical use after the expansion a bit too short? I can actually jump over there and visit all the places by myself. Song Pu suddenly felt that Chen-Ning seemed a little too greedy, and said, every industrial colony in the future will have at least half a month of full production. At least doubling production capacity in half a month is already a very ideal situation. My original plan was based on this. You don't have to worry too much about time. And although your idea is good, how about the burden on your mental power? And I remember that the simulation equipment is not perfect enough for simulating mental power. Does it really not matter if you do this? Chen-Ning said confidently. Although it will indeed consume some of my mental power if I have auxiliary tools, I think it is acceptable. My mental power recovery speed is also very good. As for the problem of mental power in the simulation, I have already told the referee. I know the situation of my mental power very well. When it reaches the upper limit, I will stop using my psychic power on my own. This is just a simulation. I don't have to cheat. Seeing this, Song Pu stopped making any further comments. Then I'll follow what you said. But try to go slower in the first 2 days. The engineers shouldn't be able to come up with blueprints that fast. No problem. Tell me when you can speed up. I can change the speed at any time. Engineers must work faster than me. Well, I will make arrangements for you. Song Pu walked over to Chen-Ning and patted his shoulder and said, that's it. Our industry depends on you and the engineers. Rest assured. After Chen-Ning finished speaking, his eyes suddenly glanced at Chung Xinghai, who was doing nothing next to him. Under Chung Xinghai's confused eyes, Chen-Ning suddenly said to Song Pu, I have to confirm something. How much do you know about my psychic powers? How much do you think my opponent knows about my psychic powers? Knowledge of your psychic abilities? As far as I'm concerned, I don't say much. You told me a lot of information yourself, based on how strong Lieutenant General Bai is in protecting your information, and using normal methods to obtain information. The most that can be achieved is the basic effect of your psychic powers. Only I know the further derivative effects that you tell me. In other words, many people know that you and Lieutenant General Bai made a big splash in Yuhui's territory. But no one knows how exactly you did it. But not necessarily for her. Chen-Ning looked at Chung Xinghai again. In fact, judging from Chung Xinghai's performance in a simulated battle with him, Bai Quan did not take the initiative to reveal his psychic abilities to Chung Xinghai. And since Bai Quan was hired as the referee for this large-scale simulated battle, Chung Xinghai must have told Bai Quan about this in advance. In a many-to-many situation, Bai Quan should not disclose his information. So if Chung Xinghai hadn't investigated him carefully, she might even know less than her teammates. At most, it was as much as her teammates knew. When Chen-Ning looked over, Chung Xinghai showed an expression that said she didn't know anything. Although Song Pu had doubts, Chen-Ning knew that she really didn't know much. So Chen-Ning shook his head slightly at Song Pu and said, it's okay. Song Pu didn't say much. He returned to his desk and asked Chen-Ning, when do you want to set off? About an hour or two. I did some research on the information I'm interested in on the way here. The simulation background seems to be very close to reality. I found out that there seem to be several research institutes here that originally belonged to the sector military. And because the rebels originated from Gallowfour, the people in this sector seem to be normal and not corrupted. And the research institute is still functioning normally. Song Pu didn't expect that Chen-Ning was still paying attention to this in the simulation, and said with a little embarrassment, it takes a long time for the research institute to produce results. So I didn't pay much attention and just let them do their own thing. But I can give you a pass if you want to go to these places. Just give me an identity. There are several research institutes I want to go to. It should be a bit troublesome to get them one by one. Okay. Wait for me a moment. About 10 minutes later, Song Pu raised his head and said to Chen-Ning, it's done. Just take out the ID card wherever you want to go. After speaking, he pointed to a corner of the office, where there was a door that looked like it only led to other rooms. However, Song Pu's eyes quickly glanced at Cheng Xinghai next to Chen Ming and said, "If you want to leave, just go this way." It seemed that the substitute Song Pu mentioned before had started to move. Chen Ming needs to cooperate to complete the plan. Of course Chen Ming would have no objection. After leaving a secret passage in the rebel headquarters, and taking some time to visit a few laboratories, Chen Ming returned to the port again. After doing what he needed to do, he came to the ruler, who was docked alone at the headquarters port. This Dominator-class ship looks a bit old, but it has obviously been maintained very meticulously. Chen Ming reached out and touched the thick and cold armor of the ruler, and the cruiser immediately came under his control. All the data on the spacecraft was placed in front of Chen Ming. There was nothing on the cruiser except a quite sufficient supply of supplies, and some auxiliary robots, which perfectly met Chen Ming's needs. Chen Ming suddenly turned his head and glanced at Cheng Xinghai. The autistic look on her face seemed to have recovered a lot. When she noticed that Chen Ming was looking at her, she immediately said, "Why are you looking at me? You can't really leave me here watching TV after my legs were broken by you." "Right," Chen Ming corrected. "You kicked your leg off yourself, and I originally planned to take you away with me." "Oh, then why are you looking at me? And you took me to Songpu." "I'm looking at you because I'm thinking about where to place you. As for taking you to Songpu, it's because I think if I leave you in the hospital, I think you are likely to run away, or simply find an opportunity to commit suicide." "Is that so? I thought you were planning to use me to carry out some plan." Chen Ming didn't reply, and there was no change in his expression. Anyway, any attitude would not affect Cheng Xinghai's speculation. The more he said, the more likely he would be wrong. "Gone." Chen Ming pushed Cheng Xinghai onto the cruiser and arranged a separate cell for her. A few minutes later, the spacecraft took off. Chen Ming's first stop was a logistics center not far from the rebel headquarters. This place is located in a location where many hyperspace channels intersect. It has a superior geographical location and is a good distribution center for supplies. A considerable amount of military supplies are also distributed here, and a lot of civilian supplies also need to pass through this place. There are clustered warehouses here, which are very convenient to control together. It won't be like those integrated colonies, which are basically block-shaped. And because of integration, the area of each region may be larger than an entire specialized colony. In addition, there are different types of warehouses in different areas, and it takes a lot of time to control them. Therefore, there was no comprehensive colony on Chen Ming's itinerary. But this time, with Song Pu's advance arrangements, Chen Ming successfully docked at the destination planet without any accidents, and stayed in a space station in the orbit of the planet. When he was doing business, Chen Ming didn't intend to cause trouble, and got off the spaceship alone. Soon someone came to guide Chen Ming to the colony on the surface of the planet, and took him to different material warehouses. Although this guidance is almost the same as no guidance. After all, Chen Ming can tell where the warehouse is. When passing by the warehouse, he basically touches every warehouse. It was when he was doing this that he had a question. "This is a logistics center. If I use the materials in the warehouse here, wouldn't there be a shortage of materials in some places? And some warehouses look like they are not the warehouses of our rebels, but the warehouses of companies doing business here." Song Pu's answer was soon waiting on the terminal. "Small-scale loss of military supplies is nothing. These supplies will basically have a certain margin when preparing. If materials are to be used on a large scale, or if they are used in the colonies, you can access the materials prepared for the colonies in advance. If there is an emergency that requires materials, it must be in a place that is more important than the original destination of these materials. That's nothing. So just use it whatever you want. As for those companies, let's not talk about whether they can discover the lack of materials in the warehouse at the first time. Even if they find out, they report it, conduct monitoring and inspections, and finally find that the supplies disappear out of thin air, and then report to me along the way, and finally find you. Do you think 1 month is enough?" Dong Miao suddenly said at this time. "By then we will have already picked up our pants and left." Song Pu was silent for a few seconds and said, "What you say is rough, but your reasoning is not rough." At this moment, Chen Ming suddenly felt that Dong Miao, as a logistics supporter, was very skilled at doing this kind of thing. But he didn't pay too much attention. After all, he was a teammate. Soon, Chen Ming visited the entire warehousing area of the logistics center. After taking control of the last warehouse, Chen Ming also had a rough estimate of his current mental energy consumption. It can only be said that there are very few. After all, warehouses are very basic buildings. They are not complicated at all, and have no cutting-edge technology. They are almost impossible to control. After confirming that his mental strength did not exceed the standard, Qin returned to the cruiser again. It took a total of more than 2 hours from the time he got off the spacecraft to the time he came back. It took more time than Qin imagined. Originally, Qin thought that controlling these things would be quick. But at the current efficiency, he even felt that it would take him 2 or 3 days just to pass through these colonies and logistics centers and control the warehouses and industrial facilities. If you do other things and need to wait for your mental strength to recover, it may take longer. But it's okay. At least it's faster than Song Pu originally expected. And if it's a little slower, he can cooperate with his teammates. Qin thought for a while, and simply followed Song Pu's instructions on time and efficiency. He spent 5 days doing the whole trip, and slowed down his pace. Qin has never been a stubborn person. If he has any problems, he should immediately correct them. If others have good things, he should immediately learn from them. This is what he has always done. Song Pu can be directly assigned to the position of leader of the rebels. There are definitely many things he can learn from him, at least in terms of large-scale planning. Qin walked up to the ruler while thinking about Song Pu's way of doing things. Just when he got on the boat, he suddenly heard a thumping sound coming from a place not too far from the entrance. It was the sound coming from Cheng Xinghai's room. Qin walked over and took a look and found that Miles Xinghai was sitting next to the door in the room. He knocked hard on the soft wall with the back of one hand, barely making a sound that attracted Qin's attention. At this moment, the expression on Cheng Xinghai's face seemed to be no longer as depressed as before. Qin immediately opened the door and asked, "What's wrong?" Cheng Xinghai leaned against the wall, tilted his head, and looked at Qin and said, "What did you do just now? Do things. Why did not you take me? Because you are a prisoner." It makes so much sense. There's absolutely no way to refute it. But for Cheng Xinghai, she didn't want to stay on the ship at all. She had completely discarded the things she didn't want to think about in her mind just now. At the same time, he temporarily let go of the aggrievedness of being captured by Qin and returned to his usual self. As a result, she had nothing to do and was locked in the cell for more than 2 hours. Bored, and the thoughts she had just thrown away came back to her mind. I couldn't run away. And even if I wanted to commit suicide, the whole room was so soft that I couldn't do it. So Cheng Xinghai felt that she couldn't go on like this. Even if you can't run away, you still have to do something. Even if it's just to test Qin's attitude. Maybe you can find some opportunities to escape through what Qin said. Or use the method of building relationships to find a way to at least let Qin take her with him the next time he disembarks. "Qin, let me ask you something. What is your specific relationship with Uncle Bai?" Although Qin was confused as to why Cheng Xinghai suddenly asked this, he still replied, "They should be considered friends." "Is that so? I heard that you cooperated during Operation Afterglow, and you seem to have conflicts earlier." The first half of Qin's sentence can be regarded as Cheng Xinghai casually asking after hearing what Song Pu said. But the second half of the sentence is a more secret matter that only Bai Quan knows, and cannot be told to outsiders. After all, this is actually a scandal for the 14th Legion. So Qin did not answer directly, but just said, "This is more complicated." Cheng Xinghai still said with some persistence, "Tell me about it. I'm a prisoner. I can't do anything. Why don't I be so bored? And this is something outside of this battle. So it doesn't matter if we talk about it." Cheng Xinghai stretched out his 2 fingers that could barely move and pulled the corners of Qin's coat. Looking pitiful. Qin had never been treated like this before. After pulling on his clothes twice, he sighed and said, "Okay." Chapter 224 Expanding the Colony. After Qin left the logistics center, he immediately embarked on the road to the second target location. However, this time Qin did not use hyperspace jump or ordinary jump system directly, but flew slowly in hyperspace. While waiting for Hong Guanghong to send the blueprint, he was also waiting for the mental power he had just consumed to control the warehouse of the logistics center to recover. Qin's destination this time is an industrial colony planet. On the star map, you can view various data of the destination planet, as well as the general appearance of the destination planet. When Qin clicked on the corresponding location on the star map, a planet surrounded by satellites appeared in front of Qin. But what he wanted to go to was not the planet, but the seemingly deserted satellite orbiting the planet. The industrial colony on this satellite mainly produces the basic hull of the spacecraft, and the supporting basic components of various parts of the hull. It is also responsible for the development of mineral resources on some planets. However, Qin Ming does not need to worry about the development of mineral resources. The colony itself still focuses on industrial production. Mineral resources are just a supplement, relying on some small branches outside the main colony. Similar to what Qin Ming once saw in Yuhui's industrial colony. It is unnecessary for Qin Ming to travel to such a scattered and small place. Just when Qin Ming was checking the information about the target planet, some time had passed since he set off from the last logistics center. At this moment, Hong Guangheng suddenly sent over the blueprint of Qin Ming's target industrial colony. Moreover, this blueprint also complied with Qin Ming's requirements. In terms of design, it can be said to be a pure expansion. It was expanded on the basis of the original industrial facilities, and only a few buildings needed to be built independently. Let Qin Ming not worry about anything, and just follow the instructions. However, he did not do so directly. Instead, he spent some time and carefully studied the logic and planning of the blueprint. Qin Ming can certainly understand the overall content, but the content behind it is worth his in-depth study. Although this special design of pure expansion was requested by Qin Ming himself had never done anything similar. Therefore, on the premise of meeting the original requirements, the new design plan made according to the new restrictions is very special. Qin Ming took a casual look and could feel that this blueprint contained some special design skills. And this blueprint also has obvious traces of military technology. It is very similar to what Qin Ming learned from the basic cruiser technology given by Bai Quan. Hong Guangheng is a student majoring in engineering at a military academy who is about to graduate. Although Qin Ming has graduated many years ago, his technical level has also improved dramatically during this time. But in terms of professionalism and advanced technology, as well as some special military design techniques, etc., to be honest, he can't compare to Hong Guangheng. After all, the military technology he received from Bai Quan some time ago actually didn't last long. Only 2 or 3 months. It always takes time to learn from scratch. How can it be compared to someone who has been studying this for 3 or 4 years? However, if Qin Ming could learn based on other people's experiences and learn by stepping on other people's shoulders, then the difficulty would be different. And he doesn't need to worry that learning this will cause him to take on other people's colors when using various technologies. His technical skills have already been formed long ago, and what he has learned now are new branches derived from his main pole, which will only enhance his own abilities without affecting his skills. Because of these reasons, when Qin Ming got this blueprint, he didn't rush to the destination to build things as soon as possible. Instead, he simply started school where he was. And this is a rare opportunity. The deep consciousness penetration of the 14th Legion simulation equipment gave him a super high rate of thought acceleration. At the same time, there was also a design blueprint that reflected the standards of prospective graduates of the military academy's engineering major before him. Anyone who has some ideas and ambition knows what to do. Especially Qin Ming, who is on the main body, is already overdrawing part of his mental power to learn new things at a thinking speed that is several times the after attenuation speed. The prosthetic can also learn the dozens of times increase in thinking speed in more than 10 hours. So why not learn it? Dozens of times the increase in thinking can extend a dozen hours to a month. And there is no need to rest, even if most of the time needs to be spent in the simulated battle itself. The remaining time would be a complete waste if not used to study. I don't know how long it took after Qin Ming sunk into studying. Qin Ming's special terminal suddenly vibrated. Song Pu said something to Qin Ming on the communication frequency. I received news here that a Dominator-class cruiser has arrived at the colony over there. Have you arrived? Qin Ming immediately took his attention away from the blueprint and looked out the window. The seemingly deserted moon is in sharp contrast to the cold planet covered in ice and snow below. Autonomous driving has taken him to his destination. The speed of the hyperspace channel is quite guaranteed within the scope of the star sector. Qin Ming actually spent only a short time on the blueprint. But the gains Qin Ming gained in industrial design in just a short while gave him the feeling that he had gained more than the total gains he had made in self-study in this area in the past week. Of course, this is based on Qin Ming's previous knowledge in this area. If you don't have the foundation, you may not be able to understand it, let alone gain knowledge from the blueprint. Qin Ming shook his head, put aside all the knowledge about blueprint design in his mind, and replied to Song Pu. I'm already here. I was just looking at the engineer's blueprint and was preparing to enter the port. Okay. Can we start after entering the port? Anytime. Qin Ming temporarily put down the blueprint, stretched his muscles that were a little stiff in the simulation, and got up to get ready to do something. Anyway, the blueprint is in hand, and the research is not too late. After Qin Ming stood up, he turned to look at Cheng Xinghai who was sitting in a wheelchair not far away from him, watching TV programs on an ordinary terminal monitored by Chen Ming and looking extremely bored, and said, "It's time for us to leave." Zhang Xinghai immediately threw away the terminal and said to Chen Ming enthusiastically, "Are you finally leaving? Where to go?" "Go to a planet. What you said is the same as what you didn't say." "Guess why what I said is the same as what I didn't say. It's so boring. You said this many times when I was just reading." The spacecraft soon landed in a space station in the satellite's orbit around the star. Although Chen Ming came to an industrial colony this time, he still had to go to the local warehouse the first time he came here. But this time, Chen Ming took Zhang Xinghai with him. She was asked to put on a protective suit that covered her tightly, and a set of auxiliary walking exoskeleton made by Chen Ming for the disabled. At least Zhang Xinghai can walk normally, and Chen Ming will not have to push a wheelchair to eliminate the possibility of exposing his identity in this aspect. This can be regarded as the cooperation she must do to let Chen Ming bring Zhang Xinghai out. Zhang Xinghai had no objection. As long as she didn't stay in the cell, she could say anything, since the space station where Chen Ming landed was contracted to transport foreign supplies to the colonies. Most of the things that needed to be transported to other places would be piled up in this space station. So Chen Ming first walked around the space station, and then went to the space elevator that connects the space station to the ground. Go to where he really needs to be. The space elevator is gradually descending. When the colony appeared visibly in Chen Ming's field of vision, the first thing he could see was the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower standing on the flat land in the dark cosmic environment. Chen Ming has seen this thing before. Just over there in the Afterglow colony. It can provide a steady stream of energy to the entire colony. Underneath this Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower is a cluster of heavy industry spacecraft hull manufacturing factories illuminated by various heat sources. The factory is emitting dark smoke all the time. This thick smoke rises straight into the sky on this atmosphereless planet, forming a giant pillar of smoke. At the end of the cooling cycle of the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower's heat cycle, the thick smoke can even hide the tall tower for a moment, even if there is no air. The long-running high heat of the factory below and the orange-red optical fibers with heat emitted when the geothermal furnace tower itself converts geothermal energy seem to be transmitted to Chen Ming through the vacuum and protective clothing around. This is a complete industrial colony. The warehouses used in the colony to house materials and products for internal digestion, as well as to temporarily store materials before being transported to other areas through the space station, are mainly concentrated near the furnace tower. The Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower is the core of this industrial colony. Starting from its feet, there are 4 logistics channels extending outward according to the southeast, northwest, and northwest directions of the planet's magnetic poles. Finally, the logistics transportation area leading outside the colony is unified and transported directly to the warehouse of the space station through the space elevator, or transported directly to other locations on the planet via spaceship. After all, there are still some supporting resources on the planet that can be developed. Chen Ming was observing the layout of the entire colony on the space elevator, while thinking about the effect that the blueprint drawn by Hong Guanghong would have when it was realized. At the same time, he also followed the guides arranged by Song Pu and took the freight trains on the southern transportation lines in the 4 directions of the industrial colony, southeast, northwest, and arrived within the industrial zone. As Chen Ming got closer to the core of the industrial zone, his attention became more and more attracted to the energy supply tower. The sense of technology and a special sense of power in this tower made him really want to stop. Unfortunately, he cannot control this thing in the simulation now. The size of this thing deep underground, and the consumption of mental energy caused by its technical level are not something he can bear alone now. Chen Ming was forced to retract his gaze, and followed the guide smoothly to the warehouse under the Earth Furnace Energy Supply Tower. We also control these warehouses filled with various industrial products, and various transported raw materials. Several warehouses were specially marked, and filled with materials that Song Pu urgently transferred from other industrial tasks. The expansion of the colony is the first priority, and everything else can be put back a little later. What Chen Ming needs to do next is to transform these materials into new buildings for the colony. And the way his psychic energy works on the colonies is also very simple. It is necessary to control the industrial buildings of the colony in the marginal parts, and it is enough to start renovation and expansion from these buildings. That means he only needs to walk around the edge to complete the first step before the expansion officially begins. However, Chen Ming did not do this for the final effect, and chose to visit every factory in the colony, although the accompanying personnel dissuaded him, saying that the interior of the industrial colony was very dangerous, and most of them were pure mechanical equipment and robots working in it. The only people left inside the factory were the supervisors, who had signed the expensive death compensation contract, and a small number of engineers, who could control the robots to perform maintenance on these industrial equipment. However, Chen Ming didn't listen. He still made the power armor on his own, and walked into the area of the factory, outside the factory's logistics and transportation channels. Zhang Xinghai originally wanted to be left here by Chen Ming. After all, she was wearing the protective clothing and exoskeleton he made to assist walking, so she wouldn't have any thoughts if she stayed here alone with others. However, Zhang Xinghai finally followed him with the excuse that it was boring to stay there. Chen Ming didn't bother to stop her. Anyway, Chen Ming could control all her situations in real time, so he wouldn't be killed by a sneak attack in a dangerous situation. Walking among factories, Chen Ming could see various robots and various small logistics transportation vehicles traveling through the few aisles, providing various factories with small amounts of materials. Of course, the main means of material transportation in these factories still relies on the logistics transportation lines connecting different factories. But these lines are generally underground and cannot be seen from the ground. At the bottom of these industrial buildings, Chen Ming occasionally saw some solid small houses appearing here. Those are where the few people who work in these extremely dangerous conditions live. When Chen Ming passed by, several surveillance cameras turned to him. He didn't care and continued to walk between different industrial buildings and touch them. During this process, there was the sound of metal friction and the roar of industrial equipment. After actually stepping into the factory area, even the power armor felt unstoppable heat, which made Chen Ming slightly excited. This crystallization of human industry is full of the product of the combination of power and technology, while the source of danger that humans must live with in order to develop is constantly pumping his adrenaline. Even if this is just a simulation, Chen Ming can't help but start imagining it in his mind. Imagine what the industrial facilities would look like in his future colony. A colony completely devoid of human presence except for him. It should be very different from here. Of course, Chen Ming did not forget about business. After relying on the high mobility provided by the power armor to quickly fully control all industrial equipment, Chen Ming returned to the train in the logistics channel and headed outside the colony with others. At this time, he took out the special terminal and said to Song Pu, "I'm ready. Let's make some preparations in advance." Song Pu asked with some confusion, "What do you want to prepare?" "Repair the industrial equipment. I see that there seems to be some problems with the operation of the equipment in many places. I feel that there should be a problem with the output of the entire colony. For example, can the cruise hull be produced 5 units a day? Is it okay that the efficiency of the new equipment I created is not the same as that of the old equipment?" Professional Hong Guanghong immediately said in the terminal, "I estimate that your current colony can produce about 2 cruiser hulls a day. Small ship factories such as Expulsion and Escort are okay. And the efficiency is about 67% of the new factory, mainly because this colony took a long time to build. And it is all large-scale industrial equipment. The cost of complete replacement is too high. As long as it is not completely broken, we can continue to use it." Song Pu followed Hong Guanghong and said, "Can your mental strength be able to withstand the maintenance and expansion?" Chen Ming personally walked through the entire colony's factories and was very confident in his own mental strength. He replied, "Don't worry. There is no problem with your mental strength. I care more about the people in the colony. Everything has been explained, and they will wear protective clothing when you do things. The sealing process has been completed. Everyone working in the colony has signed a 1-month closed overtime agreement. There will be no reason to leave for at least 1 month. Information control is a little more troublesome, but it can be done, and you have your spiritual power as a final guarantee. You don't have to worry about the expansion of industrial facilities being exposed too early." Chen Ming replied again, "Understood. Then I'll start from here." After he finished speaking, he put down the terminal, and the repair power instantly affected the entire colony. A large amount of metallic liquid overflowed from the core warehouse area, covering the ground of the entire colony like a flood of metal. The industrial colony also began to use the radio to repeatedly broadcast a message. All staff please wear protective clothing and protective equipment according to the advance rehearsal. There is no need to pay attention to any abnormal phenomena. The situation will be over. If there is an unexpected situation, please contact the department head immediately. As the broadcast repeated itself, the metallic liquid that had flooded the entire colony changed again. They flow along the industrial building, gradually from the bottom to the top. All industrial buildings and industrial facilities are surrounded by these backflow metal liquids at all times during operation. But these metal liquids do not affect the work of these industrial facilities themselves at all. This process lasted about 5 minutes. These metallic liquids were either completely integrated into the industrial facilities, or they all retreated back into the warehouse. And as the metallic liquid disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone was a new industrial colony that seemed to have been built just now. Song Pu immediately expressed concern to Chen Ming. How is your mental energy consumption? Do you need to rest for a while? No. It's just maintenance. The next thing is the main event. Chen Ming just finished speaking. Metallic liquid gushes through the colony again. This time it wasn't just a flood of metal like before. Instead, the metal tsunami that completely submerged the entire colony surged directly from the ground near the Earth's core furnace energy supply tower. Like a metal volcano erupting, the metallic liquid that flooded the entire colony gradually rushed to the edge of the colony area. Some of them seep into the ground, and some are formed on the ground. Walls of steel rose outside the old colonies, and tall metal towers sat within the new colonies. Pieces of industrial facilities emerged from the metallic liquid. Countless industrial robots were connected to the colony's industrial network the moment they were created by Chen Ming, and the industrial facilities were activated. The highest efficiency began immediately. Operation. The expanded area of the entire industrial colony can be said to have more than doubled the size of the original colony. The work efficiency of the entire colony, even if it is only seen with the naked eye rather than through precise measurement, is at least 1.5 times higher. The relationship between area expansion and industrial efficiency increase is not 1-to-1. With the expansion of the area and some original design flaws being repaired during this expansion, the efficiency has improved far more than imagined. Even if this is not the case, Chen Ming's psychic energy actually acts on real industrial colonies. But the effect of the colony in the simulation is enough to show the power of Chen Ming's psychic powers. This colony that was built in just a few minutes made Cheng Xinghai, who had been following Chen Ming, look at Chen Ming with a hint of shock. Although she didn't know much about Chen Ming, she was certain that Chen Ming had done something similar before. Otherwise Bai Quan would not have let him do something similar in the simulation. Just think about Bai Chuan's achievements in the 14th Army. Cheng Xinghai had no doubt that the giant shipyard belonging to Yu Hui became something in Chen Ming's hands during this wave of metal. Of course, Chen Ming actually didn't go that far. Most of the giant shipyard was still under Yu Hui's control. In fact, it was the spread of psychic energy and the penetration of a large number of Yu Hui individuals that allowed Chen Ming to achieve his ultimate goal. But Cheng Xinghai didn't know this. She only knew that Chen Ming's psychic powers didn't seem to be at the same level of development as hers. The possibility of defeating Chen Ming in her mind was reduced again, but her competitive spirit remained unabated. If she could win against Chen Ming in the simulation, that would be something that would truly satisfy her and make her happy. Of course, forget about the simulation this time, and let's talk about it next time. At this time, Song Pu, who was watching the live broadcast, saw the new Steel City appear, and his brain shut down for a moment. If the next dozen colonies can have expansions of this scale, productivity increases of this scale, even if the front line is still at a slight disadvantage, he has the possibility of crushing the government forces head-on with his military strength. Thinking of this, Song Pu looked at Chen Ming's figure in the real-time broadcast video with even more intense eyes. Chapter 225 Others' Doubts. At the moment when Chen Ming's psychic energy covered the entire industrial area and expanded an entire industrial colony, as the referee, Bai Quan couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he saw this scene. Lamenting Chen Mingling's rapid progress, Bai Quan really had a thorough understanding of Chen Ming's life. Especially the period from ordinary people to psychers is a detailed and in-depth understanding. From the beginning of the mining space station to Ruemu planet, and then to the pirate space station, the speed of Chen Ming's spiritual progress in the entire process was completely slow compared to now. It was not until later that Wu discovered the seedling Chen Ming and began to cultivate it. Chen Ming's psychic strength and mental power could be said to have skyrocketed. Especially his last performance on Yu Hui's side allowed him to successfully destroy Yu Hui's new battleship. At that time, Chen Ming was already able to make a lot of noise. Therefore, now, when Bai Quan sees Chen Ming completing the expansion of the colony in the simulation, he has no doubt that Chen Ming can actually do these things in reality. Moreover, the realization of various psychic attributes of deep simulation does not just come out of the blue. Instead, it relies on the settings entered before the simulation starts. After the computer logic calculation of the simulation device, the effect of the set conditions is finally realized in the simulation. This should be the closest to reality, except that the total amount of Chen Ming's mental power cannot be determined. All performances should be no different from what Qinming can do in reality. As for whether Qinming's mental strength is enough. After what happened at the giant shipyard, Bai Quan gave Qinming a second spiritual nerve. And his spiritual power was definitely higher than what he had at the shipyard. And the last time he used volcanoes to try to assassinate Qinming. Qinming completely protected the dome in a ghost place, like their 14th Legion branch. It even used the effect of the Purgatory Core to directly solidify the entire vertical volcano. Bai Quan specially asked someone to translate Qinming's paper on the Purgatory Core. And he probably understood the mechanism of the Purgatory Core. This Purgatory Core is just a tool, and more of a converter. If a Psyker can directly use the Purgatory Core to suppress a volcano, it at least means that the Psyker's own psychic energy is strong enough to affect the volcano. Therefore, even if Qinming achieves such a large-scale psychic effect, Bai Quan did not put forward any opinions. He believed that Qinming could achieve this. At this moment, Bai Quan suddenly received an external signal. Someone from the headquarters has logged into the simulation equipment and is applying to watch the battle. The identity authentication is that of Song Pu's mentor Pang Dong and Dong Miao's mentor Shirhan, both of whom have the military rank of Major General. Of course, this does not mean that every student has a Major General as a mentor, but only excellent people can have excellent graduate mentors. It is normal for a tutor to care about his students. The right to use the simulation equipment itself is not only in Baichuan's hands. It's just that this time the refereeing authority for the simulation is in Baichuan's hands. So watching the game requires Baichuan's permission. And unlike the referee's authority, which can see the entire battlefield situation, the viewing authority's perspective is limited to the vicinity of all people in the simulation, and cannot understand the broader situation. So Bai Quan directly opened the permissions to the two mentors, and pulled them into the communication channel. At the same time, he kicked out his Psyker friend, who was always talking about cheating, to prevent him from conflicting with others later. After Song Pu's mentor Pang Dong connected to the viewing system and joined the communication channel, he immediately asked Bai Quan, who was already in the channel, "Lieutenant General Bai, how is the situation? I came here just after I heard that the simulation had started. Now it's already how long has it been?" Bai Quan didn't hide it, and summarized the current situation. It has just been 1 day in the simulation, and Song Pu's side currently has a great advantage. Is there an advantage in 1 day? Yes. His teammates found an opportunity at the beginning and captured someone on the opposite side. Okay. I've seen the list of personnel. The only one who can capture the opponent at the beginning is Qinming. Right. Pang Dong knew the background of the simulation. And he also knew that both sides would have one person very close to each other at the beginning. However, his own students still know that they are unlikely to take risks and change them. It seems that several other people have not done similar things. So the one who can do this should be Qinming. Bai Quan replied as expected. Yes, it's him. Then who did he capture? Zhang Xinghai. Forehead. Pang Dong felt something was wrong, and avoided the topic and asked, "Are we the only ones watching the game now? I heard that Lieutenant General Bai will send the results of this simulation to their respective schools. Our students can't sit still. You told us about this in advance. Others should also come here." Right. Dong Miao's mentor Shirhan said. "We came here as soon as we received the news. It's normal that the others haven't come yet. Maybe they will come after a while." As soon as Shirhan finished speaking, Bai Quan received a new signal to apply to watch the game. When he saw the applicant's identity information, he frowned slightly, but made no other action. He just said in the communication channel watching the battle, "As I said, someone came, and it was Lu Wei, the mentor of the opposite Ojijia." Pang Dong suddenly felt that something was going to happen next, and confirmed, "Lu Wei. Well, that's him. I let him in." As soon as Lu Wei entered the channel, he asked the same question as Pang Dong. "How is the situation?" Bai Quan said nothing, but Pang Dong spoke on behalf of Bai Quan. "Your side is temporarily at a disadvantage." "Disadvantage? How long has it been?" "1 day. You're at a disadvantage in just 1 day? Is it true? Really? You'll know just by looking at it." After a moment of silence, Lu Wei said in a strange tone, "On the first day, 4 against 5. How did you do it with such a disadvantage?" Lu Wei's words were not directed at his own students. Several people present could hear that these words were used to question Bai Quan. The implication contained in it was that he suspected Bai Quan of arranging for Zhang Xinghai to kill someone intentionally. Bai Quan first conveniently rejected his psychic friend's request to join the communication channel after he found out that he had been kicked out, and Lu Wei also joined the communication channel. Then he said to Lu Wei, "See for yourself." Lu Wei suddenly had a trace of anger in his tone and said, "There should be everyone's perspective video in the past day." "Right. I want to take a closer look at what is the disadvantage. Please send it to me. Lieutenant General Bai." When the smell of gunpowder suddenly started to get stronger in Baikuan, Song Pu finally finished lamenting the power of Chen Ming's spiritual energy, contacted Chen Ming and asked, "How is the consumption of spiritual power?" "Still calculating." Chen Ming replied quickly, and continued to calculate the more detailed mental power loss in his mind. The workload of this industrial colony is quite large, so when the expansion was just in progress, Chen Ming had already started to follow the scale of the expansion and the upper limit of his own mental power, plus various biological and dead objects he owned that could help him restore his mental power, as well as the resources provided by the hive mind. Blessing calculated an approximate loss. Then Chen Ming's ontology conducted the actual transformation test in reality using an approximate physical object of the same proportion at hand. By simply converting it, he could get the basically accurate final amount of mental power consumption. The result was unexpectedly low. Although Chen Ming was purely following the drawings, he basically only needed to continuously extend and transform the original industrial building, and he didn't even need to manufacture anything more. Moreover, the technological level of this colonial industrial facility that produces ship hulls and hull parts is not too high compared to other factories that produce high-precision chips. But Chen Ming always felt that the acceleration of his thinking would have some positive effects when he used psychic powers. The acceleration of thinking seems to have also strengthened the intensity of Chen Ming's consciousness. And the intensity of consciousness has also increased the intensity of Chen Ming's mental power. This was a rather strange discovery. Chen Ming felt that he would have to find an opportunity to use simulation equipment to dive deep into his consciousness and test it specifically. But at least one thing is certain now. That is, the expansion of this colony has not completely exhausted his mental energy. And judging from Chen Ming's calculation of his mental power recovery rate, he would be able to fully recover his mental power in a few hours at most and start the next work. So Chen Ming quickly said to Song Pu on the terminal, "I have already made the calculations here, and I can go directly to the next place. Are you in good condition? The amount of mental energy consumed is about 80%. If you fly slowly on the road, you should be able to recover almost enough to support the next time. Then, there is the logistics warehouse again. I can recover for a while at that time, and can set off." Song Pu was even more excited when he heard Chen Ming's answer and said, "Okay, if you continue at this efficiency, you may be closer to the front line in 2 days. When the time comes, remember to tell me or the general in advance to avoid being involved in any battle." Chen Ming asked with some confusion, "Is there going to be a war so soon?" "That's not true." "It's not necessarily true. I'm just reminding you first, because I feel that it is better for you to sit at the rear as much as possible. It would not be a good thing to be involved in the battle on the front line. The main thing is that your psychic power doesn't limit your location when you use it, so it doesn't matter where you are." "Right." Chen Ming did not deny this and said, "This is the truth." But many times he still prefers to follow the fleet himself. This is a habit left over from when he didn't control many spaceships. And now Chen Ming has a cruiser and a jump engine that can jump multiple times in a short period of time. Even if he ran with the fleet, there was almost no possibility of being caught. The only time they were almost caught was when the machine tribe took advantage of Chen Ming's attack on their colony, and used the colony as bait to set up a device to block the entire galaxy. But since he ran away at that time, among other things, he is quite skilled at running away now. However, now we are engaged in a team-based battle in a simulation device. Chen Ming doesn't mind being a team player and said, "Then I will pay attention. After controlling the colonies and warehouses on the front line, I will go directly to find a place where no one knows." "Squatting somewhere. That's okay. If you have a terminal, you can contact us at any time. You have the ability to jump multiple times. The entire star area can run with you. If something happens, you can be there as soon as possible." "That's it. Remember to tell me next time you go somewhere." "Okay." After the communication between Chen Ming and Song Pu ended, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Song Pu, who was at the rebel headquarters, once again ended his communication with Chen Ming. He had just learned that Chen Ming had arrived at the 4th industrial colony, and would soon start the 4th expansion. And this is because Chen Ming took a slightly long break after the expansion of the 3rd colony. And now he is starting the 4th expansion. This efficiency has once again exceeded Song Pu's expectations. In just over a day, 3 colonies have been completed. and the fourth colony is about to be completely controlled and expanded by Qianming. This means that it will take at most 2 or 3 days for Qianming to finish all the 11 industrial colonies in the star sector they actually control. This efficiency is really incredible. And the same is true for Hong Guanghong. In order to keep up with Qianming's efficiency, he had no time to relax at all. He had been preparing the blueprint for the industrial colony behind for more than 30 hours in a row. Although you can't sleep in this deep simulation due to the acceleration of consciousness, some rest is still necessary. Hong Guanghong was also desperate in this situation. Since other people are doing things, Song Pu naturally has to do things too. As a person responsible for dispatching large battlefields and controlling the overall situation, he must have a good grasp of the overall situation. The overall situation includes not only the rebels themselves, but also their opponents. Although every team member in a team-based simulated battle is important, it does not mean that it cannot continue without one person. Even if their opponents are already at a disadvantage because Chongqinghai was captured, they will definitely not give up and must be looking for some kind of opportunity. Therefore, Song Pu has recently stepped up its investigation of government forces. After signing a document, Song Pu said to the secretary who had just come in and was waiting, "How did that happen? It's going smoothly. There is someone in the government army who sympathizes with us. He has successfully blended into the giant shipyard after helping us develop some informants. 3 people in the department responsible for the maintenance of the giant shipyard have been instigated, one of whom is the department's management. If nothing else happens, this department will continue to be responsible for the maintenance of the capital ship after the overhaul of the giant shipyard is completed. It is expected that the core work of destroying the giant shipyard will be accessible within a week." Song Pu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, let them continue to work on this matter. If there is any news, please inform me as soon as possible. If the government forces want to find a way to deal with us, repairing the giant shipyard and pulling out the battleships parked there is the most convenient way. We must not let them do this." The secretary silently took note of Song Pu's words. After a slight pause, Song Pu continued to ask, "Is there any other movement from the government forces?" The secretary replied, "After signing the armistice agreement, the armed forces of the government have gradually begun to move to the edge of Gallo 3 in accordance with the agreement. And there seem to be signs of organizing negotiations. But one thing is strange. Their propaganda has not stopped recently. Instead, they want to put pressure on us in public opinion. 2 things have obviously begun to ferment." "Which 2? The secretary glanced at Song Pu and said cautiously, "It's about the accidental injury of civilians at our headquarters." Song Pu's expression did not change, and he said simply, "This is easy to solve. Just publicly state that there is an unknown failure in the communication system, hinting at the espionage behavior of the government forces. I have asked relevant departments to deal with the aftermath. Compensation has been given to the dead and injured, and I have received understanding from their families." While the secretary is preparing to contact someone on the terminal, Song Pu waved his hand to stop him and said, "Wait a moment. Don't rush to respond with our own propaganda. First, use the news agency on the government side to record the aftermath on our side and publish it. Don't give too much publicity. Just let this news sink in. When public opinion really ferments, you can use our propaganda mouth to start propaganda. How fermented the government forces are at this time. How much bitter pills they will have to eat by then. We should have manpower in this field in the government army." "Right?" The secretary immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I will do it later." "Okay, what about the other thing?" The secretary looked at the document in his hand and said, "It's about the gentleman who came to you 2 days ago." Song Pu turned to look at his secretary and asked, "Qianming? Isn't it about his involvement with the government army?" "Yes. The propaganda on the other side said that the spies we sent out carried out terrorist attacks at civilian aerospace airports, causing heavy property losses. Do the government forces have any video?" "Have." The secretary immediately handed the terminal to Song Pu, and a news video was playing on it. However, the content of the video can be said to be quite blurry. There are only some fierce explosion shots and videos of post-disaster reconstruction of the civilian aerospace airport after the incident and cleaning up the wreckage and ruins. Qianming's identity as a psyker was not revealed. After reading it, the waves in Song Pu's heart were completely smoothed away, and he said, "It's okay. This matter is easy to handle. I'll show you a document, and you will know." Song Pu happened to have a video file in his hand that Qianming had handed to him when he came over. It was recorded by Qianming himself from multiple perspectives, recording what he did at the Sky Airport. Anyway, at least Chen Ming did not take the initiative to attack civilians. It was even the government forces who took the initiative to attack him in the beginning. In addition, there are clips of police robots killing each other in the video. With a little editing, it is a piece of evidence that can turn what the government forces did into an ugly act that they directed and performed themselves. After giving the video to his secretary, Song Pu asked him again, "Is there anything else?" "There is nothing important for now. I have sorted out the rest of the files that you may need to see and sent them to your computer." "That's right. Then you go do your own thing." "Yes." After the secretary left, Song Pu was the only one left in the office. He leaned back on his seat, and images of recent actions by government forces flashed through his mind. To be honest, he felt that the government forces frequently use some nasty tricks. Although these methods seemed to be fine, they were very easy to be countered and should not be used so casually. Instead, release it at a better time, such as when they start fighting again. Then he might not have the energy to take care of these things. As a precaution, the government forces should not say that they did these things because of Chang Xinghai's disappearance. I need to observe more. Maybe there is some special arrangement. Song Pu breathed out. Suddenly he stood up and walked out of the office, ready to go outside to get some fresh air. This is the downside of simulating too much detail on these things. Although sleep is not required, the mental pressure caused by long hours of work is real, and it is easy to cause accidents if it is not relieved a little. Just when Song Pu left the office and went to the corridor to light a cigarette for himself, there were two young officers holding paper documents in their arms talking on the other side of the corridor. Neither of them saw Song Pu coming out of the office. Just as Song Pu took a puff of his cigarette, he heard one of them say, "Our recent movements seem to be increasing our preparations for war. Didn't we sign an armistice agreement with the government troops?" Another person immediately said, "Because the government troops did not retreat at all. Instead, they stopped at the border of Gallo 3 and did not withdraw to Gallo 1 and Gallo 2. What do you mean by the government troops? But will the government forces really violate the armistice agreement?" Song Pu went over and patted the shoulder of the person who first asked the question. After the young officer turned his head, a somewhat frightened look appeared on his face. Song Pu said to him calmly, "The armistice agreement is meant to be torn up. Don't forget what the government originally looked like. We must be prepared to fight with force until higher levels intervene. Never trust your enemies." Song Pu returned to his office soon after. Chang Xinghai contacted him at this moment and said, "I am already preparing to set up a trap and arrange to pick up the person. When picking up the person, I will use the identified spy to transmit the information to the other side in a reasonable way. There should be action." "Understood. Chen Ming should also be near your place at about the same time. If you need support, let him know. Don't feel embarrassed," Chang Xinghai said decisively. "I know. I can understand the priorities of things, but it depends on whether the opponent is trapping him or not. If not, there is nothing I can do." Song Pu didn't finish what Chang Xinghai said, and followed him and said, "Well, anyway, this is just a random attempt. I never thought that Chen Ming could catch Chang Xinghai from the beginning. It doesn't matter even if the opponent doesn't come. Just use it as a warm-up exercise. Speaking of which, how is the quality of your soldiers there? Only part of the rebels are converted from the regular army, and many are new recruits. I am more worried about the source of soldiers and the number of soldiers. I feel okay." Chang Xinghai spoke without any worry in his tone. Now the rebels are basically veterans leading new recruits. After fighting a few battles and losing some people, the new recruits basically become veterans. If you continue this mode, although the overall combat power will be weaker than that of pure veterans, the benefits of doing so are also obvious. It can quickly transform new recruits into combat effectiveness, and the overall loss will not be too great if the veterans are with them, as long as it's okay with you. After contacting Chang Xinghai, Song Pu turned to contact Hong Guanghong and asked, "How is the progress over there?" Hong Guanghong responded after a while, "It's okay. The difficulty of setting up the subsequent colonies is much easier than the main business of ship hull manufacturing at the beginning. The only ones left are manufacturing chips and high-precision equipment. The colonies are more troublesome, but that's about it. As long as I produce results, I will contact Chen Ming as soon as possible. But now, his mental recovery speed can't keep up with the speed at which I can produce blueprints." Song Pu nodded again with satisfaction and said, "The fact that Chen Ming's expansion of the colony can be compared to your drawing speed is outrageous enough." After continuing to explain some things to Hong Guanghong, Song Pu looked at the time and continued to devote himself to his own work. Chapter 226 Stepping into the Trap. 2 days later, Chen Ming followed the route arranged by Hong Guanghong and arrived at the last logistics warehouse that needed to be controlled. After controlling this logistics warehouse, the only thing he still needs to control is the last industrial colony. Once the industrial colony is completed, Chen Ming's initial mission will be over. The total time spent should be about 3.5 days. The efficiency can be said to be quite exaggerated. But just when Chen Ming returned to the port and was about to board the spaceship to go to the next colony, Song Pu said to Chen Ming at the special terminal, "Are you free now? I just took control of a warehouse. I'm free. What's going on? As I told you a few days ago, I used Cheng Xinghai as bait to set up a trap." Chen Ming subconsciously glanced at Cheng Xinghai, who had finished asking Chen Ming and Bai Quan about their acquaintance and familiarity in recent days, and had begun to ask Chen Ming about his past affairs. Then he looked back and responded on the terminal. "I remember. Do you need me to go to the general to help?" "Yes. Just go and control the fleet over there. Actually, I could have waited until you finished the last colony before looking for you. But the recent movements on the other side are a bit strange. I think it would be better to arrange some things earlier. Also, there is no need to stay there after you control the fleet. Otherwise, it may be a bit unexpected to let the real Cheng Xinghai stay there. The information about Cheng Xinghai's substitute has been passed to the other side through spies. It depends on whether they come or not. It's best if you come. If you don't come, you can just do your normal business." Song Pu explained everything in one breath, and Chen Ming had nothing to say. He responded and turned around to calculate his mental state. After confirming that the mental power is still enough to do things and does not require time to recover, the jump engine is started. The destination was set in a frontline military system where Cheng Xinghai was not far away from him now. After a short jump, the ruler of Chen Ming appeared in a galaxy with 3 planets. Chen Ming immediately activated the spacecraft transponder, as usual, and broadcast a series of special spacecraft identification codes assigned to him by Song Pu. This string of identification codes allows him to travel directly to any planet in any galaxy, even military galaxies. Just like now, the patrols in the galaxy that were still surrounding his spacecraft turned around and went back after verifying the identification code, wearing whatever clothes he wanted. However, Chen Ming's purpose of coming here this time was very clear, and he immediately followed the patrol that turned around, went to the military orbital space station in the orbit of the volcanic planet in the galaxy. This is a large space station that integrates various military functions. The overall volume is larger than the pirate space station with a city inside, and it is enough to dock a large number of spaceships. Chen Ming's cruiser is naturally no exception. It docks smoothly at the port of the space station. Cheng Xinghai, the local top commander, received the news when Chen Ming had just jumped to the galaxy. When Chen Ming landed at the port of the space station, he was already standing at the port to receive him personally. When Chen Ming stepped off the spacecraft and came to him, he took the initiative to extend his hand to Chen Ming, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. But when Chen Ming held his hand and waved his other hand to close the door of the cruiser behind him, Cheng Xinghai's eyes suddenly showed a hint of regret. It can only be said that Chen Ming now has a general understanding of the situation of the two brothers Cheng Xinghai and Cheng Xinghai. Therefore, Cheng Xinghai's strange attitude at the moment was understandable to him. However, after Cheng Xinghai heard that Chen Ming's goal this time was Cheng Xinghai's, he hid in his room and shut himself up. Even when Chen Ming asked her specifically, she didn't move. She didn't seem to be facing Cheng Xinghai at all. For fear of being ridiculed, Chen Ming ignored her and got off the spacecraft alone. Although Cheng Xinghai felt a little regretful because he didn't see Cheng Xinghai, he didn't forget the business. It would be better to say that if Cheng Xinghai really comes out, it will be a bit troublesome. After all, he was not 100% sure whether anyone would be a hidden spy in such a public situation. So Cheng Xinghai didn't waste any more time and hurried to another port of the space station with Chen Ming. The port that Chen Ming just landed in was a port that was usually used, and the real fleet was not staying here. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming looked at the huge military port that was zooming out of the shuttle boat's port window and the densely packed warships parked in the port, and suddenly thought of a question. He asked Cheng Xinghai, "They say they want to set a trap to make the opponent jump. So what exactly will we do then? What might the opponent do? Our specific approach? It must be to prepare a manned ambush on the space station, and then use the fleet as a final guarantee. Because since the government forces have got clues about Cheng Xinghai, they must use some means to try to get Cheng Xinghai out of our hands. The most convenient and effective one is definitely a spy. It doesn't matter whether the spy is here to rescue or assassinate, as long as Cheng Xinghai is not in our hands. But if the circumstances are right, government forces may take the opportunity to burst into violence and directly tear up the contract. After all, if Cheng Xinghai is here, it means that at least one of us is here, Cheng Xinghai said, pointing at Chen Ming and himself. Like me, like you, or both of us. The government forces took the opportunity to rise up. If they can win, it will be equivalent to exchanging one prisoner for one or even two of our people. It will definitely be profitable for them. From the original 4-on-5 to 4-on-3. I feel like they won't miss this opportunity. But if they really give up, there's nothing they can do. Just turn back and treat it as a drill. After explaining Chen Ming's question, Cheng Xinghai added, By the way, Song Pu asked me to ask you, can the space station be controlled? Yes. And controlling the space station means that I have absolute control over everything on the space station. No spy will have to think about causing trouble on the space station. But at this scale, Chen Ming pointed to the huge port outside and said to the space station with such a port, You can only choose between the space station and the fleet in one day. Then let's give priority to the fleet. The fleet is the most important. With your psychic power here, I can't even imagine how much the fleet's strength will increase. Chen Ming accepted Cheng Xinghai's compliment and said with a smile, I think you will always know about this simulation. Cheng Xinghai also smiled. After the shuttle boat landed, he took Chen Ming to get in touch with these spacecraft belonging to the rebel main fleet. At the same time, Chen Ming arrived at the space station, the edge of the Armistice Zone, which is not too far from the frontline military galaxy where Chen Ming is located. It is a military base within a military galaxy in the Gallo 3-star sector. One of the enemies of Chen Ming in this simulation, Ajika, is here. He and Cheng Xinghai are both prospective graduates of the military command major, and they also have similar positions in the team. He was currently in his office, communicating with the commander-in-chief of their team on a special terminal. Are you sure you want to go? Both our fleet and the fleet on the opposite side are near me now. If I want to go, it will only take half an hour. There was a reply from the commander-in-chief on the terminal soon. Of course I want to go. This is not just to rescue Cheng Xinghai. You have also seen the information returned by the spies in the past few days. The entire Gallo 4's key material consumption suddenly doubled or tripled out of thin air. But only 4 days have passed from the beginning to now. Although Ajika already knew this, when he heard this information again, he still couldn't help but subconsciously ask, Is this really possible? The referee didn't stop the game. So it's possible. Although your mentor and Lieutenant General Bai have conflicts, you'd better not doubt Lieutenant General Bai's character. Ajika's face showed a headache expression, and she didn't dare to say a word. Try not to get involved in this kind of thing. The commander-in-chief also knew Ajika's difficulties, so he brought the topic back up with a casual remark. I won't talk to you about external matters for now. In short, it is Chen Ming's existence that forces us to do this. We lost one person at the beginning, and the industrial production capacity was completely overtaken in just a few days. In a few days, we will be directly crushed. If we want to win with such a huge disadvantage, we can only give up everything and put it to death. Sometimes taking the initiative to show weakness, or even taking the initiative to make yourself weaker, is a must before winning. The slightly headache-like expression on Ajika's face gradually calmed down and she said, I understand, and I will do as you ask. Okay. Remember to keep looking at the terminal these 2 days and cooperate with your teammates' actions. Do you still remember your teammates' tasks? Remember, they will use the spies they planted to try to rescue Cheng Xinghai. If they cannot rescue her, they will directly assassinate her. My mission is to jump to the opposite side with the fleet when my teammates are making attempts, and conduct a surprise attack on the position deployed by Cheng Xinghai's fleet. Right. The commander-in-chief responded and emphasized again. You have to remember, if the spy can investigate the location of Cheng Xinghai's fleet, it means that this is definitely a trap. 100% a trap. But we must step into it. Find a way to come back alive. If you can come back alive, it will be of great benefit to us in the future. Although the commander-in-chief said this, Ajika did not have the slightest confidence that he could come back alive. He said, It is a pity that the soldiers of the government army are really too weak. Their morale and belief were completely destroyed after the armistice. If there is no one to take command in person, I feel that they are not even qualified to warm up Cheng Xinghai. There is a possibility of surrender or mutiny. If I can take command from the rear, at least I will not fall into this situation. The commander-in-chief was not affected by the limitations of such natural conditions, and said in a relatively calm tone, "Then this is a matter of background setting. But I feel that if we are rebels, and the government forces are on the opposite side, we will be directly crushed by several times the number of troops on the frontal battlefield within half a month. Chen Ming's ability can definitely protect the overall livelihood of the 4-star districts under this situation. Even after we are wiped out, the life of the Gallo 4-star district will be better." Ajika's mind flashed through the intelligence that the spies had obtained from Gallo 4 in recent days. The productivity that was growing at a terrifying rate was really not something that an individual could achieve. Sure enough, the government troops are slightly more beneficial to us. After the communication between Ojijia and the commander-in-chief ended, Chen Ming began to control the fleet in Changxinga's hands. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The time has come to the morning of the 6th day after the simulation started. Chen Ming has completely controlled the 2 fleets at Changxinga's disposal, and his mental power has almost recovered, and he can start controlling the space station at any time. But at this moment, Changxing has suddenly contacted Chen Ming and said, "Unexpected situation. I feel that the other side has started to make moves. You should retreat first." Chen Ming, who was about to get off the spacecraft, asked somewhat incomprehensibly, "Feeling? Well, the intelligence collected from various aspects yesterday gave me the feeling that a storm is coming. I can't tell you the details, but there is a high probability that the enemy will come soon." "Fine." Changxing has said so. So Chen Ming had nothing to say. He stopped disembarking and started the ruler directly, preparing to jump to the next industrial colony and wait there for a while. Let's see if Changxing's feelings are reliable. Just when Chen Ming left the space station and arrived at the next galaxy dozens of seconds later, he directly used the rebels' own communication network to pull several other people in the team into the same voice communication channel. Song Pu's private terminal suddenly received Chen Ming's invitation and was a little unresponsive. He asked Chen Ming, "What's going on?" "I started a voice discussion group. Of course I know you pulled this thing. But will it do anything?" Song Pu was naturally worried about the problem of communication signals being monitored. After all, the rebels' communication network used superlight communication base stations located in hyperspace. Although the possibility of being monitored is small, it is still possible. However, Chen Ming was not worried about this and said, "It's okay. I controlled several communication base stations along the way. The things controlled by me will not receive any electronic interference at all." Ignoring electronic interference and signal intrusion, Chen Ming can naturally guarantee that there will be no problems with superlight communication. Let the 5 people in the team keep communication open at all times. Normally it doesn't mean much. After all, typing on the terminal has the same effect. However, when it is not convenient to type on a terminal during wartime, the contact information of the basic superlight speed communication base station can be useful. "Okay, then you are doing this now. Probably for Changxing's side." "Right. I just received news from him, and his side is about to start." Chen Ming said nothing, but everyone already understood this. Time passed by minute. During this time everyone was doing their own thing. 3 hours had passed since Chen Ming set up the communication channel. Changxing has suddenly said in the communication channel, "My space station has received signal interference, and they are coming. I will not care about the matters on the space station and leave them to you." His teammates responded one by one, and Chen Ming cheered up. Then he put the perspective of Changxing's fleet in front of him. Changxinga has 2 fleets, one of which disappeared a day ago. The other one has just assembled and set off from the space station at this moment. They face the obviously more powerful government fleet that had just appeared at the edge of the galaxy, violated the armistice agreement, and had more than 80 cruisers. Although the gap in strength seemed to exist, everyone watching the scene understood that the balance of this battle had been tilted towards the rebels from the beginning. However, Chen Ming's mentality still fluctuated slightly. After all, this is the first battle that Chen Ming does not need to personally command, but only needs to provide spiritual value to the fleet. And now that he has avoided the front line of the battle, he can completely let go of his hands and feet, and use psychic powers at will to provide terrifying blessings to the soldiers and fleets on the front line. The moment when the 2 hostile fleets each came into range, an extremely dangerous fireworks show suddenly appeared in space. Hundreds of cruisers exchanged fire at the edge of the galaxy. Countless thick laser beams and countless live weapons that could not be observed with the naked eye in the dark space constantly bombarded the shields of both sides, exchanging the radiation energy of their respective ships. As the exchange of fire continued, the shield on the government side gradually began to experience abnormal jitters and fluctuations. apparently approaching the edge of radiation overload. But the rebel side shield remains rock solid. As the commander-in-chief of the government army's battlefield, Ajika watched this scene with sweat dripping from his forehead. He originally thought that even if he took the initiative to step into the trap, at least he would be able to have a good exchange match with Chung Xinghe in the first wave. He and Chung Xinghe knew each other and had fought against each other several times. This was the answer he came up with after analyzing the fighting forces of both sides. But obviously, he was wrong. He missed the calculation. Or in other words, underestimated Chen Ming's existence. Chen Ming's spiritual power is not only used in the logistics industry. Acting on the spaceship and providing unimaginable blessings to the spacecraft is the greatest use that Chen Ming's spiritual energy can achieve from the beginning. While the assassin was there, Ajika also received an urgent report that a jump wave had appeared behind his fleet, about to bite his tail. Even though Ajika still has some reserve ships that have not been used, and the frontal battle seems to have just reached its most intense moment. But everyone watching the scene knew that the rebels would win. These people naturally include those in the watching channel. After Ajia's mentor Lu Wei joined the communication channel, 2 or 3 hours had passed outside. The remaining instructors of the prospective graduates who participated in the simulated battle have joined the viewing channel as long as they are free, observing the simulation situation through the perspectives of their respective students. And this time when Ajika took the initiative to step into the trap, the battle broke out at the most intense moment. Ajia's mentor Lu Wei suddenly said to Bai Quan in the viewing channel, "Lieutenant General Bai, is Chen Ming's psychic power really that strong? Can't you see?" "Oh, of course I saw it. His psychic power is so powerful that he can renovate an industrial colony in a sector in less than 4 days, control hundreds of cruisers and thousands of destroyers and escorts in less than 2 days, and even continue to control an industrial colony. The remaining power is too strong." Bai Quan was too lazy to pay attention to him. But Lu Wei was not the only one present. There were others. So he still said, "You don't have to believe it. But this is what he can do." Lu Wei asked again, "You mean a person who has been a psychic for less than a year can do these things? You have the ability to say this in front of people from the Psychic Association." Lu Wei was silent for a moment, then suddenly snorted coldly and chose to exit the communication channel directly. No one cared what Lu Wei was doing and continued to focus on the simulated battle that was still going on. From the student's perspective, Ajika still has the possibility of a comeback. Half an hour passed quickly in the simulation. This battle can be said to have ended at the speed of light. The government fleet suffered heavy losses, and only a few remnants escaped. The only pity is that the flagship on the opposite side successfully retreated. But it is enough to be called a big victory. Chen Ming didn't know what happened to the opponent after the battle. But every word Chung Xing has said after the battle felt full of unfinished meaning. With nearly unlimited firepower, shields, and armor, it made Chung Xinghe fully understand how Chen Ming overturned him in his hands, and how he beat Chung Xinghe to tears later. This cheating pleasure made him want to stop. However, Song Pu didn't tolerate him, and quickly asked him to close the team and not enter the armistice zone for the sake of pursuit, so as to prevent him from being defeated even if he was superior. After Chung Xinghe returned to the space station, Song Pu also sent a document to each of them through the communication network built by Chen Ming. This document disclosed all Song Pu's arrangements. Chen Ming could see that Song Pu had made several backup arrangements for this plan, just in case the opponent knows it's a trap and is still prepared to take advantage of it. But Song Pu obviously didn't expect that the other party would step directly into the trap, as if he was completely unaware. As a result, his backup preparations were not used, but all his first-hand preparations were put into practice. Just when everyone had seen it, Song Pu said on the communication channel, "In addition to these arrangements in advance, I also did some other things just now. I have discovered the spies on the space station in advance and arrested them before they took action. They are currently being interrogated. There are no casualties on the space station. I have obtained the record of the battle that just ended and asked others to arrange it. Soon the public opinion will be completely biased in our favor. Government forces will have less support. Also, there is good news." Song Pu paused for a moment and said, "The giant shipyard in the Gallo 2-star field was destroyed by the spies I planted and infiltrated just when the battle was happening. The battleship was also severely hit, and its weapons and shield systems were completely offline. Although the battleship could not be completely destroyed directly in the giant shipyard, the battleship was forced to leave the giant shipyard in extremely poor combat readiness. Next, the repairs needed definitely took more than a month when we came back at one time. The threat to us from capital ships no longer exists. After Song Pu finished speaking, Han Guangheng suddenly said, I also have good news. Relying on psychics, so far, the production capacity of our industrial colonies has increased by about 4 times compared to the beginning, and has surpassed us in productivity. Government troops. Excellent all round. Song Pu's tone was obviously a little excited, but he immediately adjusted back and said, But there is one thing I still have to remind everyone. I noticed the opponent's spacecraft in the battle just now, especially the cruiser. Most of them are older models. The government forces should not only have these. So this time they took the initiative to step into the trap and tear up the armistice agreement. It is probably part of their plan. We must not relax until we are completely victorious. When his teammates responded one after another, Song Pu suddenly said, Wait a minute. I have news here. What news? Song Pu said in a strange tone. The government forces accused us of tearing up the armistice agreement and taking the lead in starting the war. Chapter 227 Dramatic Changes in the Situation. Song Pu couldn't understand the government forces' behavior of continuing to throw dirty water on the rebels regardless of the facts. We do this knowingly that once we release today's video, public opinion in the entire Star territory will completely turn against us. What do they mean by this? Chen Ming also couldn't understand this operation and asked, Is this really not intentional? Or is it something done by the NPC of the government army? Although Song Pu hopes so. After all, they can gain more advantages in this way. However, his understanding of his opponents and his own rationality still allowed him to deny Chen Ming's idea and said, The opponent is definitely not able to restrain his own men. This is definitely something they did themselves. Of course Chen Ming also knew this. But the problem was, even if this is part of their plan, it's outrageous. Isn't it true that someone made a mistake? Song Pu shook his head slightly and said, It shouldn't be a mistake, because it was too deliberate. They just lost this battle. The remaining fleet may not have even arrived home before they posted this message. This must have been arranged in advance. So what's going on? What are they thinking? The emergence of these two problems gradually dissipated the joy of winning the battle in the hearts of several people in the communication channel. The incomprehensible behavior on the other side makes it difficult not to suspect that there is some special arrangement. But the specific arrangement is beyond anyone's imagination. Sure enough, we still need to keep an eye on it. Song Pu did not refute Chen Ming this time and said, I think the same thing. The opponent is not a fool. They must have their own arrangements for doing this. We must not relax just because we win this game. We must do more things to consolidate and expand our advantages. Chen Ming was quite interested in what Song Pu was doing in these overall aspects and asked, What should be done specifically? Song Pu did not hide it and said directly, First of all, we must fight for public opinion. We must not stop. We must let our rebels completely occupy the highest moral point as soon as possible. At the same time, we started to build publicity and momentum to make it more difficult for the government forces to obtain underlying resources, and basically widen the gap with us. The foundation is what we fight for. Whoever has a solid foundation is likely to win in the end. Then we just need to take care of ourselves. As long as our goals and execution methods are fine, victory will be within easy reach. But I feel like we need to make new plans now to keep pace with the times. Chen Ming asked, Is the original plan not good enough? It's because the original plan is a little behind. Song Pu said, Because our battle this time went too smoothly. Although this is most likely a deliberate arrangement by the opponent, the objective fact is that their fleet strength has weakened a lot after this battle. And this will not change. And our original plan was made when we were at a disadvantage. And it was still at a disadvantage after you expanded the industrial equipment. Of course I'm not talking about you. I mean I made the plan based on this standard from the beginning. Song Pu continued to talk about his original thoughts. Our original industrial base is seriously insufficient compared to the government army. We must find opportunities to occupy new industrial colonies. We may even need to take the initiative while the government army is recuperating. War. But the situation is different now. With your presence, each of the colonies we have on hand can stand up to several colonies of government troops. The conditions are much better than before. Naturally, the plans used in certain disadvantageous situations cannot be used. The situation has changed, and the original plan must change accordingly. I have modified some of it in the past few days, but the framework is still the original framework and needs to be completely changed. Chen Ming asked again, How do you plan to change? Take the initiative to attack? Or remain unchanged in response to changes? I think we need to discuss it. As soon as Song Pu finished speaking, Zheng Xinghe suddenly said in a somewhat excited tone, I feel that we can take the initiative to pursue the victory, and not give the government troops a chance to breathe. It was obvious that Chen Ming had given him special assistance, and got a little carried away. However, others did not take the lead, and no one agreed with Cheng Xinghe's words. Song Pu also immediately expressed his thoughts. I think we should first use a questioning attitude to put pressure on the government forces, but do not take the initiative to start a war again, and instead gain greater advantages from other aspects. The government forces themselves are in a situation where they have lost most of the people's hearts and support from all forces. And the fact that they took the initiative to launch a war this time means that they have no thought whatsoever of doing it for the people, or even for the various civil forces. It is already unpopular with the people. After this incident, they can get even less support from behind. We have proven the capabilities of the rebels. As long as we secretly add fuel to the fire, the government forces may even defeat themselves without attacking. Hong Guanghong also expressed his thoughts after Song Pu finished. I also think that we should not directly take the initiative to go to war to attack the government forces. I think development is more important than attacking. What if we give them time to breathe? Can they breathe better than us? As long as we can develop according to the normal progress and have psychics around, the expansion of industrial facilities and the expansion of the production queue will definitely be faster and more efficient than them. Now it's the other side that should be rushing to start the next war. They were so far behind at the start, and some of their advantages were given away just now. If they weren't in a hurry, I would have to question their minds. So I think the best thing to do now is not to move. The general continues to make a defensive posture on the front line, and we continue to expand the industrial colony in the rear. Although there is an upper limit to the scale of expansion, these advantages must be taken before reaching the upper limit. If you can accumulate strength through stable development, and finally crush your opponent head-on, it should be the safest way. Although Song Pu and Hong Guanghong have similar ideas, Song Pu's thinking is obviously more political, while Hong Guanghong is more inclined to rely on the overwhelming power of the general trend. It didn't sound like there was anything wrong with it, but Chen Ming didn't express his opinion for the time being. At this time, Dong Miao, who didn't talk much but had been quietly doing logistics work, also spoke at this time. I think it's better to attack. Whether we can develop stably does not depend on us. But on the other side, if the other side ignores its own territory and directly breaks out with us, destroys our industrial base, and makes it difficult for us to continue, what will we do? Don't forget, our goal is not to kill the government troops, but to survive for a month and then pass the test of encirclement and suppression. But if we don't defeat the government forces and advance to the point where they can't interfere with us, the government forces may jump out and stab us in the back at a critical moment. It's better to eliminate all instability factors in advance, especially now, when the government troops are at the lowest point of public opinion and morality. It is the most suitable time to beat up the fallen dogs. Of course, the rear also needs to be protected. Our own development has definitely not changed. Then the public pressure on the government forces will definitely have to be full. We are not divided now. We are still under the framework of an empire. Public opinion still has a lot of value. There are also some places where we can exert influence on the other side, and it doesn't necessarily require war. For example, the simplest one is assassination. I think we still have an opportunity to do something like this now. We can't just sit back and wait for the opponent to die. Right. We should attack and completely suppress the opponent. At this time, Chen Ming suddenly realized that Dong Miao, who had never talked much, seemed a bit fierce. All actions are done proactively rather than passively. Of course, Dong Miao does seem to have strong capital, because Chen Ming has continuously expanded more than a dozen industrial colonies so far, consuming an uncountable amount of materials. That's it. The rebels can still be supplied with supplies steadily. At least Chen Ming has never seen the warehouses he controls empty. Dong Miao has always been doing the specific planning of industrial production and the allocation of materials. I'll do the logistics. You go first in the fights. And if the supplies are enough, Dong Miao seems to have no problem saying these words. So even though Dong Miao was very crazy, no one objected. After all, we are just discussing the direction of the next plan and arrangement. We should express our opinions first, and then talk about whether they are reasonable or not. Now, the situation is relatively clear. Song Pu and Hong Guanghong supported taking things slowly and waiting for work. Cheng Xinghe and Dong Miao used a direct approach to kill the government troops. Different opinions are divided equally. The decision-making power to determine the main direction of the rebels' subsequent plans rests with Chen Ming. While Chen Ming was listening to his teammates talking, he was also thinking. when everyone was waiting for him to speak. He didn't need to spend too much time thinking. Chen Ming cleared his throat and said, I support putting frontal battlefield pressure on the government forces. Although my spiritual power can greatly help industrial production takes time. I still think that my psychic powers will be more effective on a direct frontal battlefield. I might as well press directly into the opposite hometown and wipe out the government troops. And haven't we calculated it before? The overall strength of the government forces is about 1.5 to twice ours, with a maximum of 400 cruisers. Although there is no way to directly sweep us to death, it is not easy for us to do anything. But it's different now. If you don't look at the small boats, just look at the battle just now. More than 50 cruisers out of 70 fell on the battlefield. The remaining cruisers of the government army are only about 350 at most. Then how many of these 350 ships will be separated from the larger occupied area by the government forces and used as local patrols? How many of them can actually be used on the front line? The government forces currently have less than 100 more cruisers than we have at most. As long as this gap does not directly lead to a full-scale battlefield battle, my psychic power can create a very big advantage. And during the war, both sides' fleets are depleted. But our production efficiency is definitely higher than the other sides. As long as there are no major problems on the frontal battlefield and the battle losses are 1-to-1, the gap in the number of cruisers between us and the government army can continue to be equalized. So, I also agree with Dong Miao's statement. Moving forward on multiple fronts will put the greatest pressure on all aspects of the government forces. Chen Ming's last words determined that the rebels' next overall direction would be to attack. After continuing to discuss the details for a while, several people in the communication channel left the channel and went to do what they should do. Only after a few hours, the news about the government troops that Song Pu sent to his teammates regularly every day made Chen Ming very confused. The rebels held a press conference organized by Song Pu and publicly presented evidence that government forces actively invaded the Gallo 4 sector. The government forces did not respond at all to this matter, as if they acquiesced that everything the rebels said was correct. Public opinion turned completely in favor of the rebels. And this led to the next few days. Everywhere in Gallo 1 and Gallo 2, there were lower-level soldiers who completely lost their fighting spirit and retreated directly to their original areas. Once the rebel fleet led by Cheng Xinghe arrived at the local area, they surrendered directly to the rebels on the spot. The government troops did have their own supervisory team, and after killing a group of their own people, they managed to maintain the front line. It did not allow Cheng Xinghe to easily occupy Gallo 3. But even so, after losing political correctness, the government forces had lost their combat effectiveness and were retreating steadily in front of the fleets operated by Cheng Xinghe and Chen Ming. The original truce zone, now the most intense fighting zone, Gallo 3, was completely handed over to the rebels 5 days later. The government army is also unable to maintain its basic bases of Gallo 1 and Gallo 2, and soldiers frequently flee from the army's garrison. The military's decline and chaotic government also led to problems in the management of both sectors. Crime incidents and pirates occur frequently, and people in the entire Star region are in dire straits. This situation would be even more serious if the system governments of each system or companies with local branches did not unite to form patrols with sufficient combat effectiveness. The rebels are also proactive. Any system that is willing to surrender to the rebels will provide sufficient support and send a small fleet to station for warning. The rebels continued to expand their influence and successfully occupied more than a dozen inhabited star systems in Gallo 1 and Gallo 2 without any bloodshed. It even included 2 important industrial colonies. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day after Gallo 3 changed hands. That is the 18th day after the simulation started. Song Pu sent a message in the communication channel of the special terminal. There was a military mutiny in the government army headquarters, and the government army capital planet has lost contact with the outside world. But one thing is certain. That is, a large number of high-ranking members of the government army died. When the news came, several people in the channel fell silent. Chen Ming was the first to ask. High-level executives? It shouldn't be the ones across the street. Right, Song Pu said. No, they are included in the list I received here. 3 of them are lying there. Only one Ojijia survived because he was outside the army. But it shouldn't be them. Even if they don't have enough control over the government forces, they won't be killed by their men. Isn't it an internal fight? How is it possible? It's a simulation of internal strife, and who is the fool? It must be a fake death. But I'm a little unclear about the meaning of their death. So I'm just going to synchronize the news with you first. and then I'll investigate again. I feel like something is definitely going to come up within the day. A few hours later, Song Pu hurriedly asked Chen Ming to set up a voice communication channel and immediately pulled everyone in. He said in a slightly uneasy tone, "The latest information is that a new rebellion has broken out in the Gallo 2 sector. A new rebel force accepted the legacy of the government forces and began to take over the original galaxies of Gallo 1 and Gallo 2 that we had not yet had time to attack." Chen Ming suddenly seemed to understand the plan of the government troops and said, "They want to destroy themselves and then take the opportunity to reincarnate, completely abandon the identity of the government troops, and transfer the people's resentment to the NPC government troops. But I have a question. Shouldn't the government forces be considered destroyed in this way?" Song Pu said to Chen Ming, who had not thoroughly studied the rules of the simulation. "Although they belong to the government army, their purpose from the beginning to the end is just to kill our rebels and maintain the stability of the star field. It doesn't matter who killed it or how it was killed. In the end, as long as stability can be maintained, it doesn't even matter who is the person who maintains stability. Just like our goal is to delay for a month. It makes no difference whether we linger for a month or just kill all the government troops and live openly for a month." Chen Ming nodded. Although he understood the rules, he still didn't understand a little. "In this case, if the government forces fail to put enough pressure on us on the frontal battlefield and cannot annihilate us, then it doesn't make much sense." "Right. That's right. So the newly emerged rebels will definitely take action against us in the end. They should also have some off-the-grid tactics in the process, such as using outside public opinion to cause trouble. We are rebels again. Our base is civilians and soldiers who sympathize with the suffering of civilians. We can only privately find ways to interfere with their development after reincarnation. It is impossible to say that we will take the initiative to take action against the new rebels. This should be considered a conspiracy." Song Pu didn't sound too worried in his tone. After all, he was now the leader of the rebel forces, and he knew everything about the rebels' experiences these days. He knew that it would not be easy for the rebels to succeed. Even with the support of the government forces and the support of public opinion, it would never be that easy to keep up with the pace of their development. So although this seems to be a feasible method, it is not so feasible if the specific situation is known. It's enough to control the trend of public opinion well when we have the first mover advantage. Besides, the demise of the government forces is not enough to prove that the new rebels are capable of taking charge of this star field. It will definitely require the intervention of higher-level official forces. We can publicly express to the new rebels that we are willing to maintain peace for a month and wait for the test of time. But I can be sure that the government forces will never coexist peacefully with us. And they will definitely use more than this." Chen Ming suddenly had an idea and said, "Do you remember that missing battleship? Is it possible for them to use this thing to do something? The weapons and shield systems of that battleship have been destroyed. Even if the other side is given another month, there is still no way to repair it. This high probability can be ruled out. It's better to consider other means they may use and prepare in advance." Time passes day by day. Chen Ming continued to cooperate with Han Guangheng to expand the colony and ensure basic industry. Song Pu continued to pay attention to the overall situation at all times and deployed various means against the new rebels. Cheng Xinghe is still wiping out the remnants of the government forces, trying to control more galaxies, and preparing for the possible attack by the new rebels and the upcoming encirclement and suppression in a month. And in this process, the development momentum of the rebel army that had just emerged could be said to be extremely rapid. In just a few days, it rapidly expanded from a corner of Gallo 2 to occupy most of Gallo 2 at a speed that no one expected. The new rebels continue to develop towards Gallo 1, and the speed of expansion is becoming more and more exaggerated. At the same time, the remnants of the government army have been operating near the edge areas of Gallo 1, Gallo 2, and Gallo 3 and 4, constantly interfering with Cheng Xinghe's work. As a result, the expansion rate of the old rebels has slowed down in the past few days. Not even a slight drop, but a big gap. Of course, several people on Chen Ming's side knew that the new rebels had the shadow of the original government army. It was normal for the government army to develop quickly due to the interference of the government army. But the speed was a bit exaggerated. And for some reason, public opinion in the entire star territory seems to show signs of comparing the new rebels with the old rebels. Forget the comparison. What is very strange is that public opinion seems to place the achievements of the new rebels on the head of the old rebels, as if they are trying to climb up by stepping on the old rebels. This direction is obviously wrong. But that's all. Public opinion did not directly disparage the old rebels. but put the new rebels in a higher position in disguise. Recently, Song Pu could only use his own propaganda to suppress this trend. But the effect does not seem to be very satisfactory. The direction of public opinion in the entire star field is favoring the new rebels, which is very strange. When Song Pu once chatted with Chen Ming, he bitterly said that the spies he placed in the new rebel army could only barely obtain some information. It felt like these people who originally belonged to the government forces seemed to have changed after the rebellion. They suddenly had a belief in serving the people. They were even more outrageous than their rebel soldiers, and were quite difficult to penetrate. Some of the intelligence that the spies reluctantly obtained seemed to show that the new rebels were unstoppable in their expansion. The various industrial production efficiency behind them is also extremely exaggerated. At least more exaggerated than when the government troops originally occupied the galaxy. It's as if their logistics and engineers can crush Hong Guanghong and Dong Niao. In addition, Song Pu's assassination plan could not be effectively implemented. After all, the government army had collapsed when the previous assassination plan was still being arranged. Several major tasks were legally dead, and the real body had long been hidden. Where to go? Ojijia, the only one with information, has been running around in the 4-star districts, constantly harassing Chengxing's fleet with plunder and some unknown funding. There is no way to assassinate him even if he stays on the fleet. Although the overall situation for the old rebels is still stable and improving. But seeing the unstoppable rise of the new rebels next door still added a bit of pressure to the minds of Chen Ming and others. What Song Pu has been thinking about for a few days are several opponents belonging to the government army. At this time, he was at the rebel headquarters, sitting openly in the office. Several of them had undergone plastic surgery using the top medical technology of this era when the government army fell. Unless they had the ability to obtain tissue samples to compare their genes, no one would be able to tell their original identities. Although it would be a bit embarrassing to do this in a simulation under normal circumstances, it would obviously be even more embarrassing if you lose. At this moment, in their Commander-in-Chief's office, the Commander-in-Chief saw one of his teammates on the terminal asking him, "How is the situation?" The expression on the Commander-in-Chief's face was tense. He flicked the ashtray in the ashtray that was already full of cigarette butts and said, "Very good. Okay. It's a bit inexplicable. What's the meaning? It's just baffling." The Commander-in-Chief looked inexplicably uncomfortable and continued typing on the terminal. "This was originally a plan we made when ZA was in a desperate situation. Logically speaking, it won't go so well. We must work hard to achieve it. But I really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Even if the government troops are our own, the adjustments that need to be made in accepting the systems and public opinion in their hands, and even in various irrelevant aspects, give me the feeling that it is very smooth. The smoothness is a bit exaggerated. Maybe it's just luck. Hope so." Ajika, who was watching the conversation between his teammates at this time, did not dare to speak on the terminal, but his heartbeat accelerated a lot. He put away the special terminal in silence and continued to devote himself to the task he was supposed to perform. Time continues to pass. As the day draws closer to the end of the 30-day countdown, Chen Ming also felt a bit of pressure unconsciously. It's not the pressure brought by the danger-sensing psychic energy, but a special pressure. It's obvious, but the source is unknown. It's like instinct. Although it was strange, Chen Ming felt that he could not ignore the source of this pressure. However, there are no clues. There are no clues as to the source of this pressure. Chen Ming had nothing to say and could only continue to perform the tasks he had undertaken. But strange things often happen one after another. For some reason, the new rebels have only been expanding and have not shown a clear hostile or friendly attitude towards the old rebels. But if there is no attitude, at least it seems that there is no intention to fight. It seems that we really have to wait with the old rebels until higher level intervention. Is this really possible? Unknowingly, the time has reached the 23rd day of the simulation. Chen Ming has stopped expanding the industrial colony and helping Chengxing fight in recent days. The entire sector has reached the limit of what industrial equipment can achieve under the premise that the sector can operate normally. Chengxing no longer needs Chen Ming's help in the encirclement and suppression of the remnants of the government army, because Dijiao was also definitely eliminated by Chengxing during the siege a day ago. The remaining NPC soldiers didn't need Chen Ming's help at all. So Chen Ming simply found a research institute to stay, using the high-speed thinking brought about by deep consciousness to study something that could be studied in the eyes of others. But today, when Chen Ming noticed that the 1-month deadline was coming soon, he suddenly had a problem. So he contacted Song Pu and asked, "The people in the government army have changed their identities. when the 1-month deadline is up? What will happen if the top management liquidates them? Song Pu has been a little haggard these days, which seems to be due to the recent momentum of the rebels. However, he patiently explained to Chen Ming. First of all, the senior management is not a fool. Secondly, although we are simulating and limiting the scope of the 4-star regions, there will still be people from the outside world and other places in the Empire keeping an eye on the location here. 1 month is up. No matter where they are, the former government troops will be directly picked out by the higher-ups. They will not be able to escape. That's why I can't understand what they're doing now. They're not planning to blow themselves up against us when the deadline comes, leaving us with no energy left to deal with it, and then break us up and fight for a draw. Right. I think it's possible. Well, let's take a look. At least our apparent strength now is an advantage. There is no need to make risky moves. Privately, I have been accumulating public opinion. Although it is difficult, it is still possible to collect clues to equate the government forces with the new rebels. There is always a chance to completely tear the disguise of the new rebels to pieces. 2 days passed again. The 24th day comes. Song Pu found Cheng Xinghe on the communication channel and said that he had discovered the whereabouts of a fleet suspected of being government troops or new rebels near the headquarters. And there seemed to be traces of the battleship in that fleet that had disappeared for a long time and was so dilapidated that it had no combat effectiveness. Let Cheng Xinghe go back with a fleet and find a way to destroy them. Cheng Xinghe naturally had no objection. But when Chen Ming saw this conversation, his forehead suddenly hurt, as if something bad was about to happen. But one thing Chen Ming can be clear about is that his danger-sensing psychic ability is completely ineffective. And this is just a simulation. There is no danger to life. And there is no way that this psychic power will take effect. But he just had a headache. The strange headache cannot be said to be due to his spiritual power having some additional effects. Right? Chen Ming couldn't understand it, and couldn't be sure. And if there is a fleet near the headquarters that allows Song Pu to call Cheng Xinghe back, it is impossible not to let Cheng Xinghe go back. Right? So Chen Ming could only give a symbolic reminder. Be careful. After 1 day, 13 hours later to be precise, Chen Ming was still conducting research on the machine race in the Research Institute, chatting with Cheng Xinghe, who was playing games next to him. However, at this moment, the special terminal he placed on the table next to him suddenly vibrated. He immediately picked up the terminal and looked at the terminal screen. Then, he froze, because the terminal continuously sent messages about the death of 3 teammates. Song Pu, Hong Guanghong and Dong Miao all died in just 10 seconds. Only Song Pu left his last words before his death. But Chen Ming didn't have time to see it yet. The next moment, the news of Cheng Xinghe's death also popped up on the screen. Chen Ming took his eyes away from this new news and looked at Song Pu's last words. Machine Clan. Chapter 228 The Plans of Government Forces and New Rebels. After the news that all his teammates died reached Chen Ming immediately switched his perspective to the fleet that he once controlled and that Cheng Xinghe brought back to his headquarters. At the moment he switched over, a mechanical fleet led by the mechanical mothership was wreaking havoc in the rebel headquarters galaxy. And the mothership aimed a giant cannon, with a tip shaped like a centipede full of tentacles, at the colony of the rebel headquarters. On this twisted giant cannon, which was completely out of tune with the regular machinery of the machine tribe, the psychic energy fluctuations were almost so thick that they became substantial. No one can stop this main weapon from firing. The next moment, the terrifying spiritual pulse, which was countless times stronger than the spiritual pulse emitted by Chen Ming's mad word spiritual stone, swept across the entire planet. All living creatures on the planet, up to the birds in the sky, down to the fish in the ocean. They range from giant beasts unique to this planet to microorganisms invisible to the naked eye. Any creature, any living thing, will collapse in consciousness under this terrifying spiritual impact and fall into madness. The order of human society ceases to exist. It can even be said that the order of the entire planet and the ecology of the entire planet were completely wiped out under the attack of this giant cannon. No one was spared. Chen Ming did not pay much attention to the collapse of the planet after all the creatures on the planet went crazy. This scene had a severe impact on him even in the simulation. He had seen crazy animals affected by psychic pulses. But those are just animals. No matter how crazy they are, at least they are not too much for Chen Ming's perception. People, completely different. Those who fall into madness will also produce that special substance in their brains, which will cause the body to decay quickly after death. It was very difficult for him to accept that the entire city and the entire planet had become a rotten world. This is probably the real consequence that the mechanical race can cause in reality. Chen Ming closed his eyes hard. And after opening them, he completely suppressed the images he just saw deep in his heart. Then he looked at the contents recorded in the rebel spacecraft that had not yet been destroyed. There should be more detailed information in these older records. No need to be earlier. Just about 3 minutes ago, Zhang Xinghe was preparing to take the fleet to track the new rebel fleet based on the information Song Pu had collected in the past 2 days. However, just as he was preparing to leave the port with his fleet, the fleet of the machine tribe jumped directly and appeared near the headquarters. There was no time to react. Not even time to call Chen Ming. The mothership had accurately locked the location of the rebel headquarters. Song Pu only had time to send out the last words on the terminal. And the mothership had instantly destroyed the colony on the planet, killing Song Pu, Hong Guanghong, and Dong Miao who were at home. If the invasion of the Afterglow was just to beat the autumn wind, then the invasion of the mechanical tribe was directly aimed at genocide. Without making any sense, Zhang Xinghe was stunned at that time, and his first thought was to retreat to preserve his strength. But the new rebel fleet he wanted to track also jumped here with the mechanical tribe, appeared in front of Zhang Xinghe's fleet, and launched an attack. Even though the new rebels did not have that capital ship in their fleet, they did hold off Zhang Xinghe for a while. These 10 seconds of being blocked are the difference between life and death. The machine tribe had already noticed Zhang Xinghe's side and destroyed Zhang Xinghe and the government fleet in an instant. That's what just happened. And in the short 2 or 3 minutes that Chen Ming was looking at the record, a few spaceships took the risk and entered hyperspace directly inside the galaxy through the hyperspace jump engine designed by Chen Ming installed on the spacecraft. After avoiding the involvement of the gravity well, they successfully jumped and retreated. Most of the remaining rebel fleets had been completely wiped out. Even the mothership of the mechanical race completely destroyed the remaining 3 planets with colonies in the galaxy using its main weapons. After completing this task, the mechanical tribe gathered again and formed an array suitable for jump. They will soon jump to the next galaxy. If the mechanical race can appear in this ghost position, the next galaxy to jump to can only be a galaxy controlled by the rebels. At this moment, Chen Ming finally understood that this was what his sudden headache 2 days ago meant. The sudden appearance of the fleet was just a bait for the new rebels, used to attract Zhang Xinghe to take the fleet back, so that the machine tribe could be wiped out in one fell swoop. Chen Ming looked at the information he had obtained personally, and his expression gradually changed. Zhang Xinghe keenly noticed Chen Ming's changes and said, "It seems that you have some bad news over there." In this situation, Chen Ming had no need to hide anything. "Well, except for me. All my teammates are dead." When Zhang Xinghe heard the news, he was in a daze for a while and asked, "What's going on?" At this point in time, there is only one force that can directly attack our headquarters and quickly destroy us. Zhang Xinghe quickly thought of the answer. Machine Clan? Yes. A mothership appeared directly at our headquarters. Zhang Xinghe had a look of surprise on his face. She put down the terminal, stretched out a bit, and kept playing the game in the same position. Her body was already a little stiff and she said, "It looks like it's about to end. Whether we win or draw depends on whether my teammates have the means to deal with the mechanical race. The fact that you kidnapped me seems to have no meaning. Instead, it allowed them to find a more suitable method." Chen Ming did not agree with Zhang Xinghe's statement and said, "The situation is always changing. Who can guarantee that you would not have thought of using this method if you were not captured by me? It's a shame that this is a simulation." Zhang Xinghe said without any intention of excusing his teammates. "Yes. Otherwise, they would be charged with crimes against humanity even if they say nothing. It's time to end. I didn't expect that I actually won the game. It's a bit boring. It's like watching you play a game for a month. I didn't even have a chance to play." Chen Ming suddenly looked at Zhang Xinghe strangely and said, "You? A military academy student? A quasi-graduate? Someone who has already been on the battlefield and will go on the battlefield in the future. Do you still have time to play games? Why is this your focus? Just out of curiosity. Can you tell me? I'm sorry you still have the time to ask this at this time." Zhang Xinghe shook his head, but still answered Chen Ming's question seriously. "As long as it's not a time of war. Isn't it normal to take a break and play games?" Chen Ming nodded and said, "I still have a question. If a teammate dies, will they quit directly? Or can they continue to observe the perspectives of other living people? In the back, if your teammate dies, you can still see the perspective of the living teammate. But you can only see the perspective of the teammate, not the one on the opposite side." Zhang Xinghe pushed the wheelchair behind Chen Ming, patted Chen Ming on the back and said, Okay. It's time to end. Hold on. Chen Ming waved to Cheng Xinghai not to interfere with him. I'm thinking now. How did they do this? And what did we ignore that led to this situation? Why didn't the mechanical tribe outside come here in the first place? Why are you here again now? What's the difference? Why didn't they suspect the machine tribe in the first place? Cheng Xinghai tilted his head and looked at the ceiling with his head half raised. Looking like he had nothing to say, he reached out and took out the terminal that he had just stuffed into his pocket and opened the game interface. She was kidnapped by Chen Ming as soon as she came up, and the terminal was confiscated. She couldn't see anything, and of course she didn't know the plan discussed by her teammates. However, Chen Ming didn't count on her, and still sat on the chair with his head lowered in thought. Chen Ming couldn't think of the answers to the first 3 questions at the first time, but he knew the last question. The reason why they did not suspect that the mechanical tribe might attack the other side was because the mechanical tribe did not dare to take the initiative to invade the Empire's territory. Then why don't the machine tribe dare to take the initiative to invade the Empire? Chen Ming already had the answer in his mind. That battleship. Cheng Xinghai heard Chen Ming talking to himself, looked up from the game on the terminal and said, What battleship? Chen Ming glanced at her and said, The battleship in the giant shipyard. The reason why the mechanical race does not invade the Empire is because of the deterrence of the capital ships and the support of the nearby star field. If they want to invade, they will definitely use the same battleship to invade. So as long as our battleship can hold back their battleship, they will be killed on the spot when the battleship from the nearby star field comes to support. After thinking about this, Chen Ming finally figured out why the missing battleship was here 2 days ago and completely disappeared. If this capital ship is damaged within the Empire, it may even explode on the spot. It is absolutely impossible for the machine tribe to do this. And at the same time, it is impossible to bet on whether this is a conspiracy of the Empire. So it is impossible to invade directly. But if this capital ship explodes in front of the mechanical clan, and the mechanical clan also learns from the wreckage of the capital ship that a rebellion is currently taking place in this star field, it's clear what will happen. The government forces took advantage of the capital ship and took the initiative to send it to the territory of the mechanical tribe. Break the original deterrent situation. Let the machine race find an opportunity to invade. Kill people with a borrowed knife. And get rid of the rebels. As long as the rebels lose their minds, the new rebels can temporarily unite with the remnants of the government army, ostensibly because of the invasion of the machine tribe, and give priority to dealing with foreign enemies. That's a pretty perfect excuse. By uniting together, the new rebels and the old government can create a new government. Then the reorganized new government will ask for help from the outside world. The next door star field and the Gallows star field belong to the same war zone, and they will help. As for the old rebels who are already dead, they are dead. No one will speak for the dead. As long as the new government does not oppress civilians like the old government, those people who have received the favor of the old rebels will gradually forget about the old rebels. In this way, future problems have basically been solved. The new rebels can rely on their resources and the legacy of the old rebels after their death to trade space for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Once the mechanical clan is cleared, all that's left is just a matter of logistics. And no one is alive in the galaxies destroyed by the mechanical race. The stability is too stable. Cheng Xinghai probably understood what her teammates had done while listening to Chen Ming's story. At the same time, she also understood that in this situation, the next most important thing for his teammates to do was to deal with the stability of the colony. After all, these sectors have been tormented successively by government forces, rebels, new rebels, and mechanical tribes. It is still difficult to achieve stability, and she immediately thought of a way to deal with stability. If it were me, I would just take the opportunity to insert my own fleet into the back of the machinery clan when the reinforcements from other star fields on the front line merge with the machinery clan to sweep them away, galaxies, and rob them of everything. It's best for the mechanical race to defend back. As long as the machine tribe returns to defense, our support will arrive, and the machine tribe will have no chance of a second invasion. We can rely on our own logistics and the resources of colonies and systems that were destroyed in the war to rebuild the remaining colonies that still exist. The machine race kills people very efficiently and has no impact on the original planet except for the ecology. Materials can be transferred almost completely, which is very beneficial to post-war reconstruction. Cheng Xinghai continued to talk about another possibility. If the machine clan does not return to defense, then simply use the fleet to plunder the machine clan's resources. When reinforcements from other star regions kill the Machine Clan, we can use the plundered resources to stabilize the local people. The Machine Clan's territory is still relatively wealthy. That's how my teammates come back. The only question is whether they can keep up with their development speed and whether they can temporarily block the Machine Clan until additional personnel arrive. This is probably the place that tests the fundamentals the most. Zheng Xinghai recalled the two people in charge of logistics among her teammates that she called, and it seemed a bit impossible. However, what Chen Ning said was somewhat beyond her expectations. The new rebels are developing very fast. According to previous estimates, their current military strength can slightly block the mechanical tribe if they are prepared. In addition, we are used as backers, and the task of the government forces becomes even easier. Although Zheng Xinghai felt a little strange, he didn't say anything. Maybe her teammates suddenly performed exceptionally well because she was caught at the beginning. Zheng Xinghai looked at Chen Ming and asked, "Then it seems useless if you know this." "Right. Do you still have any means to make a comeback?" Chen Ming turned his chair and leaned against the workbench. He also looked at Zheng Xinghai and said, "The rebels have only destroyed their headquarters, but they have not been completely wiped out. The game is not over yet." He reached out and clicked a few times on the workbench behind him to display a three-dimensional projection of an object on the workbench. But the projection was blocked by himself. Zheng Xinghai couldn't see clearly the specific appearance of the projected object, so he subconsciously tilted his head. There were both doubts and the idea of going around Chen Ming to see what Chen Ming was projecting. Chen Ming stepped aside a little so that she could see clearly. When Zheng Xinghai saw the three-dimensional imaging, his eyes widened slightly, and he seemed to think of some possibility and said to her, "More than half a month ago, when I just arrived in Songpu, I went to several local restaurants. Lab, you were right next to me. I didn't let you know what kind of laboratory it was. When you asked me, I didn't tell you what the one thing I had handed over to people in the laboratory was. That's an alpha core." Chapter 229 Comprehensive Crushing. Zheng Xinghai looked at the three-dimensional projection of the alpha-level core and quickly thought about Chen Ming's intentions in his mind. Before she could think of it, Chen Ming had already said, "The time in the simulation was 5 years ago in real time. I was still in cryosleep on the mining space station at this time. No one in the simulation knew of my existence, and the effects of my psychic powers are not exposed too much. At least not too much at your current level." Seeing that Chen Ming looked like he was going to explain himself, Zheng Xinghai stopped thinking about what Chen Ming wanted to do and instead said, "I feel like you are discriminating against me." "That's not true. I'm just telling the truth. That's discriminating against all of us. Don't talk nonsense." Chen Ming's spiritual power has an excellent effect on Yue. Being able to control Yue is of great significance to the war between humans and Yue. Many people know clearly, but what the specific meaning is, how to control the afterglow, and the effect of the afterglow on indirectly spreading Chen Ming's spiritual energy are not known to everyone. The boss still protects his information very well. If someone in the military knew about it, it would be normal. After all, Bai Quan had already analyzed his psychic abilities to a great extent. It is normal for people in the government to know this. After all, although the army and the government are not from the same pants, they both exist under the same empire. The only other person who might know the specific effects of his psychic powers is Zhu Jing. You never know where Zhu Jing will come from, and you don't know if there will be people in the government or the military who are qualified to have access to this information. They will believe Zhu Jing and pass the information on. However, Zhu Jing is still a big cult that has never been eradicated within the empire. And now Chen Ming is surrounded by several military school students, and they are definitely not capable of obtaining this information. So Chen Ming simply explained it and said, "When my spiritual energy affects the afterglow, it can use the afterglow to spread again. Just over 20 days ago, an alpha core sneaked into the afterglow star territory without any precautions. Although we can't actually get through it, like the machine race, they can get through it." Chen Ming's words had already made Zheng Xinghai imagine what would happen next. And when Chen Ming took her on a shuttle boat to space and left the atmosphere, a picture that shocked Zheng Xinghai appeared in front of her, even though she was mentally prepared. Countless afterglow battleships are constantly making jumps to this galaxy, and to the planet where Chen Ming is now. After the jump, the illusory jump trajectory seemed to come from hundreds or thousands of light years away, almost forming a special star ring on the outside of the planet, with a unique beauty that belongs to the technological era. These afterglow spacecraft are docked in the orbit of the planet and are undergoing self-maintenance. Presumably, he will obey Chen Ming's orders soon and become the sharp blade in his hand to attack the new rebels. looking at the radiation-class battleship in the Afterglow fleet in orbit around the planet. Zhang Xinghai pursed her lips, suddenly feeling as if everything she and her teammates had done in the past half-month was meaningless. While she was certainly struggling, her teammates were so desperately looking for a comeback that they took advantage of it. In the end, it was easily resolved, leaving only the despair of being unable to fight. This picture is a bit heart-wrenching. I know your psychic powers can control Afterglow, but so much. You have basically never left my sight a few times since the first day. It is impossible to have the time to control it. In other words, these are all. Chen Ming affirmed. Yes, it was all done by the alpha-level Afterglow core that I controlled. Actually, I didn't want to use this at the beginning. As you can see, it would be meaningless if I really took it out. But since you have attracted the mechanical race outside the venue, I actually don't mind using this method of mine. Zhang Xinghai didn't speak. He stared at the growing Yue fleet outside for a long time, then turned to Chen Ming next to him and said, If I want to defeat you in the simulation, I must either have the ability to defeat Yue, or I can't defeat you. Just stay away from Afterglow, or kill him before the Afterglow you control develops. Unfortunately, you failed to achieve any of the simulations this time. Zhang Xinghai nodded slightly, although she did have some regrets. It was okay. After all, this was just a simulation. And at this time, she suddenly thought of the situation in reality. And that was the more important thing. But just as she was about to ask Chen Ming already guessed what she was going to ask and said in advance. You don't have to think about it in reality. Before I had the ability to do this, I had to take the initiative to ask Sunset for help because of the pursuit of the army in the Gallo 2 sector and expose my psychic powers to them. So Yue already knows about my existence and won't give it a chance like Yue did 5 years ago in the simulation. When Zhang Xinghai heard this, the expression on his face suddenly turned a little cold. He didn't know whether he said it to Yue or to the original Star District military of Gallo 2. Damn it! Chen Ming didn't reply. The top commander of the Gallo 2 original star region had already been killed by Yue. But if there is no such person, and if he is given another period of development time, it is indeed possible for him to win the entire Yue without a single blow. But it is a pity that there is no such thing. Some time after Chen Ming's shuttle boat arrived in space, Chen Ming suddenly saw that the space station in orbit had entered full combat readiness and had activated its shield. Weapon activated. Moreover, the patrol team had already left the local space station, as if they had made up their minds to fight to the death. They opened their shields and rushed towards the Afterglow fleet. Chen Ming almost forgot about this, and immediately used the Supreme Command authority that Song Pu had given to several people in the team to issue orders to the space station and stop them. Song Pu's original intention was to prevent the rebels from falling into chaos after he was assassinated, so his teammates were arranged in advance as his successor. Now that Song Pu and others are dead, Chen Ming can just use this authority. Afterwards, Chen Ming also directly used the authority left by Song Pu to connect to the entire rebel communication network and forcibly occupied all communication systems. I am Chen Ming, the current Supreme Commander of the Resistance Army, who succeeded the former Supreme Commander Song Pu. The Resistance Army headquarters was attacked and destroyed by the Machine Tribe's main-class mothership 4 minutes ago. The former Supreme Commander Song Pu was confirmed dead. Chen Ming introduced himself and began to explain the situation of psychic energy and Afterglow to the rebels in the simulation. After all, not only this galaxy, but also all the galaxies actually controlled by the rebels have Afterglow fleets. It is just a question of how many there are arranged by Chen Ming. He needed to give the rebels a rough explanation, at least to let the rebels know that Yue would not attack his own people. In this way, Chen Ming can let go of his hands and let Yue start doing what they should do. For example, deal with the mechanical races that have begun to spread to nearby galaxies. Another example is to deal with the mechanical race fleet that raided the rebel headquarters galaxy and contained the mechanical race mothership. The Yue fleet that jumped to the rebel headquarters can be said to be the largest of the Yue fleets that Chen Ming came to this time, led by 3 Afterglow radiation-class unmanned battleships. They jumped directly from 3 directions to the face of the mechanical race mothership attacking the headquarters, even though the mechanical race's mothership scanned the obvious transition fluctuations in advance, opened the shield in advance, and even warmed up the mothership's special twisted-shaped main weapon in advance. But when the 3 capital ships surrounded the mechanical race mothership, the mothership immediately gave up any resistance and started the jump engine, because only for 5 seconds after it started the engine, the 6 deep purple, or even almost purple-black slender beams from the 6 microsiever class optical radiation cannons of the 3 radiation-class battleships have swept across the entire galaxy. All the spacecraft of the mechanical race except the mothership were melted into a pool of metallic liquid suspended in the space by the purple-black beam surrounded by terrifying intensity of light radiation. It's not that the main-level continuous shield of the mechanical race mothership doesn't take effect. It's that the mothership simply doesn't dare to let the continuous shield take effect on other spacecraft following it. Otherwise, it would inevitably be melted along with the spacecraft of the mechanical race, including itself. Any spacecraft below the cruise level that is not protected by a capital ship has no chance of surviving in front of a capital ship. Chen Ning had already realized this deeply when a cruiser was blown up by an offensive-class thermal pulse laser. Now in the simulation, the impression of this memory has been deepened again. Contrary to the astonishing power of Yu Hui's battleship, it was the counterattack of the main weapon of the mechanical race's mothership. The psychic pulse that could destroy the entire planet had no effect at all on the radiation level shield, and it was easily blocked. Even though the individual of Afterglow will be severely affected by psychic fluctuations, as long as the psychic pulse does not break the shield, the effect is as if there is no effect. It seems that the machine tribe used this kind of psychic pulse weapon specifically to target human colonies, so the effect is not ideal when facing the Afterglow. But this is just Chen Ning's guess. Although Chen Ning knew about the Machinery Clan, he didn't know much about the Machinery Clan's mothership. But he felt that the situation should be close to 10, facing the power of an Afterglow star field. Some of the mechanical tribes who came over tentatively had no ability to resist at all. Even if the mechanical race mothership discovered that something was wrong, it was already too late to initiate an emergency jump, because Sunset's capital ship directly used one of the most effective means in the space age to restrain the jump engine. Ship collision. The jump engine will jump away together with spacecraft with the same engine resonance frequency, and will also take away all the loads of the spacecraft carried by the jump engine. An impact can disrupt the coordinate position of the spacecraft about to jump, and interfere with the use of delicate equipment such as the jump engine on the spacecraft. At the same time, it is equivalent to a huge load being mounted on the mothership of the mechanical race. The jump engine of the mechanical race mothership was directly overloaded. Jump failed. Although the success rate of this method is too low under normal circumstances, the possibility of realizing it is almost non-existent. The current combat style in space determines that the possibility of collision between large ships is too small. But this is indeed the most effective method. After the mothership's jump failed, the remaining single battleship was constantly besieged by the 6 main weapons of Yu Hui's 3 battleships, and tens of thousands of Yu Hui's other spaceships. Soon after, he followed in the footsteps of other mechanical spacecraft. At the same time, the viewing channel of this simulated battle has fallen into silence. But just a few minutes ago, when the government army succeeded in using the mechanical tribe to do something, the channel was filled with voices of appreciation. Even the mentors of several people on Chen Ning's side were not stingy with their praises, and did not criticize them for gaining an advantage or acting inhumanely when facing their students. Winning in simulated battles is obviously the most important thing. Chen Ning's opponent was able to use the capital ships on hand that had been destroyed by the enemy as resources to attract the mechanical race, and prepared follow-up countermeasures, and even completed the first step, showing a plan. Sufficient feasibility. Then this plan is successful. But when Chen Ning turned around and took out the more powerful Afterglow, there was no sound left in the viewing channel. As a referee, Bai Quan has the referee's perspective to observe the overall situation, and know the whole situation of the battle. Of course, he also knows about the alpha-level Afterglow core that Chen Ning has arranged on the first day. But Chen Ning never used it. Bai Quan could also see that Chen Ning's intention was that he didn't want to use it under normal circumstances, so he never mentioned it. But others are only watching the battle. They only have the permission to watch the battle, and can only observe from the side of the people participating in the simulation. So no one came to watch the game on the first day, and didn't notice Chen Ning's little moves on the first day. Even if I look at Chen Ning's perspective every day, I still can't tell what Chen Ning did with Yu Hui. Therefore, when the fleet of Afterglow appeared in the sky, everyone felt an indescribable surprise and shock. But this accident was reasonable. After all, Chen Ning did have such an ability in theory. But they had not seen it with their own eyes. Nor had they noticed that Chen Ning had made any moves towards Yu Hui. So they subconsciously ignored it. A little. Now seeing it in the simulation can be regarded as another disguised way of witnessing the intensity of Chen Ning's spiritual energy with one's own eyes. However, some people still have different opinions on this. For example, Ajia's mentor Lu Wei, who left before but suddenly came back. Have you developed to this point in less than a month? Bai Quan could naturally hear Lu Wei's yin and yang aura, and he explained to others. The situation and form are different. In reality, he was discovered by Yu Wei very early, and he only controlled a few gamma-level cores at the beginning. It is simply impossible. It's growing so fast. But in this simulation, Chen Ming obtained the alpha-level Afterglow core on the first day, and his existence was not exposed to Afterglow at all. The simulation equipment relied on these 2 points to calculate Chen Ming's control efficiency over Afterglow. The result is that fast. If you suspect him of cheating, then be suspicious. First doubt whether there is something wrong with the equipment, and then doubt me. Chen Ming is my friend, and I can guarantee for him that he will not cheat in this simulation. If you want to question him, then question me first. The smell of gunpowder between the two people was getting stronger and stronger. The others quickly smoothed things over and said, "We still believe in Lieutenant General Bai. Chen Ming is at the branch now, and has cooperated with Lieutenant General Bai to achieve some results. You definitely wouldn't cheat on such a small thing." Someone tried to persuade Bai Quan to start a fight, so he stopped tit-for-tat with Lu Wei. Lu Wei also wanted to speak, but was immediately stopped by others. And someone immediately brought up another topic in the viewing channel and asked, "Is Chen Ming determined to join?" Lieutenant General Bai said that everyone has arrived at the branch and helped complete the research on the core of Purgatory. What do you think? That Cheng Xing? Bai Quan coughed dryly and interrupted other people's discussion. Although he didn't say much, everyone understood what Bai Quan meant. Several people present who were close to Bai Quan secretly only envied Bai Quan in their hearts. With Chen Ming here, Bai Quan's position within the 14th Legion will definitely be stable in the future. It should be a certainty that he will replace Bai Chuan's old boss as a well-established talker in the 14th Legion. Song Pu's mentor Pang Dong said very cooperatively at this time. Then let's watch the simulation. But I feel that since Chen Ming has this strength now, the simulation is basically over. There is nothing good to see. This strength gap will be overcome. Just win. There is no need for subsequent encirclement and suppression. Let's not talk about who is suppressing whom in the encirclement and suppression. As long as Chen Ming talks about his abilities, and then officially joins the official empire in the simulation, all the rebellion of the rebels can be directly wiped out. There was a younger instructor who seemed to have never been exposed to simulated battles with this background story, and asked, "Can this also be counted? There is not only one way to pass the final encirclement and suppression. So why don't we call it a day and go to bed early?" At this time, Bai Quan's mentor did not agree with Pang Dong's statement. Wait a little longer. Now that it's over, some of Chen Ming's opponents may refuse to admit defeat. They won't know the pain unless they've been beaten. I think it's better to wait until the time is up and go through the necessary procedures to bring this battle to an end. As the referee, Bai Quan said this, and most of the other people naturally had no objections. After Chen Ming dealt with the mechanical tribe, the only thing left was the headquarters of the new rebel army. In the simulation, the mechanical invasion fleet was destroyed by the larger Afterglow fleet within a few minutes. And in such a short period of time, there was absolutely no time for the news to reach the new rebels. Therefore, Chen Ming directly used his mental power to repair the fleet's jump engine without much thought. And the target of the next jump has been decided, which is the headquarters of the new rebel army that has moved from Gallo 2 to the old government army headquarters of Gallo 1. In order to prevent further delays for the new rebels and cause extraneous problems. Although the probability of branching is low, if it can be solved directly without delay, then it is best to solve it directly. There are still Afterglow fleets arriving in the distant space. And at the same time, Afterglow fleets are constantly forming into fleets and disappearing into the galaxy. It won't take long for these fleets to cover the entire simulated battlefield and bring peace to the entire 4-star regions of the Gallo Star territory. At this time, Chen Ming suddenly said to Cheng Xinghai beside him, "Can you do me a favor?" Chen Ming took out Cheng Xinghai's special terminal and handed it to her. "Help me contact your teammates. I will open the communication permissions to them and let them enter my communication channel. I want to chat with them." "Okay." Cheng Xinghai took over the terminal and operated on it. Soon Chen Ming saw two people joining in the communication channel he set up. Chen Ming took the initiative to greet them. "Hello. I am Chen Ming." One person said nothing, while the other person said in a very angry tone, "What? What do you want to say?" After all, this was a message sent by Cheng Xinghai personally on behalf of Chen Ming. And there must be many men of the same age who have thoughts about Cheng Xinghai. So Chen Ming didn't pay attention to his tone, and just asked like he usually asked people if they had eaten. "Are you on the spaceship or in the colony now?" The person on the other side obviously didn't want to have a good communication with Chen Ming. So he said, "What does it have to do with you?" At this time, Chung Xinghai suddenly reminded in a low voice from the side. "Ajija, the only one in our team who wanted to run outside, is dead. The remaining few people should be in the colony." Chen Ming nodded to Chung Xinghai, and then said on the communication channel, "It's nothing. I just want you to look at the sky. Heaven? What are you talking about?" The voice of the one with the offensive tone ended here, because news of the death of another teammate working on the space station today appeared on his terminal screen. His eyes widened subconsciously, and he immediately rushed out of the office and opened the window outside the corridor. The next moment, the sound of the opposite terminal falling to the ground came from the communication channel. Chen Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly and hung up the communication with the rude person opposite. At this time, in the former government army headquarters, a new rebel headquarters colony is now located. Chen Ming once personally visited the capital planet of the Gallo Star territory. Several Afterglow capital ships and countless Afterglow cruisers following follower capital ships have swept the system with new rebel patrols. After the new rebels completely lost their resistance, the Microsiever-class optical radiation cannon of a radiation-class unmanned battleship is pointed directly at the headquarters of the new rebels on the ground. "It's over." As Chen Ming finished speaking, a slender purple-black light penetrated the government army headquarters. A straight lava pit tens of kilometers deep was left on the ground. Chapter 230 Interruption. Watching the news on the special terminal that teammates were dying one after another, Chung Xinghai said, as if the person who died was not his teammate, "It's really over now. It should be me next. Right. Kill me, and you will win completely. With these afterglows, you can even encircle and suppress those who want to encircle and suppress you." However, Chen Ming had no such idea, and even asked Chung Xinghai, "Why should I do this? Huh? Don't you want to win?" Chen Ming said completely indifferently, "Winning or losing doesn't matter. I didn't come to participate in the simulated battle just to win in the first place. It's just that you came to invite me. And I want to see what the effect of deep consciousness dive is. In addition, the several simulations I participated in before can tell that the simulation itself is very realistic. And it can also reflect my experience to a certain extent. The strength of psychic energy. That's why I came here. Winning is already a sure thing. It's a bit boring. I might as well do other interesting things." "What's interesting?" Chen Ming said nothing and drove the shuttle back to the research institute on the ground. Under the fearful eyes of others, he returned to the place where he had been working these past few days. Turned on the computer he had turned off when he went to space. Chung Xinghai didn't understand what Chen Ming was doing and asked, "What are you doing? Can't you see?" Chen Ming said as he pulled up a document on the computer. Logically speaking, Chen Ming did not have access to a document related to the machine race's mothership. This was a special situation that Chen Ming discovered while doing research in the Research Institute after finishing his early colonial work. That is, he could use the highest command authority given to the rebels by Song Pu to find some information in the archives of the rebels that had been transformed from the original sector army, which he had no way of accessing originally. This also includes information on the mechanical race's mothership. But it doesn't stop there. The highest command authority for both rebel and government forces is Major General. Chen Ming can obtain information at the level of Major General that was originally blocked by the military through this simulation. In a large-scale battlefield simulation that requires deep consciousness infiltration, it is impossible for the 14th Legion not to know that such Major General level authority can directly obtain information in the simulation. But since there is no lock, the feeling given to Chen Ming is most likely an extra reward for those who are qualified to use deep consciousness to infiltrate and have the potential to achieve this. Chen Ming didn't know if Song Pu had done anything with this temporary Major General level authority, but he definitely wants to do something with this authority. So Chen Ming used this authority to get a lot of valuable goodies during his spare time at work. It even includes a design blueprint for a giant shipyard that is probably more than 30 years old. Although the things are a bit old, and the current giant shipyard must have been iterated and updated many times, Chen Ming doesn't mind. He could still see the huge difference between having it and not having it. It's just that there is too much valuable information, including this blueprint of the giant shipyard. Even if the simulation device can theoretically save the data in the simulation, Chen Ming is not very good at taking out such things that should be closed in name. He had to take the time to memorize the information himself. That's why he wouldn't want to end this simulation so early. This is a simulated battle after all, and there are two parties involved in the battle. Even if the government forces and the new rebels could not make trouble. He had casually carried out the final encirclement and suppression campaign. But as long as Chen Ming is not dead, Cheng Xinghai is not dead, and someone on both sides is not dead, and the 30-day date has not come yet, then the simulation will certainly not end. However, Cheng Xinghai still didn't understand what Chen Ming meant, or simply roll the wheelchair to Chen Ming's side, look at the content on the computer and ask, "Mechanical race mothership?" "Yes, I'm looking at the main weapon it uses. The Mechanical Clan's mothership seems to use a special main-level weapon. The spine cannon." Chen Ming reached out and pressed on the screen, with a trace of longing in his eyes, half talking to himself and half explaining. This modular main weapon is divided into a spine base, a spine amplifier, and a spine. There are 3 modules at the head of the gun. The key to the Ridge gun is the gun head. The Ridge gun can replace different gun heads according to the type of mission performed each time. There are 5 types of cannon heads that have been discovered so far. The spine cannon that just killed our headquarters used this one. Spine cannon head, Soul Slayer. This should be considered a type of psychic weapon. Right? It just cleaned the entire planet. Although Cheng Xinghai has participated in battles related to the Mechanical Clan, he has a certain understanding of the Mechanical Clan. But Chen Ming had indeed never come across the in-depth analysis of the main weapons of the Mechanical Race mothership that Chen Ming had obtained. So now she was curiously sitting next to Chen Ming and looking at the contents on the computer. "Is this the interesting thing you said? It's not just this. There's a lot more to it." Chen Ming randomly opened several files on his computer that he had written comments or added new content to, and said, "The simulation is close to reality, and there are many interesting records and research results here. I don't know how analog equipment does it, but that doesn't stop me from learning these things. Deep simulation accelerates thinking very exaggeratedly. This dozens-fold increase in thinking speed allows me to do more things in a limited time. You can hardly imagine how much I have gained in these more than half a month." Even the most advanced technology at the point in time in the simulation was only the technology from 5 years ago. According to Bai Quan, it was the technology of the previous generation, or even the previous 2 generations. But it was enough for Chen Ming now. "In addition, you have also seen what I have been doing these days, and you can do some research in the simulation." As soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, Cheng Xinghai asked a question that she had been thinking about. "But I remember you said that your psychic power cannot affect the microscopic world. Right? Can you still study new things this way? The simulation is very special. Although the micro level is limited, the simulation at the psychic level is not yet in place. But as long as it's not microscopic or psychically related, everything can be said to be perfectly consistent with reality. And you have to know one thing. Many technological experiments in almost all industries and types are first conducted through computer simulation experiments, and then finally moved to reality. The simulation equipment just puts the simulation process from the computer here, turning a bunch of data inside the computer that needs to be analyzed by professionals into a scene visible to the naked eye, and a bunch of data that needs to be analyzed." Chen Ming suddenly felt that he was telling a cold joke and quickly skipped this sentence and said, "In short, no matter what kind of research it is, the process is similar between conducting it in simulation and in reality. They are both simulation experiments, so there is no problem. Anyway, in reality, we still have to continue a serious experiment. 1 minute that has passed in reality is equivalent to 60 seconds that have passed. 2 days that have passed in the simulation is equivalent to 1 hour in reality. If I don't take advantage of the simulation to do more experiments, it will not be a waste. No wonder you spend all day in the research institute without moving." Cheng Xinghai muttered something in a low voice, and then asked Chen Ming, "Then what are you studying recently?" "Things from the mechanical tribe." "What?" "Something useful." Cheng Xinghai clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, "But I think you seem to go to the biological institute next door from time to time. That's something else. Tell me about it." Chen Ming refused. "You don't understand. But I can understand biological things." Cheng Xinghai suddenly thought of something and said, "Last time when Uncle Bai was promoted to Lieutenant General, Uncle Wu had helped you give Uncle Bai a gift. That one is called Crystal Crab." "Right. I wanted to go to Uncle Bai later to ask for one as a pet. But it was a pity that Uncle Bai wouldn't give it to me and told me a lot of things that gave me a headache. This should be what you're studying." "Right." Forehead. Chen Ming hesitated for a moment. His current research on biotechnology is still at a relatively entry level, and he is really in depth with a few Zerg-related technologies. So he went to the Institute of Biology mainly to fill the gaps in other technologies. In reality, some technologies are not so easy to obtain. Although Chung Xinghai noticed his behavior, his thoughts were obviously in other directions. Although Chen Ming really wanted to get off the donkey, lying to others seemed to be of no benefit to him. Maybe someone would watch the video later and analyze what he was studying. So there would be no need to lie at this time. Of course, he couldn't honestly tell the truth. So Chen Ming thought about it and said, "No, it's just that I wanted to learn these things. So I went next door. Although Yu Wei in my hand has the ability to study organisms and cultivate energy crystal crabs, cultivation alone is not enough. How to increase the production of energy crystals requires mastering other technologies. I have to get this technology. And I'm quite interested in these things myself. Plus, just studying the mechanical race is very tiring. So I just looked for opportunities to study other things to change my mood. That's pretty much it," Chung Xinghai said, as if he had completely understood it. "I also understand what you want to do." Chen Ming turned away from the computer screen and asked Chung Xinghai, "Can you help me?" After nearly a month of contact, Chung Xinghai and Chen Ming could be considered acquaintances, so she had no intention of rejecting them. Yes, but you don't care about the things outside you?" Chen Ming knew that what Chung Xinghai was referring to was that the rebels still needed someone to lead them. And there were also chores, like the new rebels, and the remnants of the government army that he needed to deal with. If Chen Ming spent the rest of his time in the research institute, no one would do these things. But for Chen Ming, since the afterglow has come, and even the alpha level afterglow has come, there is no need for him to do the work himself. "I just need to give the order, and the rest of the afterglow will help me do it." Chen Ming even felt that even if he didn't care about it at all, there was a high probability that nothing big would happen if he just let these 4-star areas roam for a week. Chung Xinghai didn't react at first, since Chen Ming already had an idea. He naturally had nothing to say. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed like nothing happened. So she simply picked up the terminal again and opened the game. Chen Ming looked at Chung Xinghai, who looked bored, thought about it and said, "Do you need me to let you go? There should be many places where you can go in the simulation." However, Chung Xinghai no longer had similar thoughts at this time and refused. "Forget it. It's already like this. I can't do anything. So I might as well play games. There are not many opportunities to dive into deep consciousness. I can't waste the opportunity to play games for 2 days and 1 hour." At this time, Chung Xinghai suddenly advanced the situation of deep consciousness infiltration. And Chen Ming took advantage of the situation and asked, "Are there any restrictions on this deep consciousness infiltration?" Chung Xinghai said without raising his head, "You can go out and ask Uncle Bai. I'm not sure, but generally speaking it seems to be once a month at most." "Okay, thanks." Chen Ming thanked him and completely focused on his work. Although the institute looked peaceful. At this time in the 4 sectors of Gallo 1234, Yu Hui's fleet was enforcing martial law control over all areas in accordance with Chen Ming's orders. The remnants of the government forces and some of the new rebels are still being wiped out. It won't be long before the galaxy will be completely at peace. At the same time, the smell of gunpowder in the viewing channel became stronger again. After Chen Ming ended the lives of several people across from him, Lu Wei took the initiative to stir up the topic with Bai Quan and said, "Lieutenant General Bai, can the simulation be over?" Bai Quan obviously couldn't waste the opportunity left for Chen Ming to learn some unique techniques and be alone with Chung Xinghai for no reason. He said, "Chen Ming and Chung Xinghai are not dead yet, and the simulation can continue. If Chung Xinghai finds an opportunity now to kill Chen if we kill him Ming, we might be able to come back with a draw in the end. Look what he's doing." Bai Quan responded expressionlessly again. "Of course I can see it. But there are never rules that prohibit doing this kind of thing. If you insist on speaking out about this matter, no one will have this opportunity in the future." Lu Wei's words were directly blocked by Bai Quan. He couldn't risk the possibility of causing public outrage by continuing to hold on to this point. He was a little embarrassed for a while. "As a referee, I don't mind waiting. If you are in an emergency, you can leave now. I will still make a judgment based on everyone's performance as I said before," Bai Quan said, and pulled out the students who had withdrawn from the simulation, so that they would not continue to watch from behind while the only 2 people still present were playing games and doing research. Bai Quan also changed the simulation settings and replaced the dark space where all the spectators were in with a conference room-like place. Everyone on the channel is present in this conference room. Naturally, other students were also included. Bai Quan arranged seats for everyone in advance and arranged the students with their respective instructors. So much so that Song Pu and the others were a little stiff when they sat next to their mentor, and none of them dared to say a word. After all, if Chen Ming was not counted, they had actually lost. And even though they had a huge advantage, they were overturned by a wave of robbers. It would be strange not to be scolded when they returned. Fortunately for Han Guangheng and Dong Yao, they completed their tasks fairly well and made no mistakes overall. But they were overturned in the end. But Song Pu is the commander-in-chief, and the biggest problem in their overturn lies with him. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people present, Song Pu would most likely have been scolded based on the expression of Song Pu's mentor Pang Dong. As for Chung Xinghe, he was sitting next to Bai Quan, with his head lowered and his hands supporting his forehead, looking like he was thinking about life. Bai Quan considered the rights of several students to receive education. So after pulling everyone to the viewing channel, he said, "If you have something to do outside, you can exit first. It is almost dawn outside. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." Pang Dong was the first to stand up, pulling Song Pu and Bai Quan to nod before preparing to exit deep consciousness and dive in. "Wait a moment," Lu Wei suddenly said in the conference room angrily. "I still have something to say," he said, and slapped a document on the table in the conference room. This was a document he had just received from outside. Bai Quan frowned slightly, but still made several copies of this document and sent them to everyone. Before anyone could read the document, Lu Wei said impatiently, "Although the strength of a psyker's spiritual awakening nerves has no limit yet, there is a limit to the speed at which a psyker's spiritual awakening nerves can increase. I have an acquaintance at the Psychic Research Institute. Just now, he helped me check the average and extreme data of the Empire's current psionic power. We have calculated the ultimate psychic intensity and total mental power of a psyker who has been awakened for less than a year. All are calculated based on the highest talent currently recorded in the Empire. Also, taking into account the fact that Chen Ming has absorbed the spiritual nerve that can cause mental instability. But even so, it is impossible for him to do what he did in the simulation. The amount of mental power he has now cannot possibly affect the entire colony. I now have substantial data as evidence of Chen Ming's cheating. Even if the president of the Psychic Association and Wu En come, they can't say no. How are you going to explain this?" Lu Wei said, and threw the document in his hand directly in front of Bai Quan. In simulation, Chen Mingkai had just sorted out the documents and was ready to continue his research. However, at this moment, his vision suddenly went dark. A line of prompt suddenly appeared in the field of vision. The simulation process has been forcibly terminated. Chen Ming hasn't had time to remember the information he collected these days. Nor has he had time to ask Bai Quan to help export the experimental records he conducted in the simulation. As a person who needs to use computers all year round, Chen Ming knows what will happen if the system suddenly shuts down abnormally. The results of his efforts for more than half a month disappeared, as the program was forcibly terminated. Damn it. Chen Ming gritted his teeth and spit out 3 words. Of course, this was not directed at Bai Quan, because he knew that it was definitely not Bai Quan's doing. As a referee, Bai Quan definitely knew what he was doing all the time. If Bai Quan didn't want him to get the information, he could have ended the simulation directly after he called Yu Hui over. Or even on the first day, he successfully controlled Yu Hui's core. At that time, Chen Ming wouldn't say anything even if he was stopped. But it's different now. He has spent a lot of energy and time on these things. Bai Quan can definitely see it. He should not, and could not terminate the simulation early at this time. Could it be that there was some external interference? Something wrong with the analog device? Just when Chen Ming was accumulating anger that had nowhere to vent, he suddenly returned to the dark space before the simulation started. And this dark space turned into a conference room in the blink of an eye. Many people are sitting here, including some soldiers with Major General and Colonel logos on their clothes, as well as his former teammates, and young people who were probably his opponents. It seems that this is a place to facilitate communication with each other to prevent too many people from interfering with each other in the communication channel. And at this time, Chen Ming saw Bai Quan banging the table against another person in the conference room and asked, "Lu Wei, why do you have the authority to stop the battle?" Not to be outdone, Lu Wei slapped the table and said, "I want to ask you why you cheat for personal gain." Chen Ming saw that the person who suddenly stopped the simulation just now was indeed not Bai Quan. And it was not an accident, but this person named Lu Wei. The anger accumulated in Chen Ming's heart suddenly found an outlet and began to rise slowly. If he just heard someone saying that he cheated, he actually didn't care and just smiled and let it go. Because his psychic abilities are really like cheating. He himself feels this way. And Chung Xinghai mentioned it several times during this period. But The anger that something went wrong on the computer without saving the work files is not easy to get rid of. The results of his research these days. He has obtained intelligence and various important blueprints these days. It disappeared with a snap. No matter who comes. Even if it is a lieutenant general or even a general. Chen Ming will scold him today. Chen Ming walked to the conference table, tapped the table a few times to attract the attention of everyone present, and then asked, "What's going on?" Bai Quan immediately turned back to Chen Ming and said, "Sorry, Chen Ming. Someone forcibly stopped the simulation. I'm handling it." Chen Ming knew it and asked, "Why?" "Because you cheated." "Where did I cheat? Where is your evidence?" Lu Wei threw the document next to him to Chen Ming and said, "If you read this document yourself, you won't have such mental strength." Chen Ming glanced briefly, put the document down and said, "Where is the person who got this document for you? I have already asked him to come over. He will be here soon. Then I will trouble you to talk to him in person." Lu Wei deliberately made his tone more troublesome. "I can talk to him. But since he hasn't come yet, let's talk about another thing first." Lu Wei sneered with some disdain. "I'd like to hear what else you have to say." Chen Ming also sneered and said, "I was conducting research on the core of the synchrotron during the simulation. You forced the end of this simulation, causing the simulation program to not be closed and saved normally, causing all my test data to be lost. How do you want to compensate?" Lu Wei was suddenly in a daze. Someone nearby also asked, "What is the synchrotron core?" Hong Guanghong's mentor immediately helped explain. "This is a relic obtained from the civilization of the mechanical tribe. We have never been able to figure out what the use of this thing is." Lu Wei's expression relaxed a little after hearing this. But Hong Guanghong's mentor hasn't finished speaking yet. But Chen Ming has previously developed the ability of the purgatory core to produce new effects. It is said that he has found several psychers whose level is close to Wu En's to test it. It is also a thing left by another civilization. And the synchrotron core should have similar effects. Everyone knows the effects of simulation equipment. Although the simulation of psychic energy is not perfect, there should be no problem if we simply conduct some preliminary research on this thing. As long as we repeat the controlled experiments in reality later, and see if the results are consistent. These data can basically be used in reality. I've tried to do some research here, and haven't had any problems at all. I just heard that Lieutenant General Bai seemed to have applied for a synchrotron core 2 days ago. And it has been approved. It will be sent to him soon. It should be for Chen Ming. Chen Ming is not only a psychic. He is also a researcher who can use psychic powers to conduct some research that is impossible to carry out with our current technological level. And when simulation equipment is used to simulate deep awareness on a large battlefield, it may not be able to save it in real time due to too much data. That is to say, Instructor Hong Guanghong didn't dare to say anything to death. A cold sweat suddenly flowed from the forehead of Lu Wei's body, lying in the simulation equipment cabin. Chapter 231 Missing Evidence. Although Chen Ming said he was studying the core of the synchrotron, in fact, he had only been exposed to it once. Because this thing, as a relic of another civilization, must be a device with psychic energy. And Chen Ming discovered that the synchrotron core seems to involve some microscopic things. Simulation equipment is not very good at psionic and microscopic simulation. So Chen Ming will not waste time on this thing. However, Chen Ming did get the synchrotron core, and conducted some simple experiments and recorded the data. Overall there is no problem. So Chen Ming continued to question Lu Wei when he had no idea how to handle this matter. "Let me ask you, how to solve this matter?" Lu Wei really didn't expect that Chen Ming would spend time in the simulation studying these things that he had basically never heard of. As Ajika's mentor and a fleet commander, he knows more about simulations in terms of combat. He was not a professional researcher and could not understand Chen Ming's research reports at all. He could only see Chen Ming staying with Chang Xinghai at the Research Institute tomorrow. In addition, this was just a simulation, and he thought that even if Chen Ming was really doing some research, he would definitely not be researching anything important. God knows that Chen Ming actually had the time to do such a formal thing in the simulation. So much so that he now had no idea what to do when faced with Chen Ming's questioning. When Chen Ming saw this, he understood that Lu Wei had almost no understanding of research. Immediately, he leaned directly on the conference table, leaned forward in the direction of Lu Wei, and said as if he wanted to eat someone, "I am not just studying the synchrotron core in the simulation. I also have other research to do. How do you plan to compensate for the other ones? Let me put it this way. I now have a research institute. I was responsible for everything in the previous research institute. I was the one who promoted all the research tasks. What I studied was what I studied. What you are doing now is equivalent to directly unplugging the power supply of my research institute, and even unplugging the backup power supply, causing the data loss of the entire research institute. How can you compensate me? A senior colonel sitting next to Hong Guangheng's mentor at the conference table leaned slightly closer to the position of Hong Guangheng's mentor and whispered, Chen Ming has a research institute here now? Sure enough. Lieutenant General Bai is reluctant to bear the child. No, Wolf. But how can we calculate the seriousness of this matter that undermines the institute's research? Instructor Hong Guangheng also said in a low voice. Chen Ming also said just now that his research institute is a small-scale research institute. It mainly depends on the importance of the ongoing tasks. Originally, the actual judgment cannot be determined by his words. But Lu Wei directly unplugged the power, resulting in the loss of all data. And Chen Ming has sufficient reasons to conduct these studies in the simulation. Then it is difficult to say. I understand. It looks like Lu Wei is going to suffer. While everyone in the conference room was talking privately, Lu Wei still couldn't speak for a long time. Chen Ming simply showed some impatience, knocked on the table hard and said to Lu Wei, Speak. Hurry up. Lu Wei's face turned a little red. The high simulation accuracy of the simulation equipment for the human body allowed the changes in his body to be clearly reflected in the simulation. Let everyone see his embarrassment. Chen Ming was about to continue to put more pressure on Lu Wei, but a reminder suddenly appeared in the corner of his field of vision. Cheng Xinghai sent him a request for a private chat. Chen Ming immediately agreed, and Cheng Xinghai's voice immediately appeared in his ears. Hey, can you hear me? Chen Ming said nothing, and turned his gaze from Lu Wei to the side of the conference room. Like him, Cheng Xinghai exited the conference room when the simulation was forcibly terminated, and she was now sitting on an empty chair by the wall of the conference room. Although Cheng Xinghai's mouth didn't move, the sound did reach his ears. Chen Ming understood the situation instantly and said silently in his heart, I can hear it. Okay. It's the first time I used this function, and I didn't say what I was thinking. After Cheng Xinghai finished speaking, he stared at Chen Ming for a short while, as if he was thinking about something. It wasn't until Chen Ming couldn't help but ask her why she was suddenly chatting privately that Cheng Xinghai finally said, I have something to tell you. What's up? When you were quarreling just now, I helped you ask an uncle of mine, a friend of Uncle Bai's, who works in the department responsible for the maintenance of analog equipment. He said that the simulation equipment will have record files that are regularly backed up during simulation. Although this kind of large-scale simulation that requires deep consciousness has only one backup file due to the large amount of data calculation, and because it is a forced stop rather than a normal shutdown, the data in the last few days of the simulation may be somewhat disordered. But Xiao it can barely be used. I see that you have been studying these things for a long time. It must be very difficult to lose them. This should be good news for you. Right. Chen Ming never expected that he would get an unexpected surprise from Cheng Xinghai. Although using data to repair data that is only available in simulations and obtains data in advance with higher permissions may not be possible, but at least a lot of his research data can be preserved. Thanks. Cheng Xinghai accepted Chen Ming's thanks, and then said, One more thing. This Lu Wei is not actually targeting you. He is targeting Uncle Bai. Lu Wei and Uncle Bai knew each other before, but the relationship between him and Uncle Bai was not good. He just seized this opportunity, so he wants to use you as a breakthrough point to make a fuss. Chen Ming immediately picked up the main point in Cheng Xinghai's words and said, To put it simply, you borrowed the knife to kill someone and borrowed it from me. Right. Yes, that's what it means. Then do you know what happened to me a few days ago? What's the matter? Cheng Xinghai's reaction seemed to be because Bai Quan didn't tell Chen Ming about the seemingly accidental and actually man-made things that happened after Chen Ming came to the branch. Then Chen Ming was not sure whether Lu Wei's behavior was a new step that was deliberately arranged by someone. He would have to go back and ask Bai Quan to find out. Forget it. It's okay. Where is his student Ajika? There's nothing wrong with him. He's just an ordinary classmate I met when I was in school. Although there are problems with the tutor, there should be no problems with him. At least not now. Oh, one more thing. Uncle Bai has been suppressed by the headquarters. Basically, this is what Lu Wei's faction is doing. Uncle Bai has been unhappy with him for a long time, and now he's causing me to lose a week of playing games. I can't bear it anymore. Cheng Xinghai looked a bit like an internet-addicted girl, which made Chen Ming almost couldn't help but smile. So how do you deal with this kind of thing under normal circumstances? I'm talking about his situation that leads to unexpected research results. Normally, You will have to pay money and settle the matter. If the matter is more serious, you will be demoted. What about cheating? Cheng Xinghai did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked Chen Ming a little uncertainly. You didn't cheat. Right. Of course not. That's good. Cheng Xinghai breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment and said, if it were on the scale of the first match you and I played, the most likely outcome would be that no one would play simulated battles with the cheater in the future. If this was the beginning, it wouldn't be a big problem if I just let others to play against each other. But Uncle Bai said that the results and performance of winning and losing should be sent to the respective schools. So the situation is different. So this battle is a little more formal. And cheating will definitely be punished. Chen Ming asked again. So what are the specific punishments for cheating? Cheating can only be regarded as a violation of discipline. We will decide the final punishment based on the extent of the impact. If you were cheating, the most someone would scold you for is a few words. It would be nothing to you. But Uncle Bai seems to have guaranteed for you that you have not cheated. If you have cheated, this will be a stain on Uncle Bai's resume and may affect the future. Chen Ming frowned slightly and said, so, Lu Wei is ruining his future. Right. Cheng Xinghai was obviously quite unhappy with Lu Wei, and said with a slightly suppressed anger, yes. Then it doesn't matter how I punish him now. Right. Right. That'll be easy. Chen Ming suddenly thought of a way and stopped talking to Cheng Xinghai. He stopped talking about the loss of his research results in the simulation, and turned to Lu Wei, who looked stiff and didn't know what to do. Suppose I really cheated. Then this is just one time. What can you do in a private battle? Looking at it on the other hand, your behavior of directly destroying my research results is not 10,000 times more serious than cheating? Lu Wei suddenly seemed to have found the key evidence, and quickly grasped the pain point in Chen Ming's words and said, when Bai Quan said that he would send the records of this simulation to their respective schools, this simulation was no longer a private simulation. It's a simulation competition organized by the Lieutenant General. The consequences of cheating in a battle of this level are similar to mine. Right. Lieutenant General Bai will vouch for you as a cheater. It's hard not to make people doubt something. Taken the bait. Chen Ming's face immediately showed an ugly expression, and he said, how can you talk about the simulation that Cheng Xinghai privately invited me to come over to play with? You are also a talent. Why do we need to send evaluation results to our respective schools for private battles? Do you believe this? Chen Ming quickly returned to his expressionless look, but the clenched fists on the table seemed to betray his thoughts. Then why don't you compare this battle with a formal competition like that? The more Lu Wei talked, the more confident he became. In my opinion, this is a formal competition. Look at the people who participated. 5 champions of the Legion's internal simulation battle competition. 3 champions of the Empire-level simulation battle competition. 1 runner-up. And you are also a psyker after all. A competition of this scale, even if Lieutenant General Bai does not take the lead in organizing it, is not a private simulation at all. This is a formal battle. Chen Ming suddenly slammed the table, pointed at Lu Wei's face and said, if you have the ability to declare this battle, who would say it is an official battle? Chen Ming's words reminded Lu Wei, and he immediately contacted someone to do this. With his authority and the connections behind him, he could indeed approve this matter in a very short time, even without the approval of the majority of people. Lu Wei held back his words until the people he arranged handled the competition approval matter at the speed of light. He slapped an approved document directly on the table and said angrily, why not? I've already registered you, but I want to see what you have to say about cheating in a regular competition. Ha ha. Suddenly there was slight laughter from the corner of the conference room. It was Cheng Xinghai who was laughing, seeing everyone in the conference room looking at her. She was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. Hearing Cheng Xinghai's laughter, Lu Wei suddenly realized something was wrong. Chen Ming's words seemed to be a trap for him. If Chen Ming really did not cheat, but he suspected one of the participants of cheating in a formal battle and forcibly stopped the formal battle, then he would definitely bear a huge responsibility. Moreover, there was another problem before this battle became a formal battle. A problem that he did not dare to mention to anyone. Just thinking about it made Lu Wei's limbs a little stiff and cold. He suddenly slammed the table and said with force, everything you say now is false. The people from the Psychic Research Institute will be here soon. You can tell him about your cheating yourself. After saying that, he closed his mouth, as if he didn't want to talk to Chen Ming anymore. After Cheng Xinghai laughed, Chen Ming no longer had any unnecessary expression on his face. He knocked on the table again and said, "Hey, don't pretend to be stubborn and change the topic. How do you plan to compensate for the loss of my institute?" Chen Ming's question did not receive a reply from Lu Wei. He just leaned on the chair with his eyes closed, as if he didn't want to say anything. Chen Ming really couldn't force him to do this. Bai Quan, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly received a private chat request from a student. He is a student from Chung Xinghai's side. After the private chat was connected, the student immediately said, "Lieutenant General Bai, I am Lin Sin, majoring in logistics support. I feel that someone is cheating on our side. When we started as the new rebels, there were many obvious problems with some of the logistical arrangements when I look back now. But I don't know why these problems didn't break out. Originally I thought it was luck. But later on we were in a hurry. So not only me, but also several of us who were still alive made mistakes in our work. And we all confirmed it to each other. But none of these mistakes led to problems. We went back to check and found that it seemed that the NPCs under our command had corrected the problem for us. We consider it lucky to have one or two. But no problems have occurred. This situation is obviously not right. It is considered good if the NPC makes no mistakes. How can it be possible that it will help us correct almost all the mistakes? Our commander-in-chief seemed to have roughly guessed the reason. But he didn't tell us and only hinted that we shouldn't mention it. I probably figured it out now. Maybe someone cheated." Listening to Lin Sin's story, Bai Quan gradually realized that something was wrong. When he saw the new rebel army being established before, he thought that the opponent's few little guys did a good job and could find a chance to breathe in a desperate situation. Therefore, when the new rebels developed rapidly later, they did not have much suspicion and just regarded the abilities of a few little guys as good. But now that people have come to talk about it in person, Bai Quan has begun to think in this direction. Now it seems that the speed of development of this new rebel army has almost caught up with Chen Ming's development speed of using psychic powers. Is this a bit too exaggerated? But the matter of cheating cannot be concluded just by talking about it. Lu Wei forcibly terminated this simulation, causing the simulation data to be damaged. Not only the participants and simulated world data, but also the referee's data were affected. He has no way to retrieve the record files now to confirm whether Lu Wei has tampered with the data. But Bai Quan suddenly thought of something. Even if the simulated data is damaged, there will still be a place where the data will not be affected. Bai Quan suddenly coughed and said, "Lu Wei, where did your administrator authority come from? Please call out the administrator log now. Immediately, and see if there is any record of you tampering with the data of the simulation process." The conference room immediately became a little lively again. "Tampering? Lu Wei also cheated? What do you mean? Chen Ming's situation has not been decided yet. Slip of the tongue. When Lieutenant General Bai suddenly mentioned this matter, I feel like we should be inseparable. Just watch. Don't interfere." Lu Wei opened his eyes amid the discussions of others in the conference room. When Bai Quan once again asked the question that he had just prevaricated, he knew that he had no way to escape, and he would definitely have to bear this crime. But at least, he wants to drag Bai Quan into the water. Lu Wei was silent for a while, and sent Bai Quan the record of the administrator's log adjusting the strength of the new rebels in the simulation. "I don't deny that I cheated, but this is just my personal behavior, and has nothing to do with anyone. But what about Chen Ming? Aren't his first words the same as admitting to cheating?" Bai Quan couldn't help but laugh angrily when he looked at the records in the administrator's log. "You cheated and couldn't beat Chen Ming. And then you think Chen Ming cheated? No. You probably felt that Chen Ming was cheating from the beginning. So you were angry and cheated, but found that you still couldn't win. In the end, you were so angry that you used the cheating permission to close the simulation. Right?" Lu Wei did not reply, and Bai Quan asked again, "Who gave you the administrator rights? You are not a relevant person in this simulated battle. Why can you get the administrator rights? You, a major general, don't know the seriousness of cheating in a regular battle? You are a derelict bastard. Even your students will be jointly and severally held responsible by you, even if they don't know anything." Lu Wei's face was dark and he said, "I take the blame myself. No other students know about my cheating. I just can't stand Chen Ming cheating and bullying my students." Bai Quan pointed at Lu Wei and said, "What you say now is all false. Someone will investigate exactly how many people know about this matter. You elevated a private simulated battle to the level of a formal battle. So just accept it honestly. The rules are the rules. I have contacted the special inspection team to review you. Your cheating has been confirmed. I hope you are not in jail next time I see you." Lu Wei's eyes crossed Song Pu and then turned to Chen Ming. "What about Chen Ming? Of course, I can bear the responsibility. Chen Ning must also bear the responsibility if he cheats. Chen Ning waved to him casually, squinted at him and said, I've said it many times. Where is your evidence? You'd better think about how I can compensate you now. Lu Wei did not dare to say more about research matters that he did not understand at all. He just said, as if grasping the last straw, wait until someone arrives. The conference room was now filled with only the sounds of whispers between the onlookers and their respective instructors. Bai Quan did not continue to force Lu Wei, but turned around and contacted his psyker friend, who was also diving into deep consciousness, but was kicked out of the channel several times. After the private chat was connected, Bai Quan's ear immediately heard his friend's voice. Hey, do you think of me now? Don't talk nonsense. You have been watching Chen Ming. How is his mental condition? Well, let's put it this way. When Chen Ming uses psychic energy, his mental power is always maintained at a certain level, and the rate at which he recovers the consumed mental power remains unchanged each time. Bai Quan didn't quite understand and asked, What do you mean? It means that Chen Ming has been controlling his mental power consumption in the simulation to never exceed a fixed upper limit. This fixed upper limit is the amount of mental power he actually has. However, the amount of spiritual power is a bit exaggerated, and the recovery rate is also extremely exaggerated. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 genius in the current empire. I can't figure out how he managed to achieve this level in 1 year. If we really go by Lu Wei's document, a normal psyker starts from the moment he awakens his psionic energy. Even if you exercise to the extreme, you won't be able to reach his level. Chen Ming is not an ordinary person. I believe in Chen Ming. Then just believe it. Half an hour later, Lu Wei suddenly said to Bai Quan, The person I met at the Psychic Research Institute has arrived. Please give him access. Bai Quan looked at Lu Wei, who had administrator rights, and thought for a while, but said nothing more. He just said after approving the newcomer's application to join, It's done. As the figure gradually turned from virtual to real, Chen Ming suddenly said to Cheng Xinghai in the private chat channel, Why does it feel like everyone has the authority to use this simulation device? Cheng Xinghai said matter-of-factly, The people from the Psychic Research Institute must have authority. This is the most important department in the 14th Army. The person who comes here might be a psyker. Then which faction does this Psychic Research Institute belong to in the 14th Legion? Pure neutrals. They are all people who no one dares to offend. Chen Ming nodded slightly and said nothing more. Soon, a researcher in a white coat appeared in the conference room, nodded slightly to everyone present and said, Excuse me. I didn't expect that the documents I wrote casually would lead to this kind of thing. I'm really sorry. But it's about cheating, and it's of great significance. So I still have to confirm it. Mr. Chen Ming, do you have any explanation for Mr. Lu Wei's doubt that your mental power cannot reach this level? Chapter 232 Gambling Agreement. The researcher who was suspected of being a psyker looked apologetic towards Chen Ming. After questioning Chen Ming, he said, If you have read my document, you should be able to see that the document I wrote is basically data based on the extreme exercise efficiency of normal psychic energy. I have heard that you are a member of the Psychic Association. You may not understand some of the contents in the document, but you should be able to see that the estimated value of this document is far less than your current total mental power and spiritual power. Recovery speed. I hope you can give some reasonable explanations through the evidence of the theoretical upper limit recorded in my document. The researcher said it politely, but Chen Ming didn't want to speak politely now. You want a reasonable explanation? Then I think there is something wrong with what you wrote. The researcher was not angry. Instead, he said to Chen Ming, What's the problem? I'm all ears. Basically, there are problems. The researcher's face suddenly became a little confused, but he still controlled himself and said in a calm tone, Mr. Chen Ming, we all know that the Psionic Association emphasizes the natural development of psionic people. You should not know how to exercise your mental power. The systematic way is meditation. Right? Psychics who have not systematically practiced meditation can only exercise their psychic abilities by using psychic energy to exhaust their mental power. And through this method of using psychic energy to consume mental power, once the mental power is consumed to about 20%, this excessive mental power loss will have some negative effects on consciousness. This will cause the human body's consciousness to become extremely tired for the rest of the day, and this state may continue the next day, leading to various situations such as confusion, difficulty in concentrating mental power, and difficulty in using spiritual energy. It may even cause the psyker's mental training efficiency to be close to zero the next day, and he must take a thorough rest to recover. Chen Ming suddenly hesitated to speak because what the researcher said was different from his own experience. However, the researcher looked like he was still planning to talk, so Chen Ming didn't say anything directly, waiting for the researcher to continue speaking. Even before the rest of the day, I have relied on self-recovery or drugs and other stimulation to restore my mental power to the maximum value. But as long as the mental power drops to a very low level, you will still be tired the next day. And the effect of the second mental power consuming exercise is far less than the first time. There is no way to enhance the exercise effect by repeatedly consuming mental power. According to my calculation method, even if you consume 90% of your mental energy for exercise every day, the exercise effect will be optimal every day. At the same time, we don't look at the strength of psychic energy. We only look at the amount of mental power. Your mental power is not enough to reach this level. Not to mention the speed of mental power recovery required to restore such huge mental power. How do you explain these? What's wrong with these contents? Chen Ming did not reply immediately after the researcher finished speaking. Instead, he carefully recalled the time when he had just awakened his spiritual power and landed on Ruimu. He seems to take the initiative to completely exhaust his mental energy before going to bed every day, even to the point of overflowing. This kind of exercise efficiency alone seems to have exceeded the normal situation mentioned by this researcher. So Chen Ming suddenly wanted to laugh, but he still restrained himself and said, "Wait a minute. I have a question to ask. The effect of exercise is not through meditation, but by directly consuming mental energy. I feel that the closer the consumed mental energy is to exhaustion, the better the effect will be. Right?" The researcher did not refuse to answer the question because of Chen Ming's attitude. Instead, he explained to Chen Ming, "That's true. But the extra exercise gained by continuing to consume the last 20% or so of mental energy is simply not worth the loss the next day. A full day of exercise efficiency. So even if someone uses this method instead of meditation to exercise mental power, generally no one will be greedy for the efficiency of this last bit of mental power training. At most, only some people with better talents, who can withstand more mental energy consumption, will choose to deliberately consume more mental energy to exercise. So I will set it to 90% when calculating." That's it. His patient answer made Chen Ming feel a little embarrassed, and his tone became a little calmer, no longer targeting the researcher that Lu Wei had hired. "Then let me first correct the mistake I just made. Your content is fine for other people, but it is problematic for me. Please say." Chen Ming organized his words a little and said, "That's it. Almost every day in the past, I completely exhausted my mental energy." The researcher was silent for a long time before adding, "The complete exhaustion of mental power is not as simple as mental exhaustion. Lack of concentration, and the inability to use psychic powers the next day. This situation will cause self-psychic shock in the brain, causing the psychic to fall into a coma. Depending on the amount and intensity of the overflowing mental power from using psychic energy when the mental power is exhausted, the duration of psychic coma ranges from a few minutes to a few days. If the coma lasts longer, it may cause damage to the spiritual nerves or even complete brain damage. You said you exhaust your mental energy every day. Are you sure you're not kidding?" Chen Ming said firmly. "No. I'm just used to exhausting all my mental energy before going to bed every day. I'll be knocked into coma by the psychic shock and then sleep until the next day. This is quite convenient for me, because I didn't sleep well when I was surviving in the wilderness. So I often did this." Cheng Xinghai suddenly said to Chen Ming in the private chat channel, "Did you take psychic shock as a sleeping pill?" Seeing that Chen Ming ignored her, Cheng Xinghai turned his head boredly. The researcher sitting opposite Chen Ming asked Chen Ming in disbelief, "Does the psychic shock have no effect on you?" "It was a little bit the first few days, and I felt a little tired when I woke up the next day. I'll just get used to it later. By the way, I have an ectoplasmic stone with negative effects as an auxiliary for training. It may be due to this reason. In short, the psychic shock is just like that to me." The researcher pushed up his glasses and covered his somewhat changed facial expression with his hand. He had never heard of anyone being able to get used to psychic shocks by relying on an ectoplasm stone with a negative effect. Even an ectoplasm stone with a powerful negative effect should not behave like this. But with Chen Ming's psychic abilities, he had never seen any similar type of psychic exist before. It was impossible for him to directly conclude that Chen Ming could not do this. Moreover, the peculiarities of psychic powers have not been thoroughly studied until now. There were indeed some psychics who did things that were absolutely impossible based on data alone. After all, psychers are people who influence reality with their own will, as long as they think hard. They may be able to do many seemingly impossible things. Besides, he was just here to help as a juror, not to offend anyone. So now, he simply agreed with Chen Ming's statement and said, I did not take this into account. How strong is your spirit stone? Chen Ming asked directly. How about letting Lu Wei try it himself? No need for that. If you have a chance, let me do it. Don't kill people. The researcher's words confirmed his identity as a psyker. But it's not enough just to improve your exercise efficiency with the ectoplasm stone. Even if your exercise efficiency is twice that of others, there is still a big gap between the calculated gap and your actual mental power. You also have other assistants. Something for psychic training? Chen Ming waved his hand and said, There are some things that are inconvenient to say, but I can go to the president of the association to help me guarantee that I have things to assist in psychic training. If you need it, that's no need. The researcher quickly refused. He didn't want to offend the wrong people. And now, he can probably guess what is on Chen Ming's body. There are not many things that can assist in spiritual training. So he can guess what is on Chen Ming's body after a little screening. Combined with Chen Ming's most basic psychic effect of being able to control the spacecraft, there is a high probability that it is the ship spirit. And there is no need for anyone to verify it. And since Chen Ming's psychic power can control the spacecraft, it is natural to create something like a ship spirit. The researcher did not dwell on whether Chen Ming had these things, and continued to ask in other aspects. Then can you roughly estimate how many times your extra mental strength training efficiency is? Not counting more consumption of mental energy. Strength exercise. Exercise efficiency without mental energy consumption? I think it's at least 5 times. Chen Ming's 5 times is still at least. The efficiency of mental training provided by the ship spirit and 2 condensed spiritual energy sources around him is already more than 5 times. And he can actually clearly feel that if he consumes mental energy multiple times a day for exercise, the effect of each exercise will not be significantly attenuated. Moreover, he also has 2 large numbers of individuals from the Hive Mind Network as assistants. This 5 times is no longer an understatement, but a leg-breaking statement. The researcher's confused voice mixed with doubt and disbelief confirmed with Chen Ming. 5 times? I'm just stating the facts and I don't like joking with strangers. But 5 times it seems to be a bit worse. Right, Chen Ming said, as if he suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, I have something else I can tell you. Chilling nerve. The researcher immediately responded. I know you have obtained one from the White General and absorbed it. But I have already added it to you. But you probably don't know that I also absorbed one from Yu Wei. 2? There was a bit of astonishment on the researcher's face. And he asked, Are you sure there are 2? The time between the absorption of the spiritual nerves in these chats should not be more than 2 months. Right. Is there no problem with your mental strength and mental state? My mental power is very stable. You can see my mental state. Right. If you give me another spiritual nerve, I can still absorb it. The researcher psyker was silent, calculating in his mind for a while, then raised his head and asked Chen Ming, Is there anything else? Yes. There is another thing I am experimenting with that can increase my mental power and psychic power. But it is not convenient to say. And even if I say it, you might not understand it. This is a special effect of my psychic power. Stop. That's enough. This is enough. The researcher suddenly made a gesture of pause, and then said to Lu Wei next to him, If we go by what Chen Ming said, his current mental strength is indeed enough to reach this level. Enough to control a colony. There is no problem. It's me. The calculations left out some off-spec stuff. Of course, I can't confirm whether Chen Ming did what he said in the past, and whether he had these things. But this is not something I am responsible for. The researcher nodded to Chen Ming, Lu Wei and Bai Quan and retreated to the corner of the conference room. He found a seat and sat down casually, as if he was ready to watch a show. Others also broke out into a small wave of discussion again. That is to say, in theory, if Chen Ming can really do it, then his development potential is higher than that of the president of the Psychic Association and Wuhan. Lu Wei seems to have messed with the wrong person. It's not a mistake. If he doesn't provoke him now, Chen Ming won't be able to just watch the conflict with Bai Quan. There will be some fun to watch later. Lu Wei next to him has been sweating on his forehead since the first words Chen Ming and the researcher said. Especially since the psycho researcher had now made it clear that he would have no involvement in the matter. He was already sweating a little. But when Chen Ming looked at him again, he suddenly thought of another explanation. This kind of calculation is only paper data after all. There is no way to prove that Chen Ming really has the ability to do this. Chen Ming asked. Then how do you want me to prove it? The simplest way is to do a test directly for you. Whatever the test result is, that's what it is. Chen Ming banged the table and asked, "Who do you think you are? I'll test you if you ask me to." Someone who knew him immediately said, "Chen Ming is a psyker of the Psychic Association. The rules of the Psychic Association cannot be subject to any systematic inspection. You are really making things difficult for me." Seeing Lu Wei still wanted to speak, the person who just reminded him immediately added, "Unless you have the ability to ask the president of the association to change the rules." "Don't mention it." Lu Wei was choked, but continued, "But how long has it been since he became a psychic?" 1 year. Can his mental power affect the entire colony in 1 year? Who believes it? Chen Ming was too lazy to talk to him at this time and scolded him directly. "What a joke. Let me just say one sentence now. Who believes that your mother is still alive? Where is the evidence? You? What are you doing? How about we take a gamble? I'll bet on your life." Pang Dong, who had been silent next to him, also came up to dissuade him. Hey. No. Don't say angry words." While comforting Chen Ming, he said to Lu Wei, "The specific physical examination and psychic test are definitely unacceptable to Chen Ming. The special psychic data that he was asked to see before was actually a bit beyond theirs. There are restrictions, and you definitely can't force others." As he said that, he looked at Chen Ming and asked, "But it should be no problem to use psychic energy directly, right?" Chen Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Pang Dong was helping him. "There's no problem with using it directly, as long as it's not for testing. I don't care." At this time, Lu Wei was a little confused about what to do. Someone proposed a method to verify the specific amount of Chen Ming's mental power. He said without thinking, "Then let him try it himself." At this time, Bai Quan suddenly questioned Lu Wei. "You are here to provide a colony for Chen Ming to test? All the things that Chen Mingling can control are under his control. Do you have the capital to gamble with a colony? And if you really want to test an industrial colony that's the same size as yours, it's not enough, right? There's no way a colony can measure Chen Ming's psychic recovery speed. If you can get 2 industrial colonies similar to those in the simulation to be tested by Chen Ming, if Chen Ming can't achieve the same effect as in the simulation within the same time, then I will consider him cheating. I immediately dealt with this matter in accordance with the rules of the 14th Legion. With so many people here watching, it is impossible for me to break my promise." 2 colonies. When it came time to actually take out something, Lu Wei suddenly hesitated again. He hesitated and did not dare to actually accept it. Whoever questions, who gives evidence, who provides the environment for Chen Ming to prove himself? Shouldn't anyone question others and ask others to prove themselves, right? Bai Quan's words made Lu Wei stand up again. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "I'll come out. What do you have to offer? Where did you, a major general, get 2 industrial colonies? I have a friend I know," Chen Ming suddenly said, as if he was looking at a fool. "This friend you are talking about, does he know that he is your friend? You don't have to worry about it. I will send the galaxy coordinates to Bai Quan later. What if you are proven to have cheated?" Bai Quan immediately said for Chen Ming, "If Chen Ming cheats, I will naturally compensate you for the colonial buildings controlled by Chen Ming. If you didn't cheat, these 2 colonies are the price you must bear for questioning Chen Ming." "Okay, that's it." Bai Quan immediately drew up an agreement and placed it in front of Chen Ming and Lu Wei. After Chen Ming signed decisively, Lu Wei hesitated and signed. Although this is a simulated conference room infiltrated by deep consciousness, the agreement is still legally valid as long as it is not signed in an actual battle simulation with a set background. As long as you sign, no one can escape. Then the second thing is that you obtain the administrator rights of the simulated device through illegal means, stop the official battle without any reason, and even cheated during the battle. You should bear the price of this immediately. The supervisory department has already given me a reply and will be at your door soon. Now there's one last thing. Your suspension of the simulation resulted in the loss of the research content of Chen Ming's institute. Bai Quan put on the table a list of part of the 14th Legion's fund flows in the Gallo-Star Territory branch, including 500 million scientific research funds for Chen Ming's Research Institute. The scientific research funding for Chen Ming's Research Institute here is 500 million a month. And almost a month has passed in the simulation. Let's not talk about the content of the research. Let's talk about the time wasted and the energy spent. The money cannot be less. Right. I can provide research funds, and I can provide twice the lost month of time. There is precedent for this compensation plan. So don't bother me. Bai Quan looked at Chen Ming, saw Chen Ming nodding, and then said to Lu Wei, very good. Then let's talk about the synchrotron core. Wait a moment. Lu Wei said quickly, I don't recognize the synchrotron core matter now. I don't understand this. At least I have to wait until I find someone who understands this to talk about this matter. Bai Quan didn't force him, and said, then I'll do what you said, and give you a chance to find someone. Lu Wei suddenly stood up from the conference table and said, okay, I will accept all the punishment I deserve unconditionally. But I also want to see Chen Ming get the punishment he deserves. After speaking, his figure gradually faded into the conference room. Before Lu Wei completely quit, Bai Quan said one last thing. It's still undecided whether you cheated or not. Whether it's punishment or compensation depends on your efficiency. After Lu Wei completely exited the simulation, no one in the conference room continued to speak for a while. Bai Quan looked around and said, it's over. I'm aborting this simulation. The students and instructors each left one after another. It won't be long before everything that happened today will be spread throughout the 14th Legion. As the vision went dark again, Chen Ming noticed that the acceleration in his thinking was gradually disappearing. Soon, he opened his eyes in the cryo-chamber-like device where he had been lying before entering the simulation. At this time, Chen Ming suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, which gave him the idea of diving into deep consciousness again. He seems to have developed some dependence on consciousness acceleration. Now Chen Ming knew why Cheng Xinghai said that deep consciousness penetration was limited to once a month. If this is not restricted, it is likely to lead to people becoming addicted to drugs, and they can no longer live without this thing. However, this was only Chen Ming's first deep consciousness dive. After he stopped accelerating his thinking, he quickly adapted to the feeling of slow thinking again, and the main body adapts faster because of the lower acceleration rate. Although he is a little mentally exhausted, Chen Ming usually maintains a good schedule, and occasionally staying up all night is no big deal. And more importantly, although Chen Ming was not able to take away all the blocked information he had obtained from the simulation device, but he still wrote down a part before the simulation was terminated. At least this part cannot be taken away by anyone, and it included the design blueprint for the giant shipyard. In other words, when Chen Ming's colony develops in the future and is capable of supporting the construction of giant shipyards, he will also be able to build his own capital ship. Chen Ming straightened up slightly excitedly and climbed out of the equipment after adjusting his mentality. Just when Chen Ming was about to leave, a prompt sounded from the instrument behind him. Please take away your physical condition monitoring report. When Chen Ming turned around, he saw a piece of paper filled with content spit out from the side of the instrument. Chen Ming put away the paper and walked out of the closed room. Bai Quan happened to walk out of the next room at this time and greeted Chen Ming. Good morning. Morning. Would you like breakfast? Eat. Chapter 233 DP2. Chapter 233 DP2. 10 minutes later. In the staff cafeteria in the simulation equipment dome, Chen Ming was eating breakfast and thinking about what had just happened, while chatting with Bai Quan, who was clicking something on the terminal next to him. The simulated battle was over. Once he finished dealing with the things left in the simulation, it was almost time to get down to business. There are still a lot of things that need to be done slowly about the Research Institute and the Machine Clan. But just when he was thinking about whether Lu Wei would do something disgusting in the industrial colony, he became a little distracted. Bai Quan suddenly stopped moving his hand on the terminal, raised his head, and asked Chen Ming, what do you think? What do you think? It's the data you got in the simulation and so on. Chen Ming looked at Bai Quan strangely, but did not hide it, and said, they are all very good, and they are all things I need now. It's a pity that I only remembered part of them, and the rest have no chance. Actually, there is still a chance. In a month, you can start the next simulation that requires deep consciousness. Oh! Bai Quan's meaning became somewhat clear. It seemed that he knew what Chen Ming needed most right now. Then Chen Ming would definitely not reject Bai Quan's kindness. There is one question that Chen Ming needs to clarify. So the limit for deep consciousness penetration is only 1 month? Cheng Xinghai only said this before, and did not elaborate on other details of deep consciousness penetration. So now Chen Ming feels it is better to ask. However, Bai Quan didn't have much to say. He thought about Chen Ming's question and said, basically, this is the restriction. If we really want to talk about other restrictions, it would be some drugs or equipment that may speed up people's thinking speed. It's best not to use it before you dive into deep consciousness. forehead. Chen Ming immediately thought of the equipment that he often used that he got from Yu Wei. And Yu Wei also got various equipment that can increase mental power and spiritual energy from another civilization. These things seem to be in Bai Quan. It's within the limitations mentioned. Moreover, Chen Ming also has a passive hive mind network that accelerates thinking. Other devices can be stopped before participating in the simulated battle. But the hive mind network is not willing to be disconnected. Chen Ming quickly asked, "Are there any consequences of using these things?" It is said that it will increase the possibility of addiction and make people more likely to indulge in accelerated thinking, which is a bit similar to cigarette addiction and internet addiction. But the consequences will be more serious. A long period of deep consciousness immersion will cause the brain to be unable to rest for a long time and cause major problems. So if you can't restrain this feeling, then it is not a problem that can be solved by a 1-month restriction. In serious cases, you will have to let's go through a forced withdrawal. But the people who do this only say that suspicion will increase the probability. It does not mean that it is 100% certain. But generally speaking, if you can, don't use it. Oh, that's how it is. Fortunately, Chen Ming thought that his willpower was quite impressive, as long as it does not cause irreversible physiological effects like various stimulants. Chen Ming can overcome psychological problems on his own. If it's just like the addiction to smoking and the internet, then it won't be a big problem. And he has already finished a simulation and nothing happened. So it should be nothing. If it doesn't work, he will pay more attention the next time he performs the simulation. And if he encounters any unexpected situation, he will directly disconnect from the prosthesis. And if there are no special circumstances in the next simulation, it is basically certain that even with the blessing of extra thinking speed, there will be no problem. Chen Ming felt a little relieved, and suddenly realized that Bai Quan seemed to have said something special just now. I know a lot about the devices that speed up thinking you just mentioned. But drugs that speed up thinking? Drugs are much more common than devices. Bai Quan said, as he took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and placed it on the table. Just like this. It's what I call a drug that accelerates thinking. There used to be a psycher pharmacist who came up with the concept of thought-accelerating drugs based on the thought-accelerating equipment the Empire obtained from that civilization. Following his idea, he started researching on military stimulants that were closest to the effect of his idea. Along the way, he researched and derived scientific research stimulants for various researchers. And then this stimulant continued to be derived for some civilian personnel. A stimulant that can be used in any job position. Chen Ming picked up the small transparent bottle, looked at the white pills inside and asked curiously, "What about its side effects?" "Eat more every day." Chen Ming glanced at the breakfast in front of Bai Quan. Judging from the quantity, it was indeed much more than him. But now the comparison is with his prosthesis. His body consumes more food per meal than Bai Quan eats now. This is indeed an inevitable situation caused by accelerated thinking leading to increased energy consumption in the human body. Chen Ming nodded slightly. But Bai Quan didn't continue to speak. "That's it? No more." "Yes. No. The one I'm using should be considered the latest stimulant developed for civilian work. Compared with drugs used by the military, stimulants used for scientific research and civilian use are inherently milder in nature. In addition, the drug acts on the nerves and brain, so it cannot be strong. So the side effects are of course minimal. With current medical technology, one pill can solve all side effects. So this medicine will have no side effects. Stimulants used in scientific research can speed up thinking. And thinking is closely related to the brain and consciousness." Chen Ming immediately thought of the development prospects of this drug. He put down the small medicine bottle, pushed it in front of Bai Quan, lit the bottle cap and asked, "In that case, what is the effect of this thing on psychics? What are the side effects?" Bai Quan opened the lid of the medicine, took out a pill and said, "Let's put it this way. This medicine is very effective for ordinary people like us. But for you psychics, the effect is still a bit weak. So one of the hot topics in research on psycher drugs right now is drugs that increase the speed of thinking. Have I told you before that you want the doctor to get you a drug list? I will give it to you tomorrow. If you look at it for yourself, you can probably figure out the difference between psycher drugs and ordinary people's drugs in terms of thinking. The difference. Okay." After receiving Chen Ming's response, Bai Quan directly stuffed the medicine he had just taken out into his mouth and continued to deal with the breakfast in front of him. It seemed that he had no intention of continuing to talk for the time being. Chen Ming took the initiative to bring up the topic and asked, "What will happen to Lu Wei in the future? There is a supervisory department within the 14th Army. I have just submitted evidence to them. Now it is estimated that Lu has been controlled by the supervisor. But he can also contact other people and ask the people behind him to help fish him out. He will not be beaten to the end. People will definitely still be able to see him. Once the punishment process that he should go through is completed and the colony site is selected, we can prepare for subsequent verification. Are you okay over there in the colony? Jinming showed a relieved expression and said, how can I have a problem with something that is purely beneficial to me? That's good. When Bai Quan saw this, he didn't ask any more questions and talked about another thing. The subsequent compensation plan for the research results you lost in the simulation will have to wait. We have to find professionals to define your losses. I guess you should be required to provide some initial content of your research to those people. These people will sign confidentiality agreements and will not leak your research results. But because the simulated data is now gone, you have to prepare those data again now. Jinming immediately agreed. It will definitely be no problem to prepare the data again. But what if Lu Wei delays for a while and says that these are all newly obtained data? Bai Quan did not answer, but suddenly asked another question. Did Xinghai tell you something? Jinming thought about what Cheng Xinghai said to him just now, and responded. Yes. She said that part of my data may be recovered. It is this recoverable part that can help you prove that you have done these studies. As long as you have done it, you must compensate according to the value of the research and the delay. The only issue now is that the recovery time may be uncertain. Jinming immediately grasped the crux of the problem and asked, what if the data cannot be recovered? I can't just say what I say. Right. Of course not. Bai Quan also immediately denied Jinming's idea and said, but as you just said, if the time to restore the data exceeds the time to re-experiment and get the results, you may even have time to get a new one. As a result, there is no point in recovering the data. So, if the data cannot be repaired within a short period of time, then under normal circumstances, this kind of data level loss will give the institute that lost the data a time limit according to the original time, and restart the research, and it will be given to you according to the progress in the simulation. 24 days. No matter how many new research results you come up with in the past 24 days, they can all be included in the lost data and be considered part of the compensation. After all, time is also very valuable. For example, let's take antimatter technology. If Sindar Company was delayed for 24 days due to internal mistakes during the last period of research on antimatter technology, then during these 24 days other companies and forces developed antimatter technology and obtained the rights to this technology. Major, what do you think will happen inside Sindar Company? Jinming said without thinking. Even someone's head can't be saved. That's what I mean. So you have to find a professional to estimate the exact amount of compensation. It won't cost people their heads, and it won't cause heavy losses to those who lost their time. Of course, your subsequent research results will be calculated according to the situation in the simulation. Things that cannot be done in the simulation will not be counted for you. Only those experiments that can be carried out in the simulation will be counted. Jinming thought for a moment about the loss estimation plan mentioned by Bai Quan, and said, even this is an exaggeration. The basis of many research experiments is simulation. What you say now makes me a little bit worried that the data can be repaired. Whether the data can be repaired mainly depends on luck. If the data cannot be repaired well, this method can be used. Jinming suddenly sensed Bai Quan's hidden meaning from this sentence and said, it mainly depends on luck. What should I look at that time? I don't know either. After Bai Quan finished speaking, he looked at Jinming, and both of them had smiles on their faces. The data should be repaired, but you can't guarantee that the data will be repaired soon. So start your research first. Even if the data is repaired later, you don't have to spit it out. At that time, we should find half of the people, and Lu Wei will find the other half to estimate your final loss and delay. The compensation for scientific research funds that Lu Wei mentioned earlier is only the basis, and the bulk of it lies in your research results. It's just that the compensation may not be too much for you. Although Bai Quan said this, Jinming didn't feel this way. After all, the liquidity he has on hand now is less than 20 billion. If Lu Wei can get all the billion he promised just now, it will be equivalent to directly increasing the money on hand by 5%, which is quite a lot. No amount of money is too much. No amount of money is too little. Just arrange it. Jinming responded casually. Anyway, although these things were his losses, he really didn't know how to compensate for them. After all, what's here is just Jinming's prosthesis, and many things must be done according to the rules of the 14th Legion. So he can just listen to these matters now. And Bai Quan will definitely arrange things while taking his interests into consideration. Bai Quan had no objection to this and said, "Okay. The synchrotron core I got earlier should arrive tomorrow. I will give you the core together with the doctor's list then. If you need anything in terms of research, remember to contact me. After the compensation for scientific research funds and the compensation for research content are completed, the colony should be left. At that time, I may have to trouble you to go out for a trip. Let's wait for it to be done over there. I guess a few days should be enough. If it's not enough, I'll hurry up." Bai Quan thought for a moment and realized that there was nothing urgent that he needed to explain to Chen-Ming first. He suddenly mentioned something else. "Speaking of which, I feel that your mood swings were a bit violent today. You usually seem to be a very calm person." Chen-Ming explained, "It doesn't matter whether I'm calm or violent. What's important is that Lu Wei believes that although I look calm on the surface, I'm already anxious inside. He doesn't know me and doesn't know what I'm like on a normal day. He can't just see me in the simulation for more than 20 days. Right? That's too perverted. So without knowing my usual attitude, as long as I suddenly show a loophole when he is blank because I question him, he will definitely seize on this seemingly loophole. The result is what it is now. He fell into the trap. Of course, there was also the reason why he preconceived that I was cheating. I feel that he should have some psychological quality, and his expression will not change when he lies. But when he comes into contact with areas he doesn't know, he is a little less good. When people panic and their heads twitch, it's bad." Chen-Ming's lucid analysis to Lu Wei made Bai Quan somewhat surprised and asked, "Have you ever studied psychology?" "That's not true. It's just some experience I learned from my boss, Wuan." Bai Quan briefly recalled what he knew about Wuan, and suddenly remembered that Wuan seemed to have graduated from a psychology major, and his psychic abilities were also related to this aspect. Then it is normal for Chen-Ming brought out by Wuan to have some skills in this area. Bai Quan didn't ask any more questions. After continuing to chat with Chen-Ming for a while, he suddenly finished his breakfast and hurriedly left the cafeteria in advance with the terminal. Chen-Ming also left the canteen soon after and boarded the shuttle boat docked at the edge of the dome. He should be able to do something else this morning. The accelerated thinking last night caused him to stay up all night with both his prosthetic body and his main body, making it difficult to concentrate. It just so happened that Bai Quan had to write a lot of reports on this matter, and there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to spare the time. So he simply stopped going to class in the morning and prepared for what he was going to do next. While Chen-Ming was thinking about what to do next, he boarded the shuttle boat, took off, and headed for his dome. 10 minutes later, the general appearance of the Research Institute's dome appeared in front of Chen-Ming's eyes in a cloud of volcanic ash. At this moment, Chen-Ming, who was still a little confused, suddenly became energetic, because not far away, there was a deportation-class cargo ship traveling in the air, flying towards his dome with a look of drunkenness. Looking at the sign on the outside of the spaceship, it is a cargo spacecraft that transports the individual materials of the machine race that Chen-Ming needs. Chen-Ming instantly thought of a possibility. His eyes flickered, his face darkened, and he immediately sent the video of the shuttle boat recorder to Bai Quan. At the same time, he turned on the communication equipment of the shuttle boat and sent a communication request to the spacecraft in front that would hit the dome in less than half a minute. However, just as he expected, there was no response to the communication. Although this deportation-class cargo ship has a streamlined operating system, there are usually only about 10 people on board to drive it. But Chen-Ming knew very well how unlikely it was for 10 people to drink too much together. So something must have happened on the ship. Chen-Ming took a deep breath, and the metallic liquid overflowed from the void around him, surging and wrapping around Chen-Ming, condensing a locust-powered armor on his body. At the same time, the shuttle boat also carried out overload modifications in an instant, and its engine exploded at several times the speed and rushed towards the destroyer-class cargo ship. Under Chen-Ming's control, the shuttle boat deftly drew an arc and directly hit the armor on the top of the cargo ship. Chen-Ming withstood the impact and jumped out of the shuttle boat, landed on the top of the spacecraft, reached out to touch the armor of the spacecraft, and instantly took over the cargo spacecraft. After controlling the spacecraft to slow down and hover, the top armor of the spacecraft suddenly rippled like water, and Chen-Ming sank directly into it, landing in the cab of the cargo ship. The door of the cab is closed tightly, and the communication request signal is constantly ringing in front of the console. And in front of the console, there is only one person sitting here. His trembling hands instinctively held the joystick. but his whole face looked intoxicated, as if he had just experienced something pleasant. This is why the spacecraft was flying crookedly just now. 2. Chen Ming has seen similar situations in several documents he has read. He frowned and stepped forward, opening the driver's eyelids. You could see that the driver's pupils were slightly dilated and covered with dense bloodshot eyes. And at the ends of the bloodshot eyes, they all have an unpleasant light pink color. Sure enough, it's not right to inhale. It's to inject illegal drugs. Chen Ming glanced at the ground next to him. There were 4 or 5 needles with pink liquid remaining here. Chen Ming has seen this kind of thing more than once. It is a stimulant codenamed DP2 within the army, and is extremely addictive. The driver was injected with this, which caused him to look like this disgusting now. And if Chen Ming doesn't come to take over, then this destroyer-class cargo ship will definitely hit the dome, causing huge losses. Even if Chen Ming could react immediately and protect all personnel, the loss of equipment would definitely not be small. Although this appears to be an accident caused by the driver being a drug addict, who suddenly fell ill and overdosed on stimulants while at work. But with such a dose of stimulants, Chen Ming believed that it was a premeditated suicide. So this is again a targeted plan. Chen Ming sighed. He really didn't understand why someone had to disgust him. He thought to himself that he didn't seem to have provoked many people in total. Right? It was only Zhuo Jing who took the initiative to destroy Zhuo Jing's plan and was resented. But the others were caused by others taking the initiative to provoke him. Chen Ming sighed and turned his eyes to the driver again. Then Chen Ming noticed that the driver's breathing was gradually becoming weak, as if he was dying from an overdose of stimulants. At this moment, Chen Ming suddenly thought of another thing. Did the driver actively inject these stimulants? Or was he passively injected? Active or passive? If it was on the initiative, there would be nothing to say. It would just be a dead soldier sent by someone who didn't know who it was. But if it is passive, then he can't die yet. Chen Ming immediately dragged the driver off his seat, laid him flat on the ground, and tore off the work clothes on his arms. Several fresh pinpricks appeared in front of him on the driver's right arm. In Chen Ming's continued inspection, Chen Ming found no other traces of doping. That said, it could even be the first time a driver has used doping. There is a high possibility that he was passively made like this. Then it is even more necessary for Chen Ming to treat him. But Chen Ming glanced at the warehouse and various cabins of the cargo ship, and there was nothing that could be used to treat this situation urgently now. He could only rely on one thing to treat the driver now. Zerg Technology. Chapter 234 The Badness of Zhujiao. Chen Ming not only asked the Insect Queen to conduct research on prosthetics some time ago, he also asked the Insect Queen to conduct a research based on the Zerg's abilities, because he found that the Zerg are also very resistant to toxins and other things. To be precise, it shouldn't be resistance, but an ability. After ingesting toxic substances, Zerg can secrete special substances that can remove or neutralize toxic substances at an extremely fast speed. This special substance is an antidote to the Zerg, but not necessarily to humans. So Chen Ming asked the Queen to find a way to secrete these special substances while retaining the original functions while removing the parts that are harmful to humans. Chen Ming doesn't have the ability to resist poison. If he is poisoned one day, he might be able to rely on the Insect Queen's ability to save him. And this technology was really succeeded by the Insect Queen. It's just that this technology happened to be developed by the Queen of Insects when prosthetic technology was completely mature. With the prosthesis, the possibility of Chen Ming's own poisoning was greatly reduced. So Chen Ming originally thought it was unlikely that he would use this technology. But I didn't expect that he could still use it now. Used on this overly doped driver. But there is a problem if he wants to use this technology now. That is, the existence of the Zerg may be exposed. The most he can do is let the Insect Queen try to decompose these special substances after detoxifying the driver. But he can't guarantee a 100% success rate. And he will definitely be able to eliminate all the residues. These unique substances are very easy to analyze for composition. The Thorn Zerg and Zerg-related biotechnology are Chen Ming's trump cards. And it is not a good thing to expose his trump cards. But if Chen Ming doesn't use this technology now, and he has no other drugs on hand, the driver will die. Many clues will be disconnected directly here. Seeing that the driver's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, Chen Ming no longer had time to think too much. The carapace of the insect creature on the wrist suddenly came to life, and a tiny insect egg hatched instantly on the carapace, forming a small piece of the Insect Queen's body. The Insect Queen's body continued to differentiate, and several flexible tentacles began to wave as if they were growing on Chen Ming's wrist. Part of the Insect Queen's consciousness was quickly transferred to these tentacles, and she understood Chen Ming's thoughts. The end of one of the tentacles immediately grabbed a needle on the ground, decomposed and discharged all the original pink liquid, and filled the inside of the needle with light green liquid. The tentacles moved very quickly, and the needle was suddenly inserted into the artery of the driver's neck, which made Chen Ming's neck feel cold. Light green liquid was injected into the driver's body. In just 10 seconds, the driver suddenly coughed violently and vomited out a large amount of blood with a faint pink color. Just when Chen Ming was worried about whether the driver would cough to death and whether the needle would break, the insect queen's tentacles on his wrist suddenly pulled out the needle. Fortunately, no blood spurted out from the driver's neck. The coughing gradually stopped, and even the driver's breathing calmed down. Then, the needle was suddenly controlled by the tentacles and stuck on other tentacles. The queen extracted part of her own tissue and stuffed it into the needle, mixed it with some thinner light green liquid, and plunged it into the driver's neck again. Just now, it was the queen of insects who was helping the driver expel stimulants. This time, it was the queen of insects who was cleaning out the remaining special substances inside the driver's body in accordance with Chen Ming's requirements. Seeing this scene, Chen Ming subconsciously relaxed a little. Although the insect queen has never learned much about language expression, she is still very skilled in these Zerg-related abilities. There is a high probability that the traces it leaves can be removed. In addition, during the time when the insect queen was studying prosthetics, she also had a full understanding of the human body. The driver's life was probably saved. Chen Ming conveniently tied up the unconscious driver with chains and handcuffs made of metallic liquid. Then he retracted all the tentacles on his wrists into the carapace wrist guards. Chen Ming moved his wrist slightly. He stood up and looked outside the cab door. Then, it's time to see what the other people on the spacecraft are doing. In a spaceship with 10 people, only one person is in the cockpit. So it's not like the others are doing nothing. Right? Moreover, it is impossible for the pilot to stay in the cab all the time. There must be some traces left in other parts of the spacecraft. However, Chen Mingxian opened the panel of the spacecraft again, allowing the three-dimensional image of the spacecraft to appear in front of him. Just when Chen Ming was about to start investigating the spacecraft from the panel, he suddenly heard the sound of the door being broken outside. Someone was trying to open the cab door. Chen Ming immediately came to the door of the cab, unlocked the door, and opened the door. At this time, there were 4 or 5 people outside the cab, each holding different tools, as if they were ready to use force to break in. And when they saw the closed cab door suddenly open, and a figure wearing power armor suddenly appeared, they were frightened and took a few steps back. What's going on? You are? The man standing at the front subconsciously raised the electric saw-like tool in his hand, pointed at Chen Ming fearfully, and stammered out half a sentence. Chen Ming saw confusion and anxiety in his and other people's eyes, but no other unnecessary emotions. It seems like they really have no idea what's going on in there. Chen Ming opened the visor of his power armor and said, "Don't the person delivering my goods recognize me? Mr. Chen Ming!" Several people present quickly put down their tools and said to Chen Ming, "We have been unable to enter the cab since 5 minutes ago. Old Louis and Lu Wei locked the door and did not answer our calls." As he spoke, the man at the front looked past Chen Ming and looked inside the cab. When he saw Lu Wei lying on the ground and the needles on the ground, he started to stutter again. "Lu Wei, isn't he?" Chen Ming's steps moved slightly, completely blocking the eyes of several people. "Don't worry about him." Chen Ming pointed to the person who just spoke. "Go and call everyone on the ship. Just wait here. Don't run around. And cooperate with the investigation. Cooperate well, and this matter has nothing to do with you." The man pointed at by Chen Ming lowered his head in fear and agreed. He quickly picked up the communication device used on the ship and started to contact people elsewhere on the ship. Chen Ming also walked out of the cab directly and closed the door of the cab. He looked around again at the expressions of the people present, and then controlled the spacecraft to land near the dome's intended location for these cargo ships. Dome staff came as usual to prepare to receive experimental materials. However, they also immediately received a message from Chen Ming, asking them to ignore the cargo ship. Although the order was strange, the staff accepted it. After all these preparations were made, Chen Ming still didn't wait for Bai Quan's contact, but he waited until another person contacted him. He had specifically paid attention to it before, when he had a remote meeting at the headquarters of the 14th Army. The researcher who first proposed to bring the machine race here to find Chen Ming seemed to be named Lu Kong. He sent a message to Chen Ming through the contact information Chen Ming left for his researchers. "Mr. Chen Ming, did you receive the video I sent?" Chen Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed that the simulation had already started last night. Luke Kang sent him a video, and he hadn't seen it until now. It can only be said that basically no one contacts him through serious contact methods. After all, he is now openly inside the 14th Army Corps, and external communications cannot be connected. If you want to contact him, several people Chen-Ming knows have special terminals given by him, so there is no need to use formal contact information. Bai Quan, who was within the 14th Legion, had always used the terminal given to him by Chen-Ming as his normal contact method. So under normal circumstances, no one would use the terminal to contact him. So naturally, he wouldn't visit often. As a result, we encountered this situation. Luke Kang probably wouldn't have time to contact him. This video might be about something important. Chen-Ming immediately downloaded the video, which lasted for about 10 minutes. Accelerate the video and start playback. This video was recorded yesterday afternoon, after Chen-Ming set out to participate in the simulation. Luke Kang probably finished his dinner in the cafeteria and went to the rooftop of the office building to relax with a glass bottle containing an unknown drink. Although Chen-Ming arranged independent offices for researchers throughout the dome, the researchers generally stayed in the laboratory or experimental building, and few people came here. Therefore, the whole building is usually relatively deserted. So Luke Kang just found a deserted place to stay. Moreover, Chen-Ming could see a few empty glass bottles placed in the corner of the rooftop. It seemed that this was not his first time here. Luke Kang leaned on the edge of the rooftop, took a sip of his drink, and suddenly started talking to himself. On April 9th, 5602 in the Gregorian calendar, the research on the core of purgatory assigned by Mr. Chen-Ming has ended. Although I am only responsible for a very small part of it, I can also see from it how powerful the relics left by that civilization are. Chen-Ming Sir's technical level is extremely high. Today, Mr. Chen-Ming also gave us a complete research report on the Purgatory Core for us to study, and gave us a day's rest. I have applied for the right to use an empty laboratory for a week, and I can try to conduct research following Mr. Chen-Ming's ideas tomorrow. Chen-Ming saw that Luke Kang was writing a diary. It's a pity that I don't have permission to apply for a Purgatory Core for research, so I can only use a computer first. Wait, what are those two doing? Luke Kang's soliloquy suddenly stopped. He looked towards the corner next to the experimental building, as if he noticed something. He immediately picked up the terminal facing him and turned to the bottom of the office building. Behind the office building, two people were talking in a hidden corner of the square garden that had been renovated once. And this location happens to be a blind spot for monitoring inside the dome. The surveillance of the dome is not comprehensive. For example, there is no surveillance at all in every room in the dormitory building. At the same time, there are also some blind spots in public area surveillance. Only the central laboratory and other experimental buildings ensure full coverage of surveillance without blind spots. After all, these two places are important. Chen-Ming knew this. Originally, he wanted to make it up by himself. But after he assassinated him the previous time, a company in charge of dome security that cooperated with the 14th Army added a new feature to his dome security plan to cover all blind spots. Blocked plan. Chen-Ming let the company do it on its own. Unexpectedly, before all the surveillance equipment was installed, someone was hiding in a place like this chatting about something. No matter who comes here, they can feel that something is wrong. So Luke Kang quietly recorded the whole process from behind. And he deliberately waited until long after the two people left before leaving the office building and returning to his dormitory. Using the lip reading tool I found, I read the content of the conversation between the two people. Although the two men talked for a long time, the most critical content was only 3 sentences. Tomorrow a spacecraft carrying samples of the machine tribe will hit the dome. What the two of them have to do is to make some mis-operations and let the mechanical tribe run out. At the same time, use the shelter under the central laboratory to lock out the rest of the people. So Luke Kang sent the video directly to Chen-Ming at that time, and also included the content of the lip reading. Chen-Ming honestly didn't expect such a situation to exist. Fortunately, he came back at the right time. Otherwise, he might have regretted not looking at the terminal for a while. But fortunately, things did not develop in the worst direction. Chen-Ming immediately found these two people through all the staff information he had and their appearance in the video. One of them is a professional cleaning staff hired by the 14th Army Corps. Not only does he clean the toilets, he also needs to be responsible for the cleaning of the laboratory and the cleaning of some laboratory sterile rooms. Although the researchers themselves can also be responsible for cleaning, it is definitely more convenient if there is someone dedicated to do it. The other one was also an employee of an external company responsible for designing the dome security system. which was also an employee of the company responsible for installing the new surveillance. No wonder they can directly find places to chat without having time to install surveillance. It seemed that Chen Ming had to look back and consider that the safety of the dome was entirely his own responsibility. Originally, this company was responsible for the maintenance of the dome's security system. With Chen Ming, they could only pay attention to the security system for a long time. But even without them, Chen Ming could only maintain the security system once a week. And it wouldn't be a big deal to repair it once with spiritual power. If it doesn't work, replace it. Chen Ming silently gave this security company a cross in his heart. Then he found the two people who talked last night in the dome. Within the coverage of psychic energy, the whereabouts of everyone under the dome was under his control. At this point in time, these two people were probably a little anxious when they saw the Transport Machine Clan spacecraft landing safely. Chen Ming didn't waste much time and directly took over the access control system and security system to prevent them from escaping. Immediately afterwards, under his control, a large amount of metallic liquid suddenly appeared under the feet of the two people who seemed to be completely fine. It restricted their movements like a chain, dragging them towards the square outside the laboratory amid the incomprehensible looks of shock from the people around them. The iconic thing of metallic liquid immediately made it clear to everyone who saw the scene that it was Chen Ming's work. So they immediately followed, and soon spread the news throughout the dome, which totaled less than 100 people. And when the crowd gradually gathered in the square, the two people dragged away by the metallic liquid have been restrained in the center of the square. Chen Ming, wearing a suit of power armor, stood beside them. The security guard lowered his head and remained silent. And the cleaning lady kept mumbling something, with a pious and slightly crazy look on her face. Chen Ming listened for a while, and found that what he was talking about was the teachings of the Lutheran Church. Chen Ming had specifically checked the information about the Lutheran Church, the source of Zhuo Jing, and happened to know this. However, the doctrine he is talking about now has some deviations from the Church's own teachings. Obviously, these deviations are Zhuo Jing's modifications to the Church's own teachings. That basically confirms that the left path is gone. And the cleaner suddenly raised his head with fierce eyes, looking at Chen Ming as if he saw the enemy who killed his father. "It's too late for you to catch me now. Luddite will soon be in this blasphemous dome. Is this what you're talking about?" Before Bao Jie could finish his words, some metallic liquid suddenly condensed in the center of Chen Ming's palm. And after dispersing, several bundles of crudely crafted handmade explosives were revealed. "Is this the Luddite you are talking about? Is the explosion Luddite?" Chen Ming sneered. Several bundles of explosives instantly decomposed into the most basic materials in Chen Ming's palm. The original crazy voice of Bao Jie seemed to have been pressed on the mute button suddenly, and her eyes towards Chen Ming were full of fearful hatred. The blasphemer. Chen Ming slapped the cleaner in the face. He knew clearly that someone was planning to cause trouble. So how could he not investigate the dormitory of the person who caused the trouble? Although there is no surveillance in the dormitory, since the entire dome is under his control, he knows best what is in every location in the dome. Chen Ming conveniently took a ball of disassembled fabric and stuffed it in his mouth, cursing himself quietly. Then he looked at the security guard beside him, who had his head lowered and remained silent, and said, "What's going on with you? Are you also infected with the disease?" "No. It's just that I need money." "So, lack of money?" Chen Ming knew that the monthly maintenance cost of his dome security system was not low. "Isn't your company making a lot of money? You should be considered an expat in a place like this. How much money do you make?" The security guard still lowered his head and said, "It's not enough. My mother needs a lot of money for surgery. I've been trying to find someone to borrow it, but the gap is too big. The hospital is pressing hard, so I can't help it." Then he came to me and asked me to deliberately misoperate when a spacecraft hits the dome tomorrow and hide underground with me. Then I agreed, but I plan to take the people on Zhuo Jing with me and die outside. The security guard raised his head as he spoke, his eyes a little gray, but full of sincerity. "I bought myself a life safety insurance. You can check this, Mr. Chen Ming. As long as I die, my mother can rely on the 3 million I got from Zhuo Jing and the 7 million I got from the insurance to cover the surgery. And she can also use the money I borrowed from the bank during this period. I have also found a place. Zhuo Jing has not been seen in the past 10 years. As long as my mother can hide with money for a few years, Zhuo Jing will not be able to find them." Chen Ming frowned slightly, picked up the terminal, and checked the background of the security guard along with his identity. Although he is currently under the military system and the police system are connected in some places. Even though this was somewhat against the rules, Chen Ming still directly used this authority to check the identity of the security guard. Then, he saw the news that made him unable to react immediately, and was stunned. Chen Ming frowned. After watching for a few minutes, he suddenly turned his sympathetic eyes to the security guard and asked, "How long has it been since you went home?" "About 6 or 7 years. My mother, my wife, and my brother take care of me at home." "Well, there's some bad news. Your mother passed away about 3 years ago. The cause of death was complications from a cold." The security guard stayed in place for a second, and suddenly tried desperately to break away from the restraints of the metallic liquid on his body, and shouted at Chen Ming. "What did you say?" His struggle was obviously useless. But Chen Ming also easily retrieved the records on the terminal, and put the terminal screen in front of the security guard. "Look at it for yourself. This is an autopsy report. You, the security guard, should be able to understand it." "Right. The cause of death shown in the report was the most basic cold. But due to the long-term lack of treatment, the elderly person was in poor health, which ultimately led to death. It's impossible. It's impossible." The security guard spoke with a trembling tone. But the photo of the corpse was indeed that of his mother. He repeated the 3 words, "impossible." His beating heart gradually became lower, and tears slowly filled the corners of his eyes. "That's impossible. My mother is very open-minded, and will tell me anything important as soon as possible. And she has no financial resources, so she relies on me to give her all the money. Every money she spends on me is clearly accounted for, saying that she owes me. If she catches a cold, she will definitely go to the hospital as soon as possible. And she will definitely tell me after spending money that it is impossible to die from the disease. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Chen Ming reached out and pushed the security guard, who couldn't accept the reality at all, and said, "Then you have to ask your brother and your wife what they are doing. Why can you still contact your mother after she has been dead for 3 years? Someone is lying to you. Based on my investigation, what I say may sound a bit harsh, but your mother's body was not sent to the hospital by your brother and wife. Your neighbor found the body. Otherwise, why would there be this autopsy report? And I suddenly thought, why didn't your mother even cure her cold? With today's medical technology, even those who go to the hospital lying down can still stand up and walk back. Even if your mother wants to save you money and treat it slowly, the cost of medicine for a cold is only more than 10 yuan, which may not be worth a meal. You also have a salary of 30,000 yuan a month. Right. You also send home 20,000 yuan a month. Why don't you treat me? The autopsy report shows that your mother didn't have any leg injuries or mobility issues, and she didn't have any problems like Alzheimer's before. It could only be that someone restrained her." An Bao followed Chen Ming's suspicion and thought of his wife and brother, but he did not dare to speak. But Chen Ming was thinking about more than just these 2 people. "It would be easier for the old man to get more money from you if he were alive. It is impossible to cure a cold, unless it's left." Chen Ming suddenly kicked the cleaning lady next to him, who was still staring at him with hatred. "Zhuo Jing hates modern technology extremely. If your brother and wife believe in Zhuo Jing, everything will make sense. Why do you think Zhuo Jing knew you needed money? I just checked your capital flow. You only borrowed money from a bank, and it was a bank from your hometown. Obviously, you were worried that your colleagues would know about it, so you never told any outsiders about it. But Zhuo Jing knew about it. Then it just so happened that the made-up hospital said in the past few days that your mother was in urgent need of a large sum of money for surgery. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I want to tell you something else. Your brother and wife are currently considered missing persons. Do you think they have become Zhuo Jing? Or is Zhuo Jing talking to you through their mouths?" Tears flowed down the security guard's bitter face, but he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, Zhuo Jing. I'm a hacking joke. I should be like this for the rest of my life. Mom." Chen Ming untied his bonds, but he suddenly fell to his knees, curled up on the ground, crying helplessly and silently. The security guard looked to be in his 40s. This scene made Chen Ming a little worried, and he could only raise his head and not look at him. However, Chen Ming suddenly took a deep breath and said to the dozens of people who were also watching in silence, "Let me start by saying that many of you here can work in a place like this, and many of them are not short of money. But if you really encounter any accidents and come to me, I have the ability and the connections. As long as it's a reasonable matter, I can help you solve it. I don't want to see this happen again. Okay, let's go our separate ways. Don't bother dealing with this matter later." As Chen Ming finished speaking, he saw a Legion spacecraft about to land outside the dome. Chapter 235 Changing Way of Thinking. 10 minutes later. Watching the security and cleaning staff being escorted onto the spacecraft, Chen-Ming shook his head sadly and said, Zhuo Jing, it's really disgusting. It's not the first time, you know. Bai Quan suddenly walked up to Chen-Ming with a gloomy expression and said this. Chen-Ming turned around and asked, How's it going? The results are as you see. Zhuo Jia, I'm already preparing to deploy new security measures. All security on your side will be left to our own people. However, even in this way, the source of shipment cannot be completely guaranteed. We have to set up a transfer station near your dome. Everything has to go through the transfer station before it can come to you. Although it will be a little troublesome, it is better than having problems here every day. Chen-Ming waved his hand and said, Security is no longer necessary. The security company should just withdraw. I will be responsible for the security of the dome myself. Are you too busy to come over? Chen-Ming immediately took out a palm-sized iron red gamma core from his coat pocket. They can help me deal with these things. Bai Quan glanced at Chen-Ming's still bulging pockets, then withdrew his gaze and said, Okay, I will help you arrange it later. After Bai Quan agreed, Chen-Ming put away his core and continued to ask him, What's next for Zhuo Jing? You can't just accept this loss. Right? Do they have a stronghold or something? Revenge against Zhuo Jing is of little significance. Because in normal times, once we find traces of Zhuo Jing, we will basically clean it up as soon as possible. If they are not cleaned up, they are going to use these left paths for fishing, or to investigate the relationship network behind them. These left paths are not easy to kill. At least you have to wait until the entire line is cleared before killing them. Chen-Ming said slightly unhappily. It means that Zhuo Jing has either been solved, or it is still useful. And it didn't make me angry. Right? Yes. It's not easy for us to kill the cleaner you just caught. We have to use him to get out all the left paths behind him. And the left diameter is only a superficial problem. In fact, this matter is not just a left diameter problem. In Chen-Ming's unpredicted expression, Bai Quan explained, because it is really not that easy for left-wing elements to sneak into the army under normal circumstances. Someone is definitely loosening the restrictions on left-wing elements on purpose. However, Chen-Ming did not continue to listen. Instead, he gestured to Bai Quan and said, Let's not talk about the internal problems of the 14th Army. I have one request now. If you go back and follow the cleaning path and find clues about Zhuo Jia, tell me, and I will deal with them myself. Bai Quan could clearly feel the chill in Chen-Ming's words. It seems that you are really disgusted by Zhuo Jia. But you can do this once now. There are still many people who are suffering from Zhuo Jia's influence that you can't see. At least now I see this. Seeing Chen-Ming's resolute attitude, Bai Quan said nothing. Okay. I will tell you when I have clues. Chen-Ming nodded slightly and turned the topic back to what Bai Quan had just said. The people who let Zhuo Jing cause trouble won't be the same as those who happened a few times before. Right? Bai Quan did not give Chen-Ming a definite answer at this time. It's not easy to be sure about this. It's a high probability. Then how are you going to investigate this time? You won't end up with the same investigation as last time, with a few insignificant people being dropped. And then the person at the top will be fine. Right? Chen-Ming's tone was a little harsh because of what happened just now. But after all, this was already the 4th time. No one can help but feel angry. But Bai Quan just sighed now. Although it is said that Chen-Ming has arrived at the branch of the 14th Army, and there are actually signs that Chen-Ming wants to join the 14th Army, with Chen-Ming as a guarantee, it is not too difficult for him to continue to gain a foothold after taking the top position. But the subsequent struggle with people cannot be completed only by the convenience brought by Chen-Ming's participation. As for how to exert the influence of this kind of thing on the opponent's top management, Bai Quan still doesn't know what to do even now. He also tried some counterattacks, but they were all blocked by the opponent. The methods of those who faced him were far more skillful than his, and they would not leave any traces of themselves. All counterattacks can be said to be completely meaningless. Bai Quan couldn't find the opponent's weakness, but the opponent kept targeting his weaknesses and trying to put black spots on his career. This gave him a constant feeling of walking on a tightrope. I am not sure. If Bai Quan said this, then in Chen-Ming's estimation, there is a high probability that this matter will end up like last time. After all, the culprit was Zhuo Jing, and putting Zhuo Jing in was just the work mistakes of some people at the lower level. The people at the lower level received the punishment they deserved, and they had nothing to do with the upper level. Thinking of this, Chen-Ming sighed again. This is the limit of being within the rules. Some people are familiar with the rules, while others are very unfamiliar with them. Those who are familiar with the rules can often manipulate those who do not understand the rules without breaking the rules. It's already frustrating enough for him to have a prosthesis here. If he were here in person, Chen Ming wouldn't even know if he could bear it. Fortunately, his goal is not to stay in the Empire for a long time. He must build a place outside the Empire that makes him feel comfortable. Moreover, Chen Ming had already seen how bad Zhu Jing was, so he would definitely not be able to mention to Bai Quan that he would use the same method to retaliate. In addition, his political experience and knowledge are not even as good as those of Bai Quan, who transferred from the military, let alone give any advice. So now he can only say to Bai Quan, "I don't understand this kind of thing and can't help you. But if you need to use force, you can just come to me. I can guarantee not to leave any traces. If you don't want to take action against the one on top, then you can find his trusted lieutenant or something. Right. They can target me on the surface, but actually target you. And you can also target their people on the surface, but actually target the one on top of them." Bai Quan was silent for a while and said, "Thank you. But it's better to say goodbye," before having the force to confront the entire 14th Legion and the entire Empire. Using force is definitely the most unwise behavior. The 14th Legion has been using various ways and means to disgust him, but no one has ever dared to use violence directly against him or Chen Ming. In the war zone where he dared to use violence against him last time, 2 lieutenant generals became prisoners. Hundreds of people lost their lives, and thousands more were imprisoned. There was a certain reason for this, but Chen Ming was not included in the rules at the time. It was because people in the war zone actively violated the rules that led to this result. From here, you can see the seriousness of violating the rules. Bai Quan didn't want Chen Ming to violate the rules and end up with the same fate as those in the war zone. Although he knew very well that Chen Ming had such potential, and the Empire was already preparing to impose some restrictions. But at least for now, Chen Ming can't do this. So Bai Quan could only dissuade Chen Ming and said, "Try not to do things outside the rules. I still try my best to do what I should do within the rules. At least the pilot on the spacecraft has woken up. Although his consciousness is very vague, and he has symptoms of amnesia. The clues that are most likely to affect the people above him still have to be found from him. The basis of the left path operation you caught is that the cargo ship hit the dome. And the basis of the spacecraft hitting the dome is that the pilot took medicine. If the driver can get the medicine, it must have something to do with the Legion. Things happen one after another. Let's see if there is a chance. Now I plan to find the drug dealer who gave the driver DP2 first, and follow this clue to find the stimulant manufacturer. The production of this kind of stimulant requires someone's approval, so there might be an opportunity." Not long after, Bai Quan left Chen Ming's dome in a spaceship, filled with grievances and all the clues. While sitting on the seat in the spaceship, Bai Quan was still thinking about ways to break this one-sided beating situation. He was very uncomfortable now, because he couldn't find a way to fight back. He knew that there were always people who were disgusting with him, but he couldn't go back, just because the opponent is in the headquarters. Although there are conflicts between factions within the headquarters, at least the rules are still strict. As for the branch, there are not only external problems, but also internal loopholes. He felt that he still needed time to repair the entire branch of the 14th Army before he could consider counterattacking. Bai Quan gradually recovered from his meditation and immediately gave orders to his men. His men quickly arrested the drug dealer in the army, who sold the drugs to the driver, and obtained the address of the drug laboratory that supplied the drugs. This drug laboratory is located in a colony of a galaxy in a star sector behind the nearby Gallows star field, a colony that specializes in the production of medical devices and medical drugs. In addition to various production equipment, there are also many pharmaceutical laboratories. In order to get the convenience of the industrial cluster, the military's drug laboratory was also built here, and an area near the core of an industrial park in the colony was chosen as a site. Bai Quan looked at the information his men had obtained, and suddenly felt a little familiar. He immediately approved a search warrant for military facilities, and then asked the pilot of the spacecraft to change the direction of the spacecraft. After several hours of traveling in the hyperspace lanes, Bai Quan arrived at this medical specialized colony. According to the investigated address, dozens of military personnel searched for his target in the science and technology park. And as Bai Quan searched more and more in the park, his face became less and less good. When Bai Quan walked to the entrance of the laboratory, the expression on his face was even slightly distorted by anger, because this laboratory was a medical laboratory that had been sealed off by him before. Bai Quan had already remembered it when he just landed here, some time ago. He led the 14th Legion to clear out the original Star Area military. This place was sealed by him because of smuggling. He also personally signed an arrest warrant for these drug laboratories and related persons in charge, who were suspected of smuggling military drugs. The boss behind the lab had himself removed at the time. But others were not so lucky. So why is the lab now up and running again? Why does this laboratory still have the courage to reopen openly? Bai Quan walked into the laboratory without saying a word. The security guards at the door saw the generals on Bai Quan's chest, and the group of people wearing the uniforms of the 14th Army Corps coming in, and did not dare to stop them at all. So they could only quickly notify the person in charge. And just after he informed the person in charge, everyone in the entire laboratory was controlled by Bai Quan. Bai Quan didn't say anything. Just waited. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the person in charge of the laboratory arrived in a hurry, nodded and bowed to Bai Quan, who was standing in the center of the laboratory hall, and said, "Is this Lieutenant General Bai Quan Bai? You are here to welcome me." "This is." Bai Quan glanced at the person in charge with cold eyes, and said with a frightened expression, "A few months ago, I approved and banned a number of laboratories that illegally sold drugs. And this laboratory is on the list." "Oh?" Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the person in charge. He subconsciously took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped it shakily. He explained in a weak tone, "I don't know about this. I saw research in the laboratory when I came here." "License and production license. Where? Shall I take you to see it?" "Walk." The person in charge quickly took Bai Quan to an office in the laboratory, took out 2 pieces of paper of some quality from a locked counter here, and handed them to Bai Quan. "Take a look at the drug research license and drug production license." Bai Quan reached out and took it. After glancing at the permit, the knuckles of his hands that were holding the permit turned a little white from being too hard. Only in this way could he restrain himself from slamming his fist on the counter in front of him. There seems to be no problem with these 2 permits, and the seal stamped on them is still approved by the 14th Army Corps. Can Bai Quan even find the corresponding license file in the database of the 14th Legion by querying the order on the license? Bai Quan slowly turned his head and said to his subordinates, who were following him, "Check who has passed the application." "Yes." The subordinate quickly handed over a person's information and the record of approval of the production license to Bai Quan. The person who passed the approval for this laboratory was a person who had just been transferred some time ago. "Where are the others?" "Missing. On the way to transfer." The subordinate lowered his head and reported to Bai Quan, not daring to raise his head to look at Bai Quan's face. Because now, if we want to talk about who is the biggest source of problems when this drug laboratory reopens, it can even be said to be Bai Quan himself. This was a frame-up, and the other side even wanted to blame Zhu Jing's troubles on him. The expression on Bai Quan's face suddenly returned to calm. Over and over again. Do they really think that people have no anger? Earlier, Lu Wei suspected Chen Ming of cheating and insisted on forcible verification. This matter is not over yet. Another incident will come out immediately. He didn't enter the political field through exams and step by step to reach his current position. He fought all the way from the most dangerous and bloody battlefield to become a major general before being arranged by his old boss to embark on this path. It seems like someone forgot this. At this moment, all the tactful ways and attitudes that Bai Quan had used to sit in his current position during this period were left behind. Someone really kicked the nose in the face. Right? Bai Quan calmly placed the warrant directly on the table and issued the order for arrest. Although this laboratory has been approved, there is already evidence of illegal drug sales. So sealing the laboratory again is not a big deal. Even if someone makes a fuss about the fact that a laboratory was banned twice in a row, it doesn't matter to Bai Quan that he is privately embezzling or accepting bribes. Bai Quan's mind was now filled with what Chen Ming had said before. He left the laboratory in silence, boarded the spaceship, and stayed alone in the room. He began to issue orders to his cronies in some important positions, but not before he actually does something. The terminal he usually used privately suddenly buzzed. Bai Quan picked up the terminal. When he saw the communication code, the expression on his face softened instantly. And then, he connected the video call from the headquarters. The lieutenant general with a white beard who Bai Quan had talked to about Chen Ming appeared on the terminal, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "What do you want to do? What is your identity now? Can you do such an irresponsible thing?" "I think carefully, and do what you have to do." Bai Quan was silent and speechless, and the aggrieved look on his face became more and more serious. The old boss stared at Bai Quan for a long time, with some unbearability in his eyes, and finally chose to say a few more words. Think more about what other people would do in your position than what you would do yourself. You are not a politician. You are a soldier. But you know so many people. There's always someone who knows what to do. But don't ask. You have to think about it. Only after you figure it out yourself will you know what to do. After the old boss finished speaking, he glanced at Bai Quan one last time and hung up the communication. Bai Quan was left holding his head in the room. How can I figure it out? How can I think better than them? Although the 14th Army Corps underwent a reorganization more than 20 years ago. But now, who among the same generation as his old boss is not an old guy who has been in the political field for decades. He is just a person who came from the army halfway. And his methods are too immature compared to theirs. He knew this in his heart. After his old boss called, Bai Quan gradually calmed down. He actually knew very well that driving a battleship directly to the door was definitely the stupidest thing to do. This could only make him feel happy, not solve the problem, and may even disappoint many people. Moreover, there is one most critical question. Even if he sails out, who can he find? There was more than one faction targeting him within the 14th Legion. Everyone can see how rapidly he is developing now, and how strong the faction he inherited will be with Qin Ming's support. Therefore, anyone can target him. And Qin Ming has been targeted 4 times since he came here. Among these 4 attacks, the first volcanic attack can basically be attributed to Hui. The second machine family malfunction can be determined to be a problem caused within the 14th Legion. And he has already targeted the target. The third visit came at the invitation of the government. But was it really the government that did this? He wasn't sure yet. The 4th time, it seemed to be a left-handed approach. But there was definitely someone within the Legion tacitly approving it behind the scenes. In fact, except for the first time when Hui, a psychic, participated in these things. No matter what the other things were, it would be impossible to do it without the assistance or acquiescence of insiders. This isn't even just a problem for the other factions of the 14th Legion. There are also problems on his own side. Among the people who stabilized in Bai Quan some time ago, there are still many people who are full of dissatisfaction. No wonder when he went back and was promoted to Lieutenant General. His old boss's expression was still the same as when he saw him before he was immature. This time when he called me, he also looked like he hated iron. He was very disappointed with Bai Quan's actions. Bai Quan suddenly became a little decadent again. Although he looks glamorous now. As the youngest lieutenant general in the empire in the past century, he has attracted the attention of countless people. But only he knows the pressure in private. Bai Quan suddenly took out a small bottle of medicine to relieve mental stress from his pocket, poured 2 pills into his mouth, and swallowed them without drinking water. No matter what, he has to think. Only thinking can solve the problem. Many figures flashed through Bai Quan's mind. But he finally focused on Qin Ming, who was closest to him. If it was Qin Ming, what should he do? He didn't think about what Qin Ming would think, but what Qin Ming would do. Because the problems Qin Ming encountered were to some extent different from what he didn't want to do, and were even more terrifying. He is still within the rules. But what Qin Ming once faced was the afterglow of not being able to talk to humans about human rules. However, Bai Quan cannot directly think about his own affairs on behalf of Qin Ming. So he chose to step into Qin Ming's perspective first, and see how Qin Ming himself did things. When Qin Ming was forced to run to Yu Hui's side, he was almost the same as he is now. He could barely resist, but had no ability to fight back. But Qin Ming's choice was not to desperately resist and fight back against Yu Hui, but to gain as much benefit as possible from what Yu Hui did to him, while ensuring his own safety to a limited extent. Even later, Yu Hui wanted to use a device, like the Ling nerve extraction device, to seize Qin Ming's Ling nerve. Qin Ming knew what Yu Hui was going to do, but he also had no ability to resist. So his last choice was to give it a try. Seize chestnuts from the fire, and seize Yu Hui's spiritual nerve, forcing Yu Hui to continue to delay the time to seize the spiritual nerve. Then he used his growth on Yu Hui's territory to fight back against Yu Hui, and cooperated with him to complete his escape. All the troubles and crises against Qin Ming were turned into benefits by Qin Ming. This is how Qin Ming does things. So if Qin Ming's way of doing things is put here, what should he do? How will it develop? It would definitely not work to directly put Qin Ming in his current position. Qin Ming did not grow up in a military environment, and he had almost no understanding of the political environment of the empire. Therefore, he must use Qin Ming's way of doing things, and combine it with his own ideas to think about how to do this. Bai Quan lowered his head and pondered. Gradually, he seemed to suddenly have a goal, and his whole mind seemed to become clearer. Qin Ming has the ability to convert the persecution from Yu Hui into his own interests. As an Imperial Lieutenant General, why doesn't he, Bai Quan, have the ability to convert the persecution of most people at his level into his own interests? He shouldn't think about solving this problem directly and completely now, and then thinking about fighting back. He shouldn't have such thoughts. He should extend the problem. He should use some methods to transform these events that only bring negative effects into events from which he can gain benefits.